Hello everybody and welcome to NISMO TV. This is SuperGT. You've joined us for the 500 miles of Fuji Speedway, the first running of this new classic race, the longest race of the championship year. I'm Sam Collins and I'm joined here in the NISMO bunker by Rob Barff.
Good morning, Sam. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Fuji Motor Speedway, an iconic venue for what we hope will be an iconic race this afternoon. Clear skies at the moment. It's a warm, sunny day in Japan. And there's always a chance of rain, though, here on the foothills of the infamous Mount Fuji.
It's absolutely, it's not even on, it's just literally on the lower slopes, next door to the Sylvanian Family Park. But let's have a look at qualifying. On pole, it's a Nissan all front row. Ronnie Quintarelli starts the Motor Autech GT-R. Alongside him, it's Takaboshi in the Forum Engineering Advan GT-R. The AU Tom's LC500 in third position alongside the white car. Chio starts that in fourth place. Jan Mardenborough did a great qualifying performance, but Daiki Sasaki starts the blue car in fifth. That's the Calsonic Impul GT-R. Alongside him, Kenta Yamashita in the Wedsport Advan LC500. Then Nick Cassidy, reigning champions, in seventh position in the Keeper Tom's LC500. Alongside the first of the Hondas, the Arta NSX GT is ours in that. Jensen Button and Naoki Yamamoto in the Raybrick NSX in ninth. 10th position is Bertie Baguette and Matsura in the Epson Modulo NSX GT. Lowest amount of success balance of any car on that. Heikki Kovalainen in 11th in the Denso Kobelco Sard LC500. The Motul Honda is down in 12th with Daisuke Nakajima starting that. Oshima starts the Wacos LC500 Lexus in 13th. 14th is the Keihin NSX, and rounding out the GT500 grid is the Zent Tsurumo LC500 Lexus. Now, we'll talk about that car a little bit more in a moment, because they didn't have the best warm-up to this race. But let's have a look at GT300. On pole, it's the lovely pink and white Hoppy 86 MC. So Suboi starts that free-driver car for the long-distance race. Sean Takagi and Sean Walkinshaw in second position in the orange BMW. Then the Gainer Tanax GT-R is the third position. Fourth position is the Good Smile Hatsune Miku car. In fifth position, it's the Not At All Works Audi. Sixth position, the Subaru BRZ. Alongside them, well, behind them slightly, is the Up Garage 86 Toyota GT86 Mother Chassis car. The D-Station Porsche in eighth, and in ninth position is the Leon AMG. Gamu starts that. Meanwhile, Yasuda in the Gainer Tanax GT-R in 10th position, alongside the first of the Toyota Priuses. It's Cast 31, the faster of the pair. Kohei Hirati starts that in 11th position. Alongside him is another of the Toyota GT86s. In 12th position, it's the Max Saekin car. Then the Lotus, great qualifying for them in 13th position. Long distance race could be worth watching. The Car Guy Honda in 14th position alongside the Taisan Audi R8. 16th position is Mochijima starts the Legal Frontier Lamborghini GT3. Then the K-Tunes RCF GT3 in 17th. Morio Nitta starts that alongside the Saitama Toyopet Green Brave Mark X MC, the ugliest car in the field. 19th position is the run-up GT-R GT3. Then the EXEMG GT3 in 20th. Alongside that, Yuji Ide starts the Bentley, qualifying about as well as normally do. Jean Gounon in that car. Additionally, the other Toyota Prius, Sasaki starts that in 22nd position. Max Arido making a return to Super GT in that car. The Cintium LM Course RCF GT3 starts in 23rd position. As a Shokumu, 24th position start for that GT-R, with Richard Bradley joining the team there. Arto, the Thai 86 is in 25th position, the Golf Porsche in 26th, the RQ's AMG GT3 in 27th, and the Manipa Lamborghini right at the back of the field, 28th. And we're missing a car, aren't we, Rob?
I don't think we are. Look at the size of that field.
We are indeed.
I thought those GT300 cars were going to go on forever, but yes, we are missing a car. One of the GT300 specification Honda NSXs is missing after an incident in practice. It came together with the Zent Tsurumo car, which had a huge accident into turn one. Brake pedal failure, the cause of that one, Sam.
I mean, brake pedal failure is something completely new to me. I've had an accelerator pedal failure on me, but then that no one really noticed, and that was my driving style. But a brake pedal failure, I mean, it looked like the pedal failed and he just tried to throw it off the track, didn't he?
That's exactly what happened. The driver reported that the brake pedal pressure initially did something and then it went away, so he had a slug of deceleration, and then right at the end of the front straight, which is, remember, almost a mile long, 1,475 metres long, the car just speared right and he threw it into a spin and unfortunately collected the back of that GT300 Honda.
Now, you just saw the weather update from Fuji Speedway. 31 degrees centigrade air temperature. It's going to get a bit hotter there. 47 degrees track temperature. That is quite toasty. And 67% humidity. So it is sweaty as anything out there. However, 67% humidity, we could see some rain. Well, we're going to get ready for the national anthems here at Fuji Speedway. Or perhaps Mr. Orange Jacket is going to do his Master of Ceremonies role. We'll wait to see what the fans... They're all rising for the national anthem, I believe, and taking their hats off. So we'll just take a pause to listen to the tones of the... Well, there you go. Just a nice look at Mr. Kondo there, just watching the goings-on as the national anthem played. A great look at that starting grid, going all the way back down there. One of the longest straights in motorsport. But let's have a look at championship points. Heikki Kovalainen topping the table on his own with 70 kilos of ballast there. But it's not actually 70 kilos of ballast at all, is it?
No, it's a mixture of weight carried on board and, of course, those nasty fuel flow restrictor valves they have to run, which limits the amount of petrol the internal combustion engine can use.
And it means the drivers, with that fuel flow, it's a restrictor, not like a meter like they have in Formula 1 and WC. It's an actual restrictor. So you sometimes see the cars are unable to quite keep that grunt all the way down the straight. And that's going to affect Kovalainen in particular in that car, the Saab Denso car. I like to call it the works Toyota, but they're all works cars in the Lexus camp, so not so much. So this is their home race.
Their home race where we're going to see the fuel flow restriction and the weight ballast really biting, particularly, as you say, Sam, at the end of that long front straight.
Coming up for 500 miles of racing, and over that distance, it's going to make quite a lot of different effect. And we can have a look at the different sort of front runners and what the rules of this longer distance race is. So it's the longest race of the year because it came in to replace the previous Suzuka 6 hours, 1,000 kilometres of Suzuka. And now this is the new race of SuperGT. And there's a slight difference in the regulations here, aren't there, Rob?
Yeah, this is the first running of the Fuji 500-mile race in over 25 years, and the GT500s have to have a particular number of mandatory pit stops. The GT500s have to do 4 mandatory stops, and the GT300s, 5 mandatory stops.
Well, I think they just have to do that anyway for petrol.
Very good, yes, of course. So it's going to be very interesting. Here's the Master of Ceremonies.
He's wearing his orange jacket.
2018 SuperGT.
He's saying Nissan's on pole at the Autobac SuperGT Fuji 500 miles. It's going to be a good race. I'll see you at the end. Thank you very much. Mr. Orange Jacket there from the Autobacs, or Super Autobacs. It's got 2 cars in the race here. One's a BMW, one's a Honda.
And it's going to be a hot, humid afternoon. Just you can see the humidity in the air there. And 4 compulsory pit stops for the GT500 cars. So quick pit stop work from the mechanics is going to be hugely important. We saw earlier in the year some of the cars only taking a pair of tyres at the pit stops, but looking at that track temperature, you're going to have to be brave, Sam, to take just a pair of tyres and do, it'll be what, an hour and 40 minutes almost, a double stint.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to roll the dice on in a few strategy places. It's going to be interesting to see how the Nissans get on. Of the 4 Nissan GT500 GTRs, 4 in the top 5. That's seriously impressive. Now, we know the Nissan is strong around here at Fuji Speedway, winning last time out a few weeks ago, well, a couple of months ago now, isn't it, for the shorter race.
But we've seen the success ballast and the fuel flow restrictors really starting to bite. But look at that, Ronnie Quintarelli on pole position with a car with, well, in essence, 62 kilos of ballast on board.
Now, in case you haven't watched Super GT before, there's two categories of racing in Super GT. GT500, those are those cars you can see on your screen right now. Nissan GT-R, Honda NSX, and the Lexus LC500. Each of these cars has a carbon fibre monocoque chassis. They all share the same transmission, pretty much. Same clutch. Not the same brakes in all cases, some different materials going on there. They have different aerodynamic packages. They're all powered by 2-litre turbocharged 4-cylinder engines each manufacturer builds its own. They produce about 700 brake horsepower, running on the petrol, whatever petrol's available at the track. And they are almighty fast. In the old days of the old LMP1, not the current cars, these cars would lap around the same pace as an Audi R18. That's how fast they are. They are incredibly, incredibly fast. These are the prototypes of GT racing, if you like, if that makes any sense. These are some of the fastest race cars in the world. Behind them, there's the GT300 category cars. Not the police cars, they don't count.
They're ahead of them.
Yeah, they're fast, those police cars in Japan.
Nice formation work. I'd like the attention to detail with Captain Orange jacket going first, followed by the blue arrows behind.
Exactly. The GT300 cars come in 3 different flavours. There's the FIA GT3 cars, which you're used to seeing in the Blancpain Endurance Series, and they're exactly the same spec. Then you have the JAF GT300. Now, these are cars based on production cars, heavily modified and put in with any engine from that manufacturer's range, which is how you end up with a Toyota Prius powered by an LMP1 engine and a hybrid system from a production car, a Subaru BRZ powered by a World Rally Championship engine, and that's all of them now because the Honda's gone, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, but don't have Honda. The mother chassis cars, they're all fitted with a identical carbon fibre monocoque chassis. They're all powered by a very familiar looking 4.5-litre V8 engine. But one of the cars is mid-engine, that's the Lotus, and the rest are front engine. You've got the Toyota Mark X, the Subaru, not the Subaru BRZ, the other one, the Toyota GT86, and the Lotus Evora, that's the mid-engine car. The rules state the engine must be where it is positioned in the manufacturer's original. And the same applies to the Honda NSX GT500. That's also mid-engined and creates a few dynamic problems for that car. And they've had a few cooling worries this year, you heard.
Yeah. It was speculation within the press that Honda was struggling with engine temperatures, and coming into the second half of the Super GT season here at Fuji, it's a hot race, and just looking at it, the Hondas are already struggling, showing signs of infallibility with their engine performance. So want to keep an eye on this afternoon.
It is going to be a very interesting race. It's the only really long-distance race of the season. All the other races are up to about 300 kilometres. Some of them are actually shorter, down at 250 at Rotegi. And there's the police wailing sirens from the police cars there. It's Mr. Orange jumpsuiters turning off.
Mr. Orange
Captain Orange, Captain Orange biker. Well, now we're on to the proper warm-up lap with the Honda NSX there. Pace car leading out the GT500, all warming their tyres. This is where the serious business gets to begin. We've got another full formation lap, so we'll continue chatting away about the series. Now, don't forget to tell us your comments. We've got the chat up here in the commentary box here, and we would like you all to hit like and subscribe so we can see how much more of this great racing we can bring you. A few more races left this year, and the NISMO Festival at the end of the season. Well worth watching for the NISMO Grand Prix.
Massive crowd in that front grandstand, Sam. Huge support here at Fuji today.
I'm curious to see, we won't find out until after the race, I'm curious to see what the spectator numbers will be, because there's 2 races at Fuji Speedway. One is in Golden Week, which is a bit sort of like Christmas. It's a big week off for everybody in Japan.
It's a bit like Christmas.
Yeah, well, it is a bit like Christmas.
A fat man with a beard delivers you gifts down your chimney. It's nothing like Christmas.
Well, I don't think that actually happens in reality, Rob.
What?
Anyway, I don't think you had chimneys.
It's a public holiday. It's like May Day. And don't get me started on maypoles. Yeah, true.
For a week. It goes on for a week. And it's just, Fuji Speedway is located about an hour south of Tokyo if you can survive the traffic, which it's always permanent, so it never takes an hour. But it's, unless Louis driving, one of the NISMO TV guys, he can always make it in an hour somehow. But there's always a great crowd here at Fuji Speedway, but I'm just curious as to see which has got a bigger crowd here in the long 500-mile race or the shorter but mid-week race in Golden Week.
I think looking at the video feed here, looking at the campsite there were more tents, there's more supporters.
Look at that NISMO flag there, just a little kid on his own in the middle of the grass. Oh, he's a Jan Mardenborough fan, there you go. He heard us talking.
Lovely double flag technique.
Yeah, that is a fantastic technique there with the flags.
Going to see a lot of overtaking down here into turn 10 Dunlop corner, that little chicane at 11 and 12 that the two Nissans coming through there. It's a terrific place to line people up into the final sector to then bust a move on the front straight. So drivers working hard to get their brakes and tyres up to temperature. Remember, no tyre warmers in this category.
Daniel Bridge asking us on the chat, who's the last winner of the Fuji 500? Nobody, Daniel. It's never happened before.
Yeah, and to be honest, the last time they ran this race, I was so small I could barely read. So, yeah, sorry.
I don't think they have done this before, have they? Anyway, here we go. As the field is forming up on the grid, the cars will come to a stop. And then we'll finally get racing after another formation-y lap thingy. The car dives off. They're slowing up to form into their 2x2 order.
Now comes the wait.
Yeah.
Waiting.
We've got the wrong angle. That's the angle we wanted. There we are. There's the flag. So you forget how long this straight at Fuji Speedway is. The pace car is off. The lights are red. We're about to go racing here on NISMO TV for the Fuji 500-mile race. GT300 cars lining up in the background. Those have got the yellow lights. You've got the white lights at the front. The revs are rising. You can hear that crackle of the anti-lag. It's holding it a long time, and they're green, green, green. We are racing here at Fuji Speedway, and it's a good start for the AU Toms. Lexus gets past the Craft Sport Nissan, but oh well, that's the blue car getting in there, but the Wed Sport's going around the outside, getting up to 4th position. Motor Law Tech holds the lead. Now in a minute we'll get the GT300 start. I'll keep an eye on that, but this racing should be good on this opening lap. The AU Toms car is aggressive as ever, isn't it?
Certainly is. Takaboshi looking very aggressive in the Forum Engineering car as we split to the split screen. GT300s now on the right, GT500s on your left. 300s, lights go green and they're away. Hoppy 86 makes a good start from that bright orange championship leading BMW. Will the BMW out drag him down to turn 1? It's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
No, the Hoppy car gets it and he's squeezing out the BMW. Down there I saw the Subaru making a good start. There's up to 5th, but look at the Audi being bullied by Hatsune Miku. The Nissan holds 3rd position. And it looks like he's having a good run for 2nd there as we went to the wrong camera angle. Yes, indeed, the Nissan is right on the tail of the BMW. The BMW is right on the tail of the Hoppy 86 in GT300. Hoppy 86 puts a wheel in the dirt, and the Nissan tries to get up the inside, opening the door for the Audi to go round the outside. Is he going to make that stick? No, he's not. That's opened the door for the Subaru. GT300 calm as ever.
Looks a little racy in GT300, things slightly calmer in GT500 as they make their way out on the front straightaway for the first time. Nissan 1-2, Ronnie Quintarelli leads from Takaboshi 2nd.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what... Oh, and there's been a spin down in GT300. That's a number 50 Mercedes that's looped it, but there's still battles going on down the field. The Calsonic Blue Cars lost another position there, just out of our position, out of our vision. And oh, there's trouble for the Prius, the number 30. Is he spun or is that trouble? Oh, Koki Saga, that's the 30.
Yeah, suspension damage.
Yeah.
Right front.
There's all big damage actually. The whole right front's turned in on itself. So we must have seen there must have been some serious contact. We'll get a replay of that if we can. Didn't see it on the main feed, but it's Nissan first, Nissan second, Toyota third, Nissan third.
Coming out of the hairpin at turn 6, heading downhill now through 7, 8, 9. Really quick section this, then they're coming down into the bottom corner here at Dunlop. Replay of the GT300s.
No, that's real time. Yeah,
live GT300s into turn 1. Yeah, they're still 4 abreast. I can't follow that.
Yeah. Well, the Hoppy 86 still holds the lead with the BMW in 2nd and the Nissan in 3rd. Hatsune Miku is consolidating in 4th position. Now the Audi, they're battling with the Porsche. That's the D-Station Porsche, whilst the Toyota Pet cars in. There must have been a lot of contact on lap 1.
No, really interesting strategy. Looks like both Lexuses have pitted to get out of the pit stop cycle.
Oh, that could be it to get the mandatory stops out the way. Okay,
Yes.
they're rolling the dice, those RCFs. That's
So
an
they're
interesting move.
gambling that all this action will delay the other cars, so they'll be now running in clean air.
Here comes Chio.
Someone not running in clean air is Chio, who hugs the pit wall to make a move on the Lexus down into turn 1, does he?
He's going to have it late on the brakes, try and go around the outside. Is he going to make that stick into turn 1? No, he's not. Try and get back underneath him. The old kart manoeuvre, he could get it into the right-hander. The door's closed, but not completely. Always quite clean racing here. He's flashing his lights like crazy, but is he going to still try and hang it out the outside? It's not quite working. He's opened the door for Wed Sport to go up the inside of him. Are they going to touch? Not quite. The Wed Sport car's hanging on. Oh, this is great. Great overtaking here.
Chio's going to have to be careful here. He just left the door open as he came out of Coca-Cola into that super long right-hander at turn 4. And now he's going to have to be on the defensive as they come once again, just moments later, back down into turn 10.
You could get that out of one of those textbooks you have for your race coaching. You could show them that as overtaking. That's how you do it without bumping into each other. One of the things about Super GT, the racing is traditionally quite clean. There's not a lot of contact, and if you do get contact, if it's team-on-team contact, you get driving moral hazard penalties.
And of course, this is a genuine endurance race. 177 laps. They can't be banging into each other, Sam. This race will be won and lost with tenths of a second here and tenths of a second there, and having to pit to replace a puncture or for damage. Race over.
Yeah, it's exactly that. And it is a long race, though. Lap 4 of 177, you were right, it is 177. Just got underway. And we're watching this battle for the lead of GT300. And there's the battle for the lead of GT500. And second and third and fourth and with the rest of the class.
The Calsonic car looks to have got its tyres up to temperature now. The blue car in the final of those trio that we're looking at. He lost a couple of positions at the start, looked a little conservative, but now looking a lot happier now the tyres are up to temperature.
Dikey Wolf 23 at the wheel of that. Michelin tyres on the Calsonic car. Tyre war formula, which is unusual these days in GT racing. Quite sad to say that, but it is one of the last pure tyre wars in motorsport.
And a mixture of tyres at the head of the field. Michelin, Yokohama, Bridgestones, even a car on Dunlop's in there as well.
Each manufacturer, each of the 4 manufacturers, tyre manufacturers in the Super GT, Michelin, Yokohama, Bridgestone and Dunlop, bring their own set of tyre compounds for each car as well, which we don't get that information until after the race on which compound they're on, but obviously we know which manufacturer tyre they're on. What you're seeing there is Michelin only supply the blue car and the red car. No, they don't. They supply the white car and the red car.
They do.
And the blue car is on Bridgestones.
I was just thinking to myself before the director cut to those 2 Hondas, hashtag where is Honda? They look to be really hurting this weekend. Lexus is their home track. They always go well at Fuji. Nissan have dominated thus far. They're driving away at the head of the field. Chio looking strong there in P4, and the Lexus is forming the backup act, if you like.
It is, and you're absolutely right.
Where
the Hondas
is
are
Honda?
Nowhere. You can see them at the top of the screen, 3 of them battling together. There they are. In fact, there's 4 of them battling. All the Hondas are in a lump in the mid sort of 10th position battle. Now, what are we seeing again here? This is the Wed Sport Lexus being passed by the keeper Tom's Lexus. Very easily, in fact.
Neat and tidy. Really neat and tidy.
That almost had the Smacker team orders about it, but it's a bit early for that.
Yeah, maybe just a whiff of endurance race. I've seen him coming. I'll just follow him for a while.
Yeah, Nick Cassidy there in 5th position. Yeah, Martin Bruce Flatbait. Now here is the Honda battle.
No love lost there. Little locked tyre coming into turn 7, so clearly pushing very, very hard.
Now the Raybury Car 100 there, that's what some of the British fans will be looking to. Jensen Button not at the wheel of that yet. But there's the Epson NSX. That's the only car in the field on Dunlops in the GT500.
Bertrand Baguette at the wheel of that, and Bertie Baguette, he's won Le Mans in LMP2, so a terrifically experienced and very, very fast driver.
Here you go. That's not nice reading for anyone who's a Honda fan. 9th, 10th, 12th, sorry, 9th, 10th, 11th and 13th is where the Hondas are running out of position, I have to say.
Bertie Baguette really kind of struggling with the car as well, struggling to keep it neat and accurate at the slow speed corners, and he's going to lose a place on the front straight.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, the front straight here at Fuji Speedway gives you a great opportunity to slipstream and draft the whole way down. And now we've got the GT300 traffic. Now it's going to get spicy. So what happens periodically in Super GT is when the GT500 cars catch the GT300 cars, things go a bit bonkers for a little while, and that is what's just about to start. But look at that just Honda Cup of one bloke in a Lexus who's turned up. Well, Waycos Lexus not looking particularly competitive here, and as you mentioned, that ballast really affecting the previous champions, that red and white Lexus, the Denso Kobelco car driven by Heikki Kovalainen. And behind that, you can just see at the top of the screen occasionally, there he is, the Zensarumo Lexus. That car's been rebuilt over the last 2 days.
For those of you that have got access after the race, just have a little look on YouTube. The accident is there in free practice, came to the end of the long front straight, hit the brake pedal, had some sort of brake pedal failure was the direct translation from the Japanese, and the car speared right into the back of a Honda NSX just leaving the pit lane, and then hit the barriers hard on the outside of turn 10. And looking at the car now, you simply wouldn't know it looks as beautiful as it always does, but looked extremely second-hand yesterday.
I mean, it hit that Honda so hard.
And then caught fire.
Yeah. I mean, it was a massive, massive impact. And a brake pedal failure, that's got to worry a few people, because those pedals are shared not only between all the Lexi, but also on all the other GT500 cars and the DTM cars. It's a single-spec design part.
Yeah, here we are into another one of those front straight drag races.
And he's boxing.
Zensarumo car makes a very, very early pit stop. Now, has he got a problem?
No, he's got a penalty.
5 seconds.
That
so
may be to do with not completing qualifying stuff properly.
Possibly. Sorry, missed that on the screen there, Sam. So yeah, Zensarumo makes his pit stop, or first off.
And so we haven't seen an update on the on what happened to that Toyota Prius earlier on. Ronnie Quintarelli set the fastest lap of the race, 1:30.9 so far. We'll see quicker later in the race. And Sho Suboi did a fastest lap of 1:39.2. And the last winner, I've been told there was a last winner of the Fuji 500. Taido Kazu, thanks for that. It was Nissan, of course, with the R92CP in the Nissan 500 miles race of 1992.
Yeah, see, I was still at school then. I really didn't know how to read then.
I did.
GT300 battle still red hot, and the little Hoppy 86 doing a great job to hold the big BMW M6 of Takagi behind him.
Well, I think the message has gone out to the front runners in both classes. Somebody else diving into the pits there. 7 laps in, there's quite a few people making stops.
Just gets them out of this lot. Look at that. That was thermonuclear war on the front straight there. There were 17 abreast.
You know, this is quite interesting, because there is this massive top speed differential between the GT3 cars and the mother chassis cars. The mother chassis car is leading the race. That's the Hoppy 86. But that GT3 BMW is right on the tail. Nearly 7 kph faster down the straight.
But the little Hoppy 86, the car leading that pair, will be lighter on its tyres. And look at the mid-corner speed it's got as well. Through these tight, twisty sections, he's got a significant advantage over the BMW. And driver change there for up garage.
Well, it's very early, 8 laps in. Again, I think they're trying to roll the dice and get out of this strategy. Sort of the mandatory pit stop limit. So maybe they feel they don't need to stop as many times as they're being told to. Interesting strategic decisions, because you'd sort of expect a race this long that we will see a safety car at some point, which will throw everybody's strategy out the window. I don't think we'll be green for 177 laps.
You'd gamble that there will be a safety car at some point. The D-Station Porsche, it was, yeah.
Well, some people trying some different things here. Not a difficult track to overtake on. Now watch this. Watch how close the BMW is going to get to the back of that Hoppy 86 as he gets down the back of the straight. That's why he wasn't slipstreaming. He doesn't need to. He's just got so much more grunt. There's the Golf Porsche, lap down already in GT300. And yeah, the Hoppy having to go defensive halfway along the straight.
Oh.
BMW sends it up the inside. How good are the brakes? The lighter Hoppy 86 can't respond. The BMW blocks him on the middle of the corner, but can the Hoppy come back at him? Not under acceleration, but will he be able to do it mid-corner?
That was mega. Give Takagi a little prize. Awesome overtake. Sold a lovely dummy to the driver's left of Sho Suboi, and then really aggressively dived up the inside and already pushing really hard. And the Hoppy car now has its hands full with the Not only the championship leading GT300, but the race leading GT500 coming past him as well.
Just bear in mind, a GT3 car is quite quick. Look how easy the GT500 cars is. Yeah, drive around them. So much more grip, so much more power, so much more speed. And oh, the BMW didn't notice the Forum Engineering GT500 was sitting there right there, but there's a nice old big gap between those first two GT500s and third position AU Tom's car. Look at that. Huge gap, in fact. The Nissans have checked out. At this rate, it's going to be well, hopefully it'll be a NISMO walkover.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. And not going badly in GT300 as we see Yoshida there in the Gainer Tanax, or the Gainer AAA, not Gainer Tanax, Gainer AAA. Number 10, Lexus. Nissan GT-R GT3, that's the new specification for 2018, right on the tail of the Hoppy 86. Now, the Hoppy seems to be losing pace now. So the GT-R's just going to drive past them on the straight now. Far more power from the Nissan. And just, not even.
So what will be interesting now is to keep an eye on the battle that will ensue between the orange BMW and the grey and white Nissan behind. Those two cars very similar in terms of their dynamics. Front-engined FIA GT3 cars, both right up there in the championship, and all to play for this afternoon. Remember, for this race, with it being the slightly longer race, just a few more points up for grabs at the end. They normally get 20 for a race win and 25 coming for a race win this afternoon. And there we see Haruki Kurosawa in the pits in the Leon Mercedes.
That's early as well. So just something to mention about the number 10 Gainer car. Oh, what was that? That's Chio exiting stage left and losing a few positions. He didn't want to do that.
No, in the mix of GT300s.
Oh, speaking about the Gainer car, there is that number 10 car. Now that car has been given an increase in all of the 2018 specification Nissan GT-Rs have been given a slight weight increase for this race on the balance of performance.
The car has been showing very, very good performance in other championships. Had a terrific run at the Spa 24 Hours last weekend, as we flick back to another car running a lot of success ballast, Ronnie Quintarelli. And as you say, clean air at the head of the field.
Yeah, it's a 5 kilo increase for the Nissan GT-R GT3 2018 specification. No increase for the BMW. So interesting to see how that plays out on track. The performance balances from SRO seem to get that right most of the time here in Super GT, despite the tyre war. But great battling here down in GT500 with Daiki Sasaki making his way through the Wed Sport car and Chio working his way back up through the field as well. Chio seems to have the pace here, actually. That Michelin-assured craft sports car, the white car, seems to be running pretty well, apart from that slight deviation of circuit direction.
It looked traffic related, to be honest, Sam, and it's so easy to do, just to get caught up in somebody else's overtaking manoeuvre and inadvertently you get pushed wide by one of the slower cars. But Chio, always aggressive, always on the move. Unfortunately, Fuji has, as you can see, a huge amount of runoff, and even a run wide doesn't have that much of serious consequences.
Just taking a watch of the cars working their way through the fields. Super GT here on NISMO TV, 500 miles of Fuji Speedway. The first time as a Super GT race anyway. Last time there was a 500 miles of Fuji Speedway in 1992. Nissan took the victory. Can they repeat it here? Well, let's have a look to see what's going on.
Oh, is that Honda on Honda into turn one?
It is. That is one of the... Is that the Ray Brig going round or the one or the Cahin? Because it's very hard to tell at this angle which one was which. But that's going to be a moral hazard penalty for somebody. I think it was the Ray Brig that got to it. It was indeed. So Naoki Yamamoto, they're getting looped by the Cahin NSX.
Yamamoto will be pushing, sorry Sam, Yamamoto will be pushing particularly hard through the traffic. Another car there hampered by big ballast and the fuel flow restrictor, so he'll be pushing as hard as he possibly can not to lose additional time on the lap. He'll already be losing time on the front straight, and that from a driver's perspective will be infuriating, and he'll be pushing super hard to try and not lose too much more through the traffic, and yeah, just coming unstuck.
Well, here's the great battle for 5th position. Richard Lyons, former GT500 champion, desperately trying to defend against the Subaru BRZ and one of the Toyota Priuses, the 31 car, which is usually the quicker of the two, and the Prius on Subaru, Subaru on Audi. I'd be amazed, even with all Lyons' experience, if he can hold off these two for long. And behind them, that Lotus is coming up very nicely.
Lotus showing good speed. I'm genuinely surprised. And yeah, Richard Lyons really working hard through that never-ending right-hander at 100R now. Coming down to Dunlop corner. This is a great overtaking manoeuvre. He's going to have to go defensive.
Subaru's going to try and go around the outside. That's not going to work, but all of this is opening the door for that Toyota, and the Lotus is getting ever closer. And we know that Lotus is extremely kind on its tyres and going very deep into the race without losing too much performance. What you're seeing is GT3 versus JAF Mother Chassis. Versus JAF GT300 versus Mother Chassis behind them. The Lotus being the Mother Chassis, the Prius and the Subaru being based on production cars, and the GT3 being exactly what you see in Europe. But the Subaru is doing everything it can to get past.
All the performance being equalised by that balance of performance. And looking at this, Sam, they're bad on the money, aren't they?
Well, let's see if the Prius can get that hybrid boost working down the back straight. I don't think it's going to be quite enough to have a run on to the Subaru. The GT3 car seems to just have the edge, even with the slipstream. Let's see how the Lotus gets on with its lower drag coefficient. They can't quite live with the top speed of the GT3 cars here, can they?
No, the bigger, slightly more powerful GT3 cars just holding the advantage, but coming now into the left-hander at Coca-Cola. Past our apex cam there, then into the long right-hander at the 100R. This corner goes on forever. Relatively tight right-hander this, but as you can see, super fast, then coming into the hairpin at turn 7.
Well, Lyons is driving this train, but for how much longer? Lyons, Iguchi, Hirate and Kato. And I think there's another car behind. That's one of the other Mother Chassis cars closing in to join the pack at the back as well.
I think it's the second Prius.
Is that the one that's a lap down or damaged? No, it's not. It's the Mach 5.
Beg your pardon, sorry.
All chasing down to get a sniff of the rear end of Hatsune Miku there, because she's just up the road. And that's the next target for this BRZ, if he can get past Richard Lyons, who's doing literally everything to hold on to the back of that Audi. Have his tyres gone already after 14 laps?
You'd be surprised. The Audi, very well developed GT3 car, and very, very quick and always consistent, and one of the nicer FIA GT3 cars on its tyres. Once again, out onto the front straight. Lyons leads, but you have to think for how long.
I mean, that Lotus is being aided hugely by the tow it's getting, even though it's not got quite the natural pace to be up in the position where it is now. The Prius is going to have a run on the Subaru. The Subaru is forced to go defensive on the Prius. The Prius has got a great tow down the back straight. The Lotus is hanging in there. Prius is now going to try and get round the inside. They try and battle each other, and the Audi was just a chicane there.
And that Lotus getting ever closer there. We're going to have a quartet here. Once again, coming down into the fast left at Coca-Cola, then into the 100R. Remember, the R stands for the radius of the turn in meters, so this has a 100-meter radius, so nice sweeping right-hander. And then into a nasty left at turn 6, the hairpin.
It's going to be a great run from one of them to get this move done, but the Mach 5 now is getting right onto the back of the Lotus, and there's more. It's a bit like when Jarno Trulli was racing for Toyota here, creating that train of Formula 1 cars around Fuji Speedway. Someone's going to have to make a lunge soon and make this work, and this is how contact happens, isn't it?
Yeah, I was thinking that as they came down into turn 1. I thought, oh, that Toyota looks a little racy there, but yeah. This is the 5th configuration of the Fuji Motor Speedway. As you say, Sam, it's hosted Formula 1 from a long time, and the massive slide there from Audi, and it does look like those rear tyres are going away, which is surprising. 15 laps in.
It's going to make for a very long day at work. Now, this is interesting. The Subaru is out of the draft. The Prius has decided to take the draft off the Subaru rather than the Audi, which we know has a high top speed. Can the Subaru hang out there on its own? If I was in the Prius, I'd be on the tail of the Audi, not the Subaru. There you go. Look, there's the GT300 the GT3 speed, and they're 3 wide along the start-finish straight with the Sensurumo blasting past. Who's going to get into the position? It's the Prius. followed by the Audi, followed by the BRZ just about, and the Lotus is hanging in right there. This battle is far from done. Here comes Lions trying to get the place back.
I really thought then that Lotus was going to inherit the lead of the lead of this little battle in GT300.
I thought so too.
I had a vision in my mind of all three when there were three abreast, just sailing straight past the clipping point, and the Lotus coming through. But no, the Prius moving up there from what was third in that battle to the lead of it. Remember, this is the battle for P5, 6, and 7 in GT300.
And that is, well, I think you're going to see the Prius check out there. The power of that LMP1 engine and the hybrid system mated to it is pretty impressive, though the Audi's still not giving up. I do think his tyres might have gone. Every time we go through this section, particularly, Rob, you see the back end of that Audi moving around far too much. Yeah,
the front looks glued, but the back looks, very, very lively, which is unusual.
Yeah, it's... This used to be the car that had a wonky sticker on the front. They've straightened it up for this race. Again, very wide onto the curb there, giving the BRZ the opportunity, which in turn gives the Lotus a chance to close up. And now the Mach 5 GT86 is right on the tail, though. He's not helping himself by driving off onto the AstroTurf, which has been repaired since the last race we had here.
It has. So once again, the little Subaru looks to make a move. Does he down the inside? He's not quite close enough. Richard Lyons just with 1 or 2 car lengths to breathe. But yeah, that Toyota already stretching away at the head of the battle for 5th. I say stretching away. He's got, what, 3 car lengths?
And yeah, it's really... I'd love to know what's going on in Lyons' cockpit right now.
He's not having a nice time, is he?
No.
And that last sector, as you pointed out, looks really horrible. And terrifically experienced driver. He's professional, he's fast, he's in a great car. There is an issue there, and as you say, it looks like tyres, it smells like a tyre problem, it probably is a tyre problem.
Well, here up at the front of the GT500 field, Nick Cassidy is being bullied by his flatmate's car, Daiki Sasaki. At the wheel of that, though, Jan Mardenborough is Cassidy's flatmate, not Sasaki. But these two cars had a fantastic battle last season in Thailand with Mardenborough and Cassidy at the wheel. Will we see a repeat between these two, Sasaki and Cassidy, fighting for that 4th position?
So the Calsonic car that we saw lose all those places at the start has gained them all back again, and he started 5th. He's now back to 5th and is really looking to press the keeper Tom's car now.
Well, you're watching NISMO TV on You're watching NISMO TV. This is the 500 miles of Fuji Super GT race. If you're liking this action, stay with us. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe, and we're going to bring you loads more action through this entire race.
Why would you not click like? I just don't get it. This is simply mega. You watch motor racing around the world, and lots of the grids are quite low numbers, the cars aren't fast. This is a championship, it's multi-class endurance racing. The cars are properly quick, they run nose to tail. It's mega. Click like.
I always like to remind people, remember how fast is Super GT? And I thought, you remember the old Daytona prototypes? Yeah, one of those was in GT300.
Yeah.
Well, there you go, Daiki Sasaki trying to get around the outside of Cassidy there. And he's not going to make that work, but will he get back on this very traditional Fuji Speedway move on the turn into turn 1? Well, there's a Welshman looking pensive.
Morning. Borada. There we go. And, that's probably all I can say. I do know another couple of words, but I'm not convinced they are broadcastable.
Araf.
There we go. And any other road sign you care to mention?
That's the only one I know. Well, Jan Mardenborough, of course, will be the next driver into that car. Didn't look like he was any time ready for the stop. I'm not sure when we expect a pit stop. Probably 25 to 30, I reckon, for the first, real scheduled stops.
Yeah, for those cars that haven't taken the early stop to get them out of the pit stop sequence. But yeah, Daiki Sasaki, Daiki,
I think.
Daiki, looking racy.
Jan says Daiki, so.
Jan says many things.
Like Boreta.
There we go.
You think Daiki? Don't be so Araf, is it? That's exactly how Jan speaks. Well, the Lotus has got a run on the back of the Subaru. He's got a double toe there. And, well, Subaru moves to block the Lotus. It's like a NASCAR race the way they're drafting. It could be Talladega. The Audi's still hanging on, but the Lotus gone up the inside as the Audi went defensive. Can he hold on to it?
So
yes, he can.
It was a premonition. It wasn't just speculation. I knew the Lotus was going to inherit a place or two at the end of the front straight, but
still hasn't managed to
Lyons
make it stick.
squeezes him out at the left-hander at Coca-Cola.
And the Subaru's now coming back on the Lotus, and Mach 5 is right on the tail of the pair of them. Lotus tries again. There's got to be tyre trouble for Lyons. He's just lost so much pace, and the first GT500 stock comes in, the Epson NSX in for a new set of Dunlops. Rear tyres go on. Are they going to try something funny to make this car vaguely competitive?
Bertrand Baguette jumps out, Matsuura jumps in, so driver change there as well.
The Lotus introduces himself to the race leader. There is the Motor GT-R, and they're still scrapping. Now the Mach 5 is trying to have a go on the Subaru. He gets up the inside. He's got to make that stick, but the next corner is a left-hander. Will they hold out together? The Subaru's not giving any ground whatsoever, but the Mach 5 has got it. Now it's the Lotus playing defensive, looking out for Lyons. He's just got a bit of a gap as the 23 Motor car went through. Great stuff.
Where's the second overall GT500 car? That's the back of Quintarelli.
That's a very good point. Where is the Forum Engineering?
We must have just missed him, but only a few laps ago the gap was 2.5 seconds, and now he's got clean air behind him. So, one to watch.
Well, we're just having a look at these fantastic battles through the field. Well, we're looking at the Honda versus one Lexus battle, but this is a much better battle to watch because the Calsonic car has, away from the camera site, hopefully we'll get a replay of this, got past Nick Cassidy. Daiki Sasaki is up to 4th in the famous blue car, going past the Gainer Tanex car in the GT300. Jan's just noticed it. He wasn't paying
Come
attention.
on in Welsh, I'm not sure.
Come on, is it, boyo? We'll have to get Gareth from Nissan to come and tell us exactly what the Welsh come on is. I'm sure he's tuned in somewhere.
Can't believe we're
cheering like crazy.
We're surrounded by grown-ups with computers and no one's got access to Google Translate. Nissan are P1, 2 and 4, and all we want is the Welsh for come on boyo.
I think that is the Welsh for come on boyo. Anyway, we've got great battles going on through the field. It's the GT500. We keep on ending up looking at this Honda battle, which is interesting in as much as why is Honda so far off the pace and why is the Wacos car so off the pace. But really the good battles are that battle scrap we've been watching in GT300, and actually right at the front of the field with the Calsonic versus the other car. Now we're getting a translation. Draw. There you go. There you go, out. That's a Forum Engineering car with the AU Tom's car on its tail. But look at that. Daiki Wolf now is coming up to the back. Daiki Sasaki working on it. But look, the Lotus is having another go at the Audi. Still trying to get that move done.
Again.
The Subaru's lost loads of time and is now defending against the Lamborghini.
Sam behind, they're 17 abreast again on the front straight. Well, they were probably 5 abreast. 17 was a slight exaggeration. But here we go. The Lamborghini looking around the outside of the Subaru.
Have those Dunlops on the Subaru gone off now? Because the Subaru is suddenly losing loads of ground, and it was right on the tail of the cars in front just a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, you'd expect the lighter Subaru to be kinder on its tyres, but it's been monstered by the Lamborghini, but passes him back round the outside at 100R.
The Dunlop tyres on that car specifically designed for that, and somebody's off. It's one of the Lexuses. Lexi.
One Lexus, many Lexus, and that was one of the cars that we saw make that early pit stop. So, unfortunately, canny work in the pit stop strategy has all come undone, and that's a waved yellow down at turn 10 at Dunlop.
And I swear I saw someone overtaking underneath that. That's the Cintium Lotus. We saw Yoshimoto stop early, very early in the race, and it just looks like he's looped it and...
he's resting.
Yeah. I wonder if he knows where the on switch is. Now, let's see how he manages this. Oh, just lost it way.
Locked the rears up in front of the race leader.
Yeah, scared Ronnie Quintarelli a little bit there. Do you think that's an engine failure?
I was just looking to see if he'd picked up a rear puncture, but no, it could be an engine failure, the way it just locked the rears
in a funny place.
really unusually.
We haven't really talked about the Hoppy 86 because, like Ronnie Quintarelli, it's kind of checked out and disappeared off into the distance. But the Arta M6 is still leading. The Hoppy 86 is still in that battle as well. But the fronts have just spread out a little bit. Front of both packs.
Well, we had 21, 22 laps of nose to tail, and as the race develops, you're going to get these little packs of cars coming and going. But as you say, clean air for the top pair of cars in both of the categories now.
It's just over 2,200 of you watching right now, but only 500 likes so far. We need a lot more likes to start making crazy promises that Nissan then has to fulfill.
I thought you were going to say money can't buy. I said I'd go on Twitter, didn't I? I'd create a Twitter profile if we got 10,000 likes.
Yeah,
I'm safe. Go back to my cave in Cornwall.
You have caves.
I got broadband a little while ago. It's awesome for watching streaming stuff.
Well, this is a great battle.
3 abreast now.
Yeah, but that's a GT300 car there. That's the Tanax GT-R, but more interesting, the Forum Engineering car of Sekiguchi. Well, Takaboshi is defending against Sekiguchi for second overall in this race. And the AU Tom's Lexus, I think, is going to get this done, though it's not being made easy.
I'm always surprised when I watch from that camera angle on the inside of turn 1 as the Lexus makes the pass, how hard the brakes work around here, and already we're seeing lots of brake dust coming off these very, very fast GT500 cars coming down from almost 300 kilometers an hour. It will be 300 kilometers an hour into turn 1. It's going to be interesting to see if any of the cars develop a brake issue towards the end of the race, having to brake just a little earlier, perhaps a little bit more conservatively. But the Lexus showing great pace over the first sector of the lap in comparison to the Forum Engineering car, who's really dropping back quite surprisingly quickly.
I wonder how far you know the answer, don't you? Know the answer to this, Rob? How far they go about 12 hours without needing a piston pad change in GT3, don't they? So
yes.
You're not going to expect that from these cars here, but will they put fresh piston pads on for the start of this race, I wonder? Or go with what the drivers are comfortable on? Well, there's Hatsune Miku on the tail of the Hoppy 86, two of the best looking cars in the GT300 field, I feel.
Yeah, all the cars would have definitely started on scrubbed discs and pads, so brand new but bedded in and scrubbed discs and pads.
And that's going to be interesting to see these two cars. We've got a mother chassis GT300 leading the FI GT3 specification, the Zero car. Very popular, the Hatsune Miku. Mercedes, different paint job each year.
And they unveiled their livery for the... Oh no, that's the BRZ.
Has its engine gone again? Because that's not spun, that's just pulled off. Has its engine really gone? Because it was slowing.
Oh, look at his body language. Great distress.
Oh, what's going on there? It's still got an engine. There's clearly something gone very sick on that Subaru, the 61 car. That's a works car, don't forget, so it shouldn't really have these issues. Now the driver, what's he doing?
Control, Alt, Delete, turn it off, turn it back on again.
It's one of the GT500s, that's the Motul sponsored NSX GT500 in for tyres and driver change. 16 car.
We missed the first part of their stop, but I can only assume that the mechanics have already changed the rears on that car. As soon as the refueling is done, then they'll leap on the fronts.
And there is the battle in GT300 between Miku and Hoppy.
Sorry, I was just saying before we cut to this car that the Hatsune Miku squad have unveiled their livery for the Suzuka 12 Hours.
That's right.
Which is the next round of the GT300 Championship.
10 hours.
Sorry, I knew it was wrong when I said it. The Suzuka 10 Hours, which is the next round of the GT300 series. And yeah, a lovely looking livery for that. That's going to be a firm fan favourite.
Hatsune Miku, oh, he's given up on it then. Subaru dead. Still not entirely sure what the issue with that Subaru was. He's not happy. He's disgusted with the car, isn't he? Shaking his head and walking away. Clearly the car had gone a bit sick. It started losing pace. I did wonder why, and well, 25 laps of 177 completed, and the car, clearly undamaged, has had a mechanical of an unknown type. And they're out of the race. So there is the race leader. Oh, is AU Tom's car coming a bit closer to the Ronnie Contrelli? No, not really, says the timing screen. Just the ebb and flow of traffic. Holding the gap about 7 seconds.
Yeah, Ronnie Contrelli lost a little bit behind that bright yellow Honda. But, yeah, as you say, the ebb and flow, it will come and go.
There's the leader of GT300s. Mr. Orange Jacket's favourite, and almost exactly the same gap, 7.5 seconds. Between the Gainer car, which itself has got a fairly sizable gap over third position. Just a few questions coming in on the chat. We like looking at the chat, and there's some battling going on there. In fact, that's quite a good battle between those two Lexi and the craft sports car of Chio, which seems to be losing pace, and that must be the end of his tyres, because he's being mugged by Hondas, and they're not very fast here.
I'm just looking down. That's Michelin's that Chio is on, so... Yeah.
Same as the race, exactly the same type as the race leader. But look at the acceleration of the GT-R around the outside of 4 wide in GT500. Is that going to end in tears?
Ooh, almost. Again, brake smoke off the Honda there as he got the car stopped for turn 1.
Just losing ground all over the place.
Not down the straight he wasn't. That was ferocious in a straight line, the performance of that white Nissan. Struggling for mid-corner speed, as you really say, though, Sam.
He's being picked on by just about everybody in that pack.
Yeah, he's going to have to pit. It looks as if his fronts have gone. He can't hold the apex, and yeah, he's walking wounded now.
Well, there's the battle between the blue car and the not quite as blue car for third position. Daiki Sasaki's on the back of Takaboshi. See that car, the Calsonic car. I think this is about tyre revolution, because the Calsonic car just seems to have come in. Yeah, he's making it easy, no problem there.
Yeah, slow start, and he's just got better and better and better and better. I've been waiting for the Calsonic car to have its result. It hasn't had a really good result for a while, and obviously having the involvement in Jan's early stage of his career, I've been really looking forward to seeing that car do well. And as they move up into P3, maybe today's the day.
It could well be. Now, there used to be a lot of rivalry between the blue car and the red car. I haven't seen much of that recently.
Well, they haven't crashed into each other, which makes a refreshing change.
Yeah, it's been a while since they've done that, actually. I think they haven't done it since JP Oliveira left the team. And joined the... Well, there he is, in the not quite as blue car, behind the blue car. But there you go. Takaboshi losing the advantage to Sasaki there. And I think that is... We are at this point, I did say lap 30, 25 to 30, we'll start seeing the tyres going. That'll be the sort of pit stop point. I would expect to start seeing some of these GTRs coming to pit road quite soon. We'll see Jan Mardenborough. We did see him actually fiddling around with whatever it was in that draw when he missed the overtaking manoeuvre. We'll probably cut back to him, seeing his car's moved up another position as he...
He'll be his smartphone.
He'll be reading Farmers Weekly or something.
He'll be bidding for some old piece of rubbish on eBay. Some elderly, large car that won't fit on his drive. Anyway.
Exactly.
Back to the Lexus battle at the final sector, coming through turn 10. The Keeper Tom's car is... Sorry, the
Wed Sport is...
The Wed Sport car is the driver of the train.
This is a... Oh, well... The 39 Denso Cabelco car nearly took the nose off the 100 Raybrick car, and the 100 Raybrick car, they nearly took the nose off the Wed Sport car.
Heikki Kovalainen needed no second invitation there to go through, but this is where Heikki will struggle in a straight line. This is where the fuel flow restrictor will hurt him.
Yeah, he's just not got the grunt down the straights. The car will corner at the same speed, but just hasn't got the grunt. And now look at the Wed Sport coming triple toe. Shucks it round, doesn't quite get it done. And Wacos is coming at them as well now.
Oh, it's going to be a long afternoon for the Denso car there. The white, blue and red car.
Jensen Button there getting ready to have his first stint. Strange to see British sponsors on it in a Japanese series. It's quite unusual, actually. So he's going to be taking over his car, possibly from 8th position, but still a few laps to go. And there is that battle still raging between Hoppy and Hatsune Miku with the Zen GT500 car. Well, that must have been quite a job to put that car back together.
Oh, they'll have definitely done an overnighter because the damage was enormous. The front, the side, lots of suspension damage, and of course with the fire you're into engine loom being changed, all sorts. So yeah, not the work of a moment.
No, I did kind of wonder if they're going to bring out the spare car, but Lexus does keep a spare car.
Well, and the parts department isn't a million miles away, is it?
Yeah, exactly. So I think they probably, but I think it is a rebuild. They said they just started rebuilding it. These cars with their modular approach and the carbon fibre monocoque, exactly the same monocoque as used in DTM. We now know there's going to be some match races with DTM next year.
Are they going to give the DTMs more performance, or are they going to clip the GT500s back as we see that wet sport car making its pit stop?
I thought its tyres had gone. Well, the difference is the tyres, and obviously DTM runs on a controlled tyre, but also DTM will be adopting a new engine next year, the 4-cylinder turbo. Now, whether it'll be as powerful as these well-developed 4-cylinder turbos in Super GT, you would get to see. But when you've got, the likes of BMW and people like that doing their own engine, it's quite good. Questions as we come to pit stops. So, Nurahaman Dwi Harusu asks, how many pit stops are we going to see? Rob?
Lots.
There you go. There is a minimum
of 4.
But if there's safety cars, if there's rain later in the race, we're still only on lap 30.
There'll be more.
177, you can work out that as your minimum number, but I think there will be more if safety cars come out. The Stoopsman, not Stopsman, the Stoopsman asks, what is the clear bit of... Actually, I was wondering this. On a lot of the drivers, they've got these clear bubbles on the top of their crash helmet, which I would say would be for like aero or something, but these are closed cars. What is it for, Rob?
I was trying to think of something really funny to say, but yeah, I'll just tell you the truth. It's where the air conditioning unit plugs in. So the outer clear bubble shell has an air conditioning duct that plugs into it. So quite often in a race car, there's cooled air blown at several things. One is the driver's head, another will be engine control units, so ECUs, and another will be the internal cockpit temperature gauge. So they'll the race cars are genuinely cooler than they used to be, with an element of air conditioning, but they try and direct that towards the electronics and towards the driver. It'll never be like a road car. And temperature in the Keeper Tom's car and the Forum Engineering car, and I guess the Tom's AU car we're looking at now, will be about 20 degrees above ambient. And the ambient temperature today in the region of 35, so it'll be about 55 degrees in the car. So uncomfortable, but manageable. Anything above 70 degrees gets relatively emotional.
Well, strategy is coming into play. As you mentioned the Tom's AU car, the gap between the Tom's AU car is coming right down, and the Tom's AU car ain't going any quicker, but the Motul Ortec GT-R is starting to go a bit slower. Only 3 seconds between them now, and I think it's time for that car to make a pit stop. However, William Henderson asks, please explain the difference between mother chassis and other types. Well, the mother chassis is in GT300. It's a chassis that anyone can buy from Dome.
What, even William Henderson?
William Henderson could go and buy a chassis from Dome.
Awesome.
And bolt on a 4.5 litre V8 normally aspirated engine and a transmission and a whole kit of parts and go racing in Super GT. You have to make your own body.
I'd follow him.
I would as well. Yoi, or year on year. This is a good question. Do you think Super GT will still be going in in 10 years' time with electric cars and hybrids as such? Well, I'll say there has been electric Super GT. A GT300 car was built, the Nissan Leaf RC, a few years ago, and I have heard little rumours and little discussion we might see with the new Leaf on sale at the moment, that we might see a return of that car. But right now what we're seeing is a good battle for the lead on track.
Yeah, Quintarelli's been closed down by the Tom's LC500. What was 3 seconds came down to 2.5, came down to 1.5, and now look, it's about half a second.
And the battle is raging. But those questions, let's go back to those questions.
And the
because that's an interesting point about the Nissan Leaf RC, because there are room that's an electric car that we have been having. Let's look at this replay here. That's what happened. So coming into the pit lane, just onto the back. So they thought, aha, I see what's happened there. So what happened? The AU Tom's car just didn't realise the 23 was pitting and caught the back of the 23, and they're not happy about it, are they, down there?
So just lost our feed for a moment there, but as we saw, the race leader went for the pits. Quintarelli's tyres were going away, and looks like the Tom's car had a late change of strategy. So Quintarelli handing over to Matsuda. So driver change and full service for that car. So clearly those tyres running on the Michelins.
Is that the Forum Engineering car behind it? Yeah, it's in as well. Yes, he is. I don't see any damage on the back of the 23. I've just been watching that incident back where the AU car clipped it, but Daisuke Ito was not happy about that. Maybe did Quintarelli make a very last momentarily lunge to the pit? Very slow away. Now, can you see damage on the back of that?
No, I can see his tyre smoke.
Yeah. Well, that's fantastic to see. Well, as we're accelerating out, so it's slight loss of sound at the moment from Fuji Speedway. It's usually something to blame on giant fictional reptiles coming out to sea. This track did, of course, appear in one of those films.
Don't get me started on your giant reptilian feature film addiction.
Well, the Forum Engineering car. Don't forget, one of the key things about pit stops here in Super GT is Hatsune Miku is in it as well for a driver change. There's no tyre warmers. So this is something it's being introduced to Formula One in 2021. And there are no tyre warmers used in the series. Now, what does that mean when you come out of the pits? As Richard Lyons finally has released that pack of cars as well as he comes in the Audi.
So a slick racing tyre, which of course all these cars run on, develops a lot more grip than a road tyre when it's warm, and a lot less grip than a road tyre when it's cold. And clearly racing in a tropical climate and with high track temperatures, these slicks will come up to temperature quickly, but the drivers do have to be particularly careful as they leave the pits around the first two corners. A cold set of slicks is a treacherous proposal. And the drivers will do what they can to get heat into those slicks by spinning the rear wheels they leave, and also hitting the brakes will get heat into the brake, into the wheel and into the tyre.
Well, that was a slow stop for Miku. It looks like the left rear took a little bit too long. But look, second position, Daiki Sasaki. Some decent lap times. Those 32s are competitive, but he's diving off now to pit road.
Daiki dives for the pit road.
Now, I do wonder, are the officials going to do anything about that AU and Motul Ortec incident? It looked to me, actually, I have to say from a strategic point of view, that the 23 stopped a couple of laps too late. He was losing pace.
Yep. Yeah, he was losing a couple of seconds a lap.
Leader of GT300 now, the 55 BMW Arta Autobacks is in. Sponsored by a BMW dealership in Ikebukuro, home of the Sunshine City Hotel.
Do any large fictional reptiles live there, or is that just the home of the local BMW dealer?
That's Shinjuku.
Oh, okay.
And the blue car's in for Jan Mardenborough to take that over. There he is with his very fetching purple lid.
Good use of the word lid there. I like that. Remember, Jan, very, very experienced racing driver now. People still call him a computer gamer. I'm like, come on,
he is still a computer gamer. I've been to his house.
Oh, have you seen him on Call of Duty? He's never. But we go back. We digress. He's done Le Mans 3 times. Remember, he finished on the podium in 2013, and he'll be chomping at the bit to get going. Driver change is completed. As soon as the fuel man pulls out, they'll change those 2 front tyres, and then, we can just see that pit stop being completed in the background there as the Arta NSX leads.
At this point of the race, and this is one of the things with this race. Oh, he stalled it.
You Billy.
We're going to send him that sound clip.
Well done, Jan. It's okay. No one spotted.
That is going to be replayed. I think Nick Cassidy is going to put
that
as the ringtone.
Yeah, there could be. We could do some alternative Welsh translations for rude words going on now inside of that lovely purple lid of Jan's. He'll be furious with himself, and that will have cost him just 1 or 2 seconds. And look where he's come out.
It's not bad actually to come out there, because
could he have got the lead? He'd have been mighty close. I'm sure he would have been gobbled up with him having cold tyres. But Jan's job now, get those tyres up to temperature and keep those 2 cars ahead of him in sight.
We didn't actually see the AU Tom's car make its pit stop, but it has made its pit stop.
Must have done. Yeah.
And Jan's still trying to get a little bit of heat in. There is the orange Honda NSX. The word autobac's escaping my head momentarily. And the Wacos Lexus in as well.
He's been conspicuous by his absence, hasn't he, this afternoon?
He's just been battling with Hondas.
Yeah. Felix Rosenquist, one of the fastest racing drivers on planet Earth, really struggling with that car. Wacos looks down the air, 58 kilos, so he's into weight and fuel flow restriction.
That was the correction. The AU car hasn't stopped, it's just the pit cycle means it's almost a lap.
Okay.
So there you go, yeah, it's on the screen all along. So we'll see the AU car come in, and it'd be interesting to see where that car filters back in, the AU car, because it's almost exactly a lap difference now to the 23. And it's going longer. It's gone significantly longer, actually, without notable drop-off
and
on tyres.
Yes, you would expect the 23 to now have pace on the road on that fresh set of tyres. Now they're up to temperature.
Joe Kane 96 says, why can't you do fuel and tyre change at the same time?
Because it's dangerous. Fuel gets done by itself, Joe, joking apart. You either do tyres or fuel in a bid to reduce the risk of fire. They try and do what they can to make the pit stops as safe as possible. Here we see the tyres being laid out for the Tom's car. So this car we're looking now is going to box this lap. He's going to pit. They had 4 new tyres laid out for him. So we'll see a full service here. 4 new Bridgestones, a tank of fuel, and a driver change.
See, this is going to be fascinating. I was about to say, I hope we just stay with the AU Tom's car all the way in and out of the pits, and then
no chance.
No,
things like that don't happen.
No, there he is. Now we're back with him. So I want to stay with this car all the way on the in lap, pit stop and out lap, because it's going to be fascinating to see him trying to get the tyre temperature back up before that red car comes back and nabs him.
Yeah, and he's going to have Jan Mardenborough, who is literally just there behind him. Not that car, but that car. So he peels into the pits. He does. Yes, he does.
Yes, he's
on the brakes.
No, he hasn't managed to drive into the back of anyone. Now we need to stay with this, see if the pit stop goes well. And as he comes back out of the pits, the other cars disappear off to go and do a lap. And this will be all 4 tyres, fuel, driver change. There's the driver. Front tyres first. Then it will be fuel. No notable damage from that impact with the 23. Full tank of whatever pump fuel is available at Fuji Speedway. I think there's 3 different varieties available in the paddock.
Really high octane for Lexus and slightly less for everybody else.
Yeah, pretty much.
Lexus, of course, being the spiritual home of Toyota.
So, should we say it would be very surprising if the fuel going into this car isn't exactly the fuel that Lexus likes to run its dyno on. Now we're looking at the 23 now. While the 23 is, doing the lap, this car is stationary.
The 23 was being held up in traffic. This is going to prove crucial. Oh, he lost his locator pegs.
And the fire extinguisher went in the face of the jackman.
It's not a clean stop.
No.
It's a messy one.
It's a very messy
He's
stop.
Not happy as well. The guy at the back there, did he get a face full of extinguisher fluid?
Yeah, the other guy took a face full of extinguisher, and then the other guy was mucking about with a wheel. So now we are seeing the AU Tom's car coming back out, and he's not convinced about his wheel.
Check the wheel nut, they're saying to him, or check the balance of the car.
He's chucking it about in the pit lane there. There's the 23 car coming down the pit lane. There is Jan Mardenborough. They're both
leads.
In front of them.
Nissan
first,
second.
Nissan second. There's the GT300 and Nissan third.
Nissan 1, 2, 3 at Toyota's home race. Not going to be happy. They'll be even more unhappy if that right rear parts company.
Yeah, he's already flashing his lights. He's still wiggling the car around, trying to get a bit of tyre temperature.
Yeah.
As a driver, that's got to be a bit unnerving when the team gets on the road. So, yeah, we're not sure the wheel's on.
You can hear it. When the wheel's loose, there is a very distinct low-frequency rumble. Sounds like a wheel bearing has collapsed. You can pick it up quite noticeably, and no, I think he's in the clear now. He wouldn't be leaning on it that hard around turn 7 if he wasn't sure that that right rear was attached. So as we follow the Lexus down into turn number 10, a slightly slow pit stop. As we said in the pre-show, Sam, pit work's going to be crucial, and that cost him, went from the lead of the race down to P4.
Now, speaking of pit work being crucial, Hoppy 86 is in from the lead for GT300. Let's see if he can get back out in front of that orange BMW run by Arta Autobacks. This is one of the advantages of these mother chassis, the carbon fibre monocoque GT300 cars. They can go a lot further on their tyres, and I think, yes, indeed, that is what's happened. Car number 2, leading GT300, it's that Lotus Evora.
I wonder how long he'll go for.
We've seen this many times since the introduction of that car to Super GT, that it can just go an awfully long way on its tyres, as Nick Cassidy has given over the Keeper Tom's LC500 to his teammate off camera, and I think that's Jenson Button, who's just hopped into... Oh, that's the Cahin, not the Raybrig.
They do look very similar, don't they? The two blue GT500 NSXs.
Now we are watching the living Prius. The 30 Prius died early in the race. 31 continues. And yeah, I mean, it's just been commented that that fantastic drive from Sekiguchi has just been wasted, and it has actually.
Completely.
Yep.
Completely. He's now just got to put that out of his mind. It wasn't his fault. These things happen. He knows he's got a good car. As soon as he gets the tyres up to temperature, push. Don't make any mistakes. Come through the traffic cleanly. It's still a hugely long way to go. We're not even at 40 laps yet, Sam.
Keep an eye on these two cars. The 31 Prius, Koki Saga at the wheel of that, as he ever seems to be. Chasing down the Hoppy 86. Now, this is not just for position. This is for first or second in GT300. Regardless of what the screen says, 7th and 8th they are running at the moment. But that's because all the cars in front have not stopped. As the pit strategy cycles through, though, with the Evora, they could run until 2046 before needing tyres.
I was just going to say the Hoppy car still struggling to get his tyres up to temperature there at the end, even at the end of his outlap. Car looked a little wayward coming through 13, 14, 15.
Well, very quiet race. Lots of people talking about Benson Chutton. Not really seen much of him this race because his car is not very competitive. There it is.
Let it go. It was one little slip of the tongue. One little slip of the tongue, and it got its own hashtag in a moment. I don't know.
It was trending the other day, actually.
He's another driver, Benson. He's another driver who will be infuriated and frustrated by the fuel flow restrictor.
Well, there he is, just looking infuriated by a Toyota Prius.
Again, just trying to make his way cleanly through the traffic. His teammate's been a superstar this year. They've both done a good job in the car, but...
we didn't talk about it, but car 88, the Manipa Lamborghini, has got up into second in class.
Yeah, we saw him passing
because he made that, but he went up there and at one of those out-of-sequence stops. That's why he's got up to second. So he will be due another stop imminently. But he is out of sequence. The Toyota Mark X is in third position. It won't end the race there if it even gets to the end. So the cars you're really looking at in GT300 the 55, the 25 and the 31. I also wouldn't rule out the number 2 and the second position Lamborghini for delivering something
The
special.
D-Station Porsche is there or thereabouts as well. And remember, he will be a stop ahead as well. So, you know, Sven Muller in a Porsche, you'd never bet against him when his back's up to the wall. He's very, very quick indeed, and they'll have made that early call on strategy for a reason. East
Anglia.
And, you know, Porsche are quite good at this endurance racing. This isn't their first rodeo.
They've done it before. That's quite an interesting graphic we saw on the screen just earlier with the GT500 pit stops and which lap each car went to. That gives us an indication of how far each car can go on its tyres without them dropping off. Now, we know the number 23's tyres started to drop off and it managed to keep them going for 31 laps. The Calsonic got them for 33 laps, the Forum Engineering 31. The Lexus AU Tom's car did 36 laps, the Keeper Toms did 37. It looks like the Lexi can go much further on their tyres than the Nissans.
Remember, most of those Lexi...
Remember what I was saying about the Mark X?
Yeah, it's ground to a halt.
Yeah.
Green, brave, unreliable. Oh, heartbreak. I was just going to say, most of the Lexus have got the fuel flow restrictor. So perhaps the fuel flow restrictor is enabling them to go longer.
I don't think that's making them go longer. I think they're not pushing the car as hard. Going the wrong way there, mister.
He's got reverse, look.
Yeah, it is one of the other gears, admittedly.
Any of the other 6 would be good.
Yeah. No. Oh, hello. This is always spicy. Red car and the blue car having a race.
Can I say come on, Jan, or is that really unprofessional?
It is,
Come on, Jan. If he hadn't stalled, Billy, he'd be leading by now.
It's true, he would.
Ugh. I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed.
Message to Nick Cassidy. If you get hold of Jan's phone, make sure you change the ringtone to Billy. Well, I was just saying, I think it's the Lexi can go further. Oh, well, hang on. Is that a problem for the 23? Backed right off in the chicane there. Massively behind the Golf Porsche. Oh, because of the yellow flag. That's why. But it caught Jan Mardenborough a bit by surprise, and Jan nearly had a run on him.
Yeah, you have to be very, very careful now. Yellow flags say slow down, danger ahead on paper, but the red car, Matsuda, will have been pushing very, very hard to keep Mardenborough behind, and he had to have that lift in the final sector to put a slower lap time in. So that lift of the throttle was not only for the yellow flags, it was for timing purposes as well. So, yeah, Jan, lucky not to collide. He wouldn't have been expecting such an aggressive deceleration.
But it's given him a real chance to get on terms with Matsuda. And for Jan Mardenborough, a guy from Wales, to be battling for the lead at Fuji Speedway with the well-known master of this art, racing at Fuji Speedway in Super GT, Sugio Matsuda. This is a massive achievement for any driver to go toe-to-toe with Matsuda.
Yeah, there'll be a massive amount of people around the world that were involved in GT Academy from the outset, looking at this and smiling.
Oh, a comment just came, which I thought was a little bit unfair, though rather amusing. I forget who just disappeared off my screen, but saying the Green Brave Mark X is the Andrea Moda of Super GT. That's not true.
That's a low blow.
The team behind the Mark X are actually your local garage mechanics. If you live in a certain area of Saitama and you go to get your car fixed, it's the garage mechanics who do the oil changes, change your brake pads, whatever, who run the car at the weekend. So it's a really lovely team. They're just not very competitive. They also race in Super Taikyu.
So Mardenborough looking to capitalise, having a run through the traffic.
As the Manipa Lamborghini heads for the pit. Is something up with the 23 because he seems to be losing pace. Because I say this because the Forum Engineering car is now beginning to home in on the back of Mardenborough. If you look when the Lotus leading GT300 comes out of you, you'll see the Forum Engineering car.
Wow.
There it is.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have 3 for the lead soon. So, yes, I don't know what it is, but yeah, I think perhaps it does. Certainly doesn't have a straight line speed problem. It's still quick in a straight line, but
300 kph there.
Mardenborough right on the back of Matsuda now. Well, it's all gone quiet, hasn't it?
Yeah, we're just watching and waiting to see what's going to happen. There's the GT300 leader, and yes, the Forum Engineering car is right there. It's going to be a three-way fight for the lead here. Nissan on Nissan on Nissan. I do wonder if any team orders are going to be on the radio. I don't think they will be at this point in the race. 43 laps complete of 177 of the 500 miles of Fuji Speedway. This is Super GT, and you're watching on NISMO TV, and it's a fantastic fight for the lead. 3 cars, all of them Nissan GT-R GT500s, but homing in on the back of them is the AU Tom's Lexus. This is not going to be an easy fight for anyone. There's the Lamborghini. It's impossible. The Audi that's impossible to overtake.
And that it really will be a trio for the lead very, very shortly. The gap between P2 and P3 has gradually been coming down and down and down, and Jan is now, I can't believe I'm even saying this, is being visibly held up by Shugo Matsuda.
Well, I know that, and around Fuji Speedway, I think Matsuda has the record for a number of Super GT wins of all people.
Yeah, I think he's won more races than like everybody else on the grid put together.
The Lotus just finally pitted after 44 laps. So we'll see GT300 reshuffling shortly.
Hashtag where is Honda?
They set off a couple of days after everybody else by the look of it.
I just can't believe it. Really can't believe it.
Very poor race for Honda so far, 44 laps in.
Do you think engine changes and upgrades have had anything to do with A, the performance of these three, and not his performance, the performance of the three Nissans, and the lack of pace from the Hondas?
I haven't heard about an upgrade package. In Super GT, engine development is allowed. You're limited to the number of engines you're allowed per year, but that's the same as you are in Formula One. That's why there was a penalty for the Zensurimo car earlier on. Actually, they had an excessive use of engines because they, smashed one into a Honda earlier in the weekend. I haven't heard about a Nissan engine upgrade, but it doesn't mean that there isn't one, because clearly NISMO have bought something here to Fuji that works particularly well, and the car works well. Honda have been trying to get more out of their car. They've introduced some new technology this year, as have Nissan. And I simply don't know. I'll have to wait for Autosport Japan to come out to find out in about a week and a half's time.
The blue car behind has not got the restriction on fuel flow. It's got less weight on board. So the 23, it's a sitting duck. This is where, if Jan gets close enough coming out of the last corner, he could bust a move down the inside into turn one. He's just got to keep it super tight through Panasonic corner, the one that leads onto the front straight, and line him up. On paper, he has the performance advantage that he needs to make an overtake. He doesn't need to risk anything through traffic, but he does need to get a wiggle on because, as you rightly pointed out, Sam, the Forum engineering car is coming for him.
And it's really interesting to see the red car and the blue car having a fight again after years. Well, they did have a bit of contact earlier this season, actually at Fuji Speedway. Towards the end of the race, they had a little bit of a moment, the two of them. But it used to be, I think we went about 5 races running where they crashed into each other, these two. Oh, and Matsuda putting wheel in the dirt. It's not like he's not trying. He's and that's. Oh, and that Mercedes has got right in the way of Jan Mardenborough, and that's played the Forum engineering car. He still hasn't got past it.
And, okay, let's talk about the difference between the blue car and the Forum engineering car. Jan carrying 30-something kilos, 36 kilos of ballast. Oliveira, who's been missing from the first half of the season, they've been conspicuous by their absence, carrying only 14 kilos. So the car that's third should have outright pace on the blue car ahead of him and our race leader.
Now, there used to be some bad blood between JP Oliveira and the red car. Is there any bad blood between JP Oliveira and Jan Mardenborough? Jan Mardenborough, of course, took his seat in the blue car.
Everybody likes Mardenborough. He's one of those universally smiley, likeable children, isn't he?
That is true, actually. And one of our guys in the studio is saying, are the red car and the blue car at it again? I went, yes.
Poor old Louis. He's trying to add something professional to our chit-chat. And
this is going to be a tyre war played out. I said this earlier. This is about tyre usage. And is Matsuda pushing it too much?
Epic move from Mardenborough around the outside of the Manipa Lamborghini to buy himself just a little bit of breathing room.
What Louis was trying to point out to us was blindingly obvious, actually. There is bad blood between JP Oliveira and Jan Mardenborough after the last race where the two took each other off. And JP ended up in the wall, if you remember.
Oh, yeah, yes. That one. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, good luck with that, Jan. Have a nice afternoon.
Yeah. So the red car, the blue car, and JP Oliveira. What could go wrong?
Oh, look on the bright side. At least these three aren't battling for the race lead. Oh, wait.
I didn't see the Craft Sports number 3 car make its pit stop. Now, I know it did, but that car seems to have faded quite a lot. To the extent I wonder if there's an issue there. There's the Kondo Engineering, Masahiko Kondo. in charge of that. Used to race the Nissan Micra.
Raced lots of things, didn't he?
One of the coolest Nissan Micras I've ever seen. I think we were going to make a video about Nissan Micras, but that didn't happen. No, it might happen. Okay, I've been told it might happen. We've got some footage of a very cool Nissan Micra.
GT300 traffic really coming into play now for those leading trio of cars. RCF makes its pit stop.
And this is... Oh, I'm getting the impression the radio message might have gone out to these three saying, lads, cool down a bit, lads.
Yeah.
Because they've all spaced themselves fairly equidistantly. But they've got to be careful because the AU Tom's car is right there.
Yeah, and we know that the AU Tom's car is quick towards the end of its stint, and yeah, he's still lurking in the background.
What we haven't seen on screen... Oh, we've got the split screen. There you go. What we haven't seen on screen is the gap between the leaders in GT300 for a while. The ARTA 86... The ARTA 86? No, the ARTA...
M6.
M6 is still in the lead of that class, but I think it's quite tight behind.
This is relatively smelly coming onto the front straight now for Quintarelli, not Quintarelli, for Matsuda. Big gaggle of GT300 cars. Mardenborough looks to capitalise and take a tow from, I think it was the Gainer Tanak's car.
And there we go.
Come on, cut to turn one. Something's happening. Yep, and it's
a bit too far back this time.
Closing though again.
Yeah, the field's compressing. I think they've seen the risk of the AU Tom's car, and it looked like the D-Station Porsche wanted to have a run on the GT500 car there into the corner. That would have ended in tears, but let's see these two.
They're so fast, aren't they?
Yeah.
I love watching the GT300 battles from time to time because when they cut back to the GT500s, they've got the performance of the Millennium Falcon. The corner speed they carry, their rate of recovery off the corner. If you're new to Super GT, just click like, click subscribe, just, I don't know, go nuts, have a tattoo. These cars are just ace.
Try sitting on a bus when one goes past you.
True, yeah. Have a tattoo with I love Circuit Safari.
And if you don't know what
across
that
your
is,
chest.
Google it.
Come on, Jan. Mardenborough through the final sector. All he has to do is line up the 23 as they come out of this next corner, this long right-hander.
It's the fastest man in Japan right there.
What,
keeping an eye on his start, yeah. Having a look at the team impulse.
I don't think he's quite close enough. Now, will Mintzilla get in the way coming into turn one?
Mintzilla will be told very cleanly and freshly to get out of the way. The NISMO battle is coming. Some great interviews with the NISMO legends elsewhere on NISMO TV, so don't forget to like and subscribe if you want to hear from some of these great names from the past of Nissan in motor racing.
Sorry, I'm turning into an emotional wreck. I'm starting to look harrowed now. This is slightly more exciting than I would like 49 laps into a 177 lap enduro.
This is going to go on now for lap after lap.
As you said 2 or 3 laps ago, Sam, sorry to interrupt, you called it, I thought correctly, as in, calm down boys, it's an endurance race, just follow each other around and see what we can do pace-wise. But there's the Tom's car behind. He's
lurking,
visibly closing in, and Jan needs to make a move and get by and get down the road, and I can't help but feel that with the lighter car and no fuel restriction, that Oliveira will have pace as well, and we're now going to have 4 for the lead with the particularly aggressively driven white and orange Lexus on the back now.
And that car has always been particularly aggressively driven, even though James Rossiter isn't in it, which he is on occasion at the wheel of that car.
Yeah, now it's got Kaz Nakajima at the wheel. What's he ever done? Apart from win Le Mans and driving Formula One and stuff like that.
Exactly. The standard of drivers in Super GT has just gone crazy in recent years. I mean, it's always been high, but...
Yeah, look at that. Rosenquist, Kunimoto and Hideki Muto. Just take Hideki Muto as an example. He's done everything.
Yep, pretty much. Well, in fact, at Yuji Ide, former Super Aguri F1 driver, is driving a customer Bentley.
Yeah.
So he does manage to keep it on its wheels rather than its roof, unlike an F1 car. Well, for some reason we're looking at this battle of the Wacos. Well, yeah, the crucial battle for 10th position, 11th position and 12th position.
Yeah, no, this is even further back than where the other Hondas are, and yeah, I'd love to know what's holding them back.
So the Arta M6 has stolen a march on the rest of the GT300 field. 20 seconds lead now.
Wow.
But the rest of the field are all together, essentially, in 20 from sort of second, third, fourth, fifth. We're all running around together.
We're going to have to keep an eye on brakes, Sam. The Wed Sport car.
A lot of dust.
Massive brake dust into turn 1.
You can see, in fact, you can see because that has bright yellow wheels. Obviously, the Wed Sport wheels, but you can see how black, particularly the left front there, is actually.
And of course, they're running carbo ceramic brakes, and they're good, but they generate an awful lot of heat, and the pads do wear. You'd expect to get 12 hours out of a set, but Fuji is particularly hard wearing on brakes, and the risk of a component failure towards the end of the race, Sam, it'll be there.
Yeah, and these brakes are fair. There is the craft sports car. We haven't seen that for a while. Racing the Zensurumo, so that sort of sums up the bad day that the craft sports car is having, Satoshi Motoyama. Not quite sure what's gone on and why that one's dropped off the pace. Car 3 around the outside. This battle's still raging.
Coming round turn 4, the big 100R Jan, just over a couple of car lengths behind the race leader now.
He's got to do something about this or he's going to eat his tyres.
Down into that final technical sector. Oliveira back just a little. Then there's that GT300 interloper before Kaz Nakajima in the Tom's car.
Yeah, I mean, that Nakajima is consistently just nibbling away at that gap, getting closer, closer, closer. He's going to be right on the tail of these 3 Nissans sooner rather than later. Unless... the thing is Matsuda actually holding up Mardenborough or not? Unusual timing for a pit stop for the Motul, but it did stop on lap 16 previously, so it's totally out of sequence with everybody.
So when you say out of sequence, he's got another 2 further stops, looking at 120 something laps to go. Yeah, that's doable. That's doable. That will see him finish the race after about a 340 lap stints, which, yeah, you can do on fuel. So interesting to see how that one unwinds towards the end of the race.
Yeah, it's looking pretty clear that with the pit strategy, there's going to be a half stint somewhere.
Yeah.
So if there's a safety car, you could gamble on trying to eke the fuel out, but that could change things right at the end of the race as the Lotus fails to notice the 23.
Always difficult when you come across a little gaggle or a pair of GT300 cars just sending it down the inside of both. You know that the one you've just come past will have seen you, but perhaps not the one in front.
And
that's worked well for Jan. That's bought him some space between him and JP Oliveira behind, though. Oliveira really hampered through the final section. That's backed him right back into Kazuki Nakajima.
Something just made sense to me now. I've worked it out.
Congratulations. Are you going to share?
No.
Ah, yes. Me too. Yeah. Good.
And, I don't understand why Jan's just not quite getting onto the bumper of Matsuda here.
Because, remember, the red car has that nasty little fuel flow restrictor in there, and that should be hampering his pace more than it appears to be doing along this front straight. 1,475 metres of wide open throttle. Jan should be able to draw up behind that car, and he doesn't appear to be doing so. And visibly looking at the car, it's not running more wing, it's looking very, very similar.
It's consistently 4-5 tenths of a second on every split they go through. It's too early for Nissan to be saying no, hold station, hold station. They won't be saying that at this point of the race. You just wouldn't.
No, they will have had a push, but be careful.
Yeah.
in Welsh or Japanese, whichever you choose to take.
I don't think Jan speaks either.
How is his Japanese?
Abysmal.
Abysmal.
Yeah, absolutely. He's trying to learn, but he's been struggling to find a Welsh to Japanese phrase book.
He's learning many things living where he's living.
Yes.
Jan, he's consistently just dropping off the clipping point of the penultimate corner there, and that appears to be costing him. Whether he's doing that on purpose to try and just get a slightly higher apex speed and then carry the momentum round onto the front straight, I'm not sure, but yeah, around the final tight left at nets, he's just away from the clipping point a fraction.
Now, I think I know what Jan's up to. I think he's being quite clever here. The Motor Ortec GT-R stopped on lap 31.
Aye.
We started to see his tyres go off after about 25 laps.
The Calsonic car just got quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker.
He's done 23. Is that trouble? That's trouble for the Legal Frontier Lamborghini.
With the hairier member of the boy band driving.
Yeah. Not quite sure if it's reached its legal frontier. What have we missed? Left front
Tyre failure?
tyre or suspension failure? Or out-braking yourself failure?
Giant lockup in a car that would normally have ABS.
Yeah.
So some sort of, I was just going to say some sort of wheel speed sensor failure, I would imagine.
Well, we've got double battle now. We've got Mardenborough now decided to get onto the back of Matsuda. I think he just waited for those to wait till he started seeing the rear of that 23 moving a bit too much, and you can see it. Yes, the 23 starting to move around at the rear a lot more.
This is as close as Jan has been. If he gets good drive out of here, yeah, he's going to have a clear run into turn one. Right, this is for the lead, Sam.
But also behind them, we haven't quite noticed it. The AU Tom's car is right on the bumper of the Forum Engineering car as well. And Jan's going to get it done this time, is he?
Matsuda goes very defensive. He's going to make Jan go the long way. Jan dummies.
Aggressive overtaking, and he's done it.
Super late on the brakes. Get it stopped. Can he get drive out? No, he can't.
Mardenborough takes the lead for about 5 metres. It's wheel to wheel, red car versus blue car. This is classic Super GT racing, but Mardenborough takes the lead again. This time he's going to make it stick. Aggressively
on the brakes there at Coca-Cola corner. We saw the puff of brake dust as Jan had a stab of the brakes and sent it in. Mardenborough leads from Matsuda, and there's that GT300 Audi ahead.
Now this is going to be crucial. The next few laps are going to be crucial for Mardenborough because he has to now pump in the laps as much as possible, because we think the 23 tyres are going to start, the car 23, the red car behind you there, the tyres are going to start going off now, and he's got about 5 or 6 laps to go before he's due in the pits. I'd expect the Motor Ortec GT-R in the pits at about lap 62, going by their previous laps, so 6-7 laps. Mardenborough, if he can get in the laps, build up that gap, he'll be in at about 64 to 65, lap 64 to 65. Driver change, and then Sasaki can keep extending that gap, and that could put them in very good position for winning this race. Now, look at the gap for the AU Tom's LC500. I didn't mention this gap would come down. Well, there he is. It got down to 0.6 of a second, and now the Lexus is on the back of the Forum Engineering Nissan. Will he be able to do it, or is the Forum Engineering be told to play tail gunner and keep that Lexus from messing with the NISMO strategy at the front?
Talking about tyres and how long we're going for and their performance. So we have Bridgestone leading, Michelin second, Yokohama third, and Bridgestone fourth. So 3 different tyre manufacturers in the top 4. Another ingredient of the unique ebb and flow of Super GT. If you haven't clicked like or subscribe, you're a weirdo.
Yeah, basically. Can't argue with that. You're watching Super GT on NISMO TV. Fuji 500 miles race, and it is turning out to be something of an entertaining spectacle. We can see the red car is dropping back. Look, I've just spotted it again. Oh, we watched some uncompetitive Nissans. Jensen Button.
Hondas.
Yep. Absolutely, uncompetitive Hondas. I was talking about thinking about Nissans and talking about Hondas. Jenson Button in the Raybrick NSX trying to... Oh, he's got a stop-go penalty for something. There you go. Jenson Button is a moral hazard.
I can't think what that's for.
It'll be that contact.
Waved yellows.
Jenson overtaking under a double waved yellow.
Naughty.
Schoolboy error there. That is a Benson Jutton failure. Well, there you go. So that's why we cut to car 100. I'd like to cut back to the AU Tom's car because I was about to say the 23 GT-R, the Motor GT-R, is falling back into the clutches of Forum Engineering.
He's Michelin shod.
Yep.
The Michelin seem to come on quick and then fall away a little bit. It is a warm afternoon, and yeah, the Bridgestones just seem to be holding up, and this is Yokohama now. Yokohama versus Bridgestone.
And that's it. JP Oliveira versus Nakajima. But look, you can see just in front, just turning in ahead of that's the Mercedes that spun earlier, actually, in GT300. Not a competitive front runner in that category. You can see the red car is just not that far ahead. It hasn't scampered away. And Mardenborough is beginning to put the gap on Matsuda. So this is crucial for the overall race result.
Yeah, this is the race beginning to gel and evolve now. There's always the factor that you have of an endurance race of being in the right place at the right time when the inevitable safety car comes. There's always the factor of keeping it clean in traffic, but we're just starting to see the dominance from Nissan that we saw a whiff of in qualifying starting to gel now into the potential of a race result.
Well, I wouldn't want to be in the Honda track after this race.
No, there'll be stuff being thrown around for sure. Dummies, teddies, all sorts.
Pistons.
Yeah, really disappointing. I had a great hope for Honda that they were going to come here with some really light cars and be right in the mix at the front of the field. And you imagine adding in, let's say, the Arta NSX or the Epsom NSX in this mix here. It'd add another element to it.
Well, we haven't seen much of the Epsom NSX all season, but it's the only car that runs on the Dunlops in that category, and some feel that might be a mistake, though. The feeling from the series at the start of the season is that with Dunlop, they expected a bit more to come from the tyre, and it just doesn't seem to have worked out. But maybe that's because it's on a Honda.
Yeah, they've got great drivers in that car, and of course only 6 kilos of ballast, which isn't going to make an iota of difference to the weight or feel of the car from the driver's point of view.
Well, the AU Tom's car right on the tail. The way you can see the cars beginning to move around a bit, you know we're coming up to the second round of pit stops. And JP Oliveira just had a little moment behind that GT300. It's Hatsune Miku, and oh, well, there's Button doing a stop-go, but we cut away at the wrong moment because that's what I wanted to talk about. Nakajima had a run on JP Oliveira. Hatsune Miku is causing a roadblock right now.
There's a trio of GT300 cars, Mintzilla, the Prius, and Hatsune Miku, the AMG Mercedes.
And that's given Nakajima the toe down the back straight. Now, will that Nissan Grump be enough to hold off the LC500? I think JP Oliveira's tyres are on the way out as well.
So the Nissan does have a straight line speed advantage if they're running clean air. Even with the fuel flow restrictor, the Tom's AU car has enough momentum. He's going to have a look. No, not quite, as you say.
That was just the end of straight. It just hasn't got enough grunt to go. 1/3 distance complete, 59 laps done.
That went quick.
66% of this 177 lap race to go. 500 miles of Fuji Speedway. I wonder how many cars are going to make it to the end, because I could see we're going to get some attrition in this.
Yeah, there's gaggles of traffic both in GT500 and 300, and when the cosmic tumblers align and the two gaggles of cars meet, that's when they've got to be so careful. And of course, safety cars in Super GT running slightly different regulations than perhaps some of the championships around the globe.
It's always fun to see a safety car to confuse people who've never watched Super GT before how the restart works. That always puts the cat amongst the pigeons. And there is the battle for third in GT300. That's been going on for a while. Prius takes Miku. Miku takes Prius. Lots of other racing coming up this weekend, though. So once you've finished here with the Super GT, well, we'll just keep an eye on Nakajima as he comes down the start-finish straight. He's got a fantastic toe at the moment. We're right on the tail. There's the Hoppy 86 double toe.
Hoppy 86 helps out JP Oliveira there just as he was about to get gobbled up by the Toyota.
I don't think it's enough help. The Toyota's going to dive to the inside. There he goes. He's going to have a stab on the brakes late and make that stick.
So JP looks to get the cut back.
It's not going to work.
He's not going to make.
He hasn't got the traction out the corner. U Toms goes up to third. JP hasn't given up yet, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Well, as I was about to say, there's a lot of racing going on around the world of NISMO this weekend. Last night in somewhere called Sydney, not the man's name, apparently it's a place in Australia. The Supercars won. There was a top 10 finish for Rick Kelly in P6, running under the lights there. I'm not sure if they have a second race today or not. No, that would have happened, doesn't it? Time difference.
Yes.
As we see the change for position in GT300, Prius on Miku. Later today, we'll have the British GT from Brands Hatch live on NISMO TV. RJN are running with the Ultratech 370Z in GT4, chasing the Pro-Am Championship. That should be a good race to watch, actually, British GT at Brands.
Always good on the Grand Prix circuit there, fantastic.
Beautiful track if you never watched it. That'll be live here on NISMO TV, so don't forget to tune into that.
That will be also, Sam, sorry to interrupt, that'll be another race of attrition for tyres. Temperature at Brands Hatch in qualifying was enormous, and the Pirelli tyres really struggling, so around the fast sweeps of Brands Hatch, it's going to be nose to tail stuff in British GT.
And it's going to be 31 degrees centigrade. Trouble for the Prius, we haven't talked about it. There was one Prius crawling around the track there, and I don't think it was the 30 re-emerging. I think it was the 31 in trouble. There's our race leader. Also, last big race of the day, IMSA is in action at Road America. That will not be on NISMO TV. That's on... Oh, it is the 30 reappearing on track. There you go. We thought that was out of the race. Well, it's a big fight back for the Extreme Speed Motorsport team with the Nissan out there. Daytona prototype. The number 22 car got a little bit too hot. It caught fire. And they've rebuilt the car, and it will be racing. So that'll be good to see.
Joao Barbosa, an old teammate of mine, making his comeback in the Cadillac in that race, returning from a broken wrist. So I'll be watching that one later, seeing how Joao gets on.
I'll certainly be watching that as well. Pipo Derani as well is going to be in action there. He's a driver that he's very keen to come here.
Yes, he's a driver we need in Super GT. Pipo Derani, like Felix Rosenquist, pop him in a racing car, and he's so fast.
Well, I do know for a fact that he's very, very keen to test the GT500 car.
I'm very keen to see him.
Yeah, I think we all are. I mean, that'd be fantastic. One driver I always forget who was a NISMO driver, very briefly, but delivered some great success, was Brendan Hartley.
Yes.
Won the Sebring 12 Hours for Nissan.
Yep. But what's he doing now, though?
Something with a Honda engine.
Ah, yes.
Not having as much success there.
Formula. Jan Mardenborough down the inside of the Lotus, which has got going.
No, Lotus has been running for a while. There's our race leader. Now, is he going slowly?
No, it's just GT300, I think.
That is just GT300.
We've been looking at the difference in pace.
He's going off the track, but yeah. That I was so used to seeing. I was like, suddenly, nope, he's running at normal pace. Where is he? He seems quite a long way away from... Is he just driving sensibly? Yeah, he is.
Yeah, head down, just ticking along like a metronome.
Had one of those in the house when I was growing up. Tick tock, tick tock.
Sean doing a great job over in the Far East, developing and carving out a successful career as a professional racing driver. Jan Mardenborough coming up behind him. He's going to be. Is he going to be making a move before the end of the lap? He's going to probably look down the inside at turn 16, Panasonic. No, goes down the inside at turn 15.
Now, one of the things, you can start seeing some of the rubber build-up offline here at Fuji Speedway coming off these Tyre War tyres. These are downforce cars, particularly GT500 cars. Now, I've driven a few cars with a bit of downforce. Now, as soon as you go offline, you start getting that tyre pickup, and it starts becoming quite difficult for the rest of the lap, and you lose the pace. But as we saw there, Sean Walkinshaw forced offline, how much detriment is that having in a GT3 car where you have to drive in the marbles, which you can see quite clearly?
Yeah, you can see lots of marbles on the track. The marbles do a huge amount of damage. They form clumps in the back of the wheel arches, and occasionally we see wheel arch linings being pulled out by lumps of rubber when they eventually come away from the car. And not only does it affect the feel and balance of the car, you pick up a lot of vibration as well. So yeah, marbles really do form part of your strategy as a driver in endurance races like this. You try and work the traffic to minimize the amount of time you're pulling offline to get out of people's way. And if you are a quicker driver, obviously, or a driver of a quicker car, you're trying to think and plan where you can make the pass on the cleaner bit of land.
Just look how close the AU Tom's car is to the back of the 23 now.
Yeah. And interesting to see Quintarelli's body language in the box there. Ronnie Quintarelli ready to get back on board this guy here, the 23 Motul GT-R, being driven currently quite defensively by Sugo Matsuda.
Now, I know Sean Walkinshaw's having a good day in the summertime in September, but it's his second good day in the sunshine in a row, actually. Last weekend he was out in a Nissan.
Oh, and he was ever so fast at the Spa 24 hours, wasn't he?
Great result for Nissan there. Top 10 finish, 7th position.
Best result of the new generation of cars as well. So the 2018 Nissan GT-R GT3 car coming home inside the top 10, and to do that at Spa is a really good endorsement. Tom's car down the inside
of make it easy
of the Motul.
Straight past. And this is the point. We saw this before. It's time for the Motul to make a pit stop. As I said, I expected them on lap 62. It's now lap 64. The tyres on the Motul have gone. He's got to be heading to the pits to change tyres. The Lexus will stay out longer. I do hope Nissan have worked out the strategy on this, because I have.
Yeah, because they've lost in the first stint probably 3 seconds of lap time. They definitely did a couple of laps too long at a second and a half off the pace. They're now lapping at a second off the pace, so they're into
It doesn't seem to be. Look at the lap times on the screen there. They're all 1 minute 33. So the lap times of the 23 don't seem to be dropping off notably. It's just that everybody else seems to get quicker than the 23 at the end of the stint.
Yes.
So I just wonder if it is that some of the other tyre manufacturers' tyres just have a little sweet spot towards the end of their life.
Yeah, I really, really hope the 23 car doesn't end up losing a great result by a sum total of about 10 seconds, because they've almost lost that already. I say, looking at the first opening stints, they've definitely lost 4 or 5 seconds easily.
Now, are they, at risk of sounding like Paul Trustwell, I'm wondering that if they're trying to save that half stint later in the race. If they go that little bit longer,
True.
Will they not have a half stint somewhere in the race? But they're not going long, that's the thing. Lap 31 first time, they've gone slightly longer on this second stint. I would be expecting to see the Motul in the next couple of laps, and actually I wouldn't be surprised to see the Calsonic and the AU Tom's car in. AU Tom's, I think, might stretch it to 70.
Yes.
And this is one of the things. It looks like the Lexus can go fast. There's the Zent car.
Brake pedal still intact today.
Good to see it up to 10th position.
Another heavy car, though. It's been running into the back of, or running close to the...
Yeah, there was definite contact there, I think. Yep, that was a bump and run, as they call it in provinces to the west of here. And then a drifting demonstration. Might have some little action replays at some points if we need to. We have a limited capacity. Just been told we've got a limited capacity to have our own action replays, but we can only use it a couple of times.
Sam, I have limited capacity in so many ways, but please don't get me started on that.
There's a lot of brake dust coming off that Sensorimo car as well. Oddly, it looks yellow.
Yeah, there will be. A carboceramic brake is made up of a number of components. If you look at what the disc is made out of, there's friction material and filler material, and based on the ratio, I'm so boring, I'm so sorry, but based on the ratio of friction material to filler material, it will affect the colour of the brake dust in different ways.
Well, Jan Mardenborough leading the Fuji 500 miles of Fuji Speedway. 500 miles, slightly odd measurement for a Japanese race.
Yeah, everything
works in kilometres.
Everything else in kilometres.
But they need to work out a distance. Well, look at the gap. He's got out to 6 seconds, and it's sort of hovering there. So no drop off in relative pace for Mardenborough. There's the leader in GT300 as well. It's the BMW. Haven't looked at the gap for that for a while, but he's out there on his own. Having a quiet and solid race is the Arta M6. Sponsored by Autobacks, which is a car accessories shop of the size you don't imagine. No, they've started to pop up in Europe, Autobacks.
Have they?
I saw one in France.
Oh, brilliant.
That, or I'm having Super GT hallucinations, which is not ideal. Or maybe it is. Anyway, Calsonic leads. 6 seconds. Look at that, 4 seconds now between the second and third position cars. And Forum Engineering is beginning to close up as well on the red car. I think it's the ballast taking effect on that red car, you know, and it's just eating those tyres.
Yeah.
They're trying to stretch out this second stint. In fact, everybody's trying to stretch out their stints to match the Lexus runs. But look, now the Craft Sport car has now worked its way up. He must be a lap down, actually. And NISMO TV have asked me on the chat to talk about something, but I don't know what it is. I've been many times somewhere.
The Keeper Tom's car looking really aggressive behind the Forum Engineering car of JP Oliveira there. A good flash of the lights from Hirakawa, letting him know he's there.
Travel tips, that's what they wanted. People want travel tips on how to get to Suzuka and Fuji Speedway.
Use an aeroplane.
Yes.
It's a really long way from most places.
Yes, it is. You should probably fly to Tokyo. It's very easy to get to both. Suzuka Circuit has its own train station, which is open for big races like Super GT. So you just take a train from Nagoya. All the trains are in English, so you won't get lost. And while a lot of people don't speak English, there's this great battle going on here. I'm watching it, and Hirakawa just gets the move done on Oliveira. It looks like the order's gone out to Nissan to stretch the pit strategies out to try and match these Lexuses, and it's just not working. Look at that. Nick Cassidy is
sat close to a massive fan.
Yeah.
By the look of it.
It looked like he was blowing his own trumpet.
Yeah, trying to stay cool. Very humid, very warm. Temperature only in the low 30s, but the humidity, you can see it in the air. It's incredibly sticky.
But yeah, to get to here at Fuji Speedway is actually, this is one of my favourite tracks in the world to visit. If you stay in Shinjuku in Tokyo, you can take a train called the Romance Car. Rather wonderfully. It's a lovely train. Beautiful train ride out to Gotemba Station, and then from Gotemba Station you can take a bus up to the track, which drops you in the paddock. And it's a very nice place to be, and it's very easy to get home from. Suzuka, you can just do likewise. You can take the train to Suzuka Circuit Ino Station and walk to the track. Not a very long walk. And as a foreign visitor, you'll be made to feel very, very welcome.
The Suzuka Circuit has a hotel within the confines of the circuit, and it's a short walk through the Disneyland sort of theme park to get there. So yeah,
I've never stayed in that hotel. I always stay in Nagoya, actually.
Yeah, no, I stayed on site, and yeah, just having the ability to walk to work in the morning, fantastic.
Oh, RJ O'Connell wins the best comment so far. Every Super GT car is a romance car for me.
Nice to know he's there.
RJ O'Connell of Super GT World, fantastic website, probably one of the only websites that properly covers Super GT at the moment in English. As the Motul Ortec GTR. Now look at the lap times. He's losing a second a lap, so this pit stop's coming far too late in my opinion. So maybe they've got a trick up their sleeve.
They won't have lost 4 seconds for no reason. They must be trying to stretch this to avoid an unnecessary stop at the end.
And the Forum Engineering car is in on the same lap. This is clearly a plan, but it does look like Nissan cannot stretch the tyres as far as Lexus can. And it does look to an extent like Lexus is covering off for Nissan. This is a big strategy race.
So this is Michelin in the forefront of our picture and Yokohama behind.
Yeah. Not quite sure why we're watching the pit stop competition, because yes, it is for position, but these two are not going to fight for position too hard. Who's that coming in? Didn't quite see. I think it was a GT86. 2 laps to go till the J-Lock car stops.
So as soon as the fuel man pulls out, that will be the trigger for the wheelman to go back to work. Again, we need clean work from the pit stop guys.
Bumblebee just pitted. That was the car I couldn't see.
Front's changed.
Easy stop, and the Forum Engineering car was just being waved out behind it. There he goes. Slightly less tyre smoke. And I think that was the Mach 5 car that was in the GT86 we saw coming in as well. That's in the background. I think we can see the Calsonic crew now taking to the pit road as well. Team Impel. They've had a few pit dramas over this. Oh, locked up his tyres, 23. Ronnie misjudged it. No tyre warmers, remember?
Easily done. Cold tyres, as I said earlier. Those slicks developing a lot less grip than you'd imagine when they're stone cold, and leaving the pits, braking hard into turn 1. He won't have picked up a flat spot. It was just a momentary lock-up that won't have done him too much damage. It will have cost him half a second.
Just as he locked up the tyres coming out of the pits there, it reminded me of when I took a ride in one of these cars a couple of years back with Sugio Matsuda in the 23, and he came out and he locked up coming out of the pits just like that. And it's just astonishing how fast these cars are and how much vibration there is inside the cockpit. Oh, Jan's tyres are gone.
Yeah, these must be the ultimate car to take a passenger ride in. There can't be many other cars around the world where you've got the facility to fit a passenger seat and lap at the pace of a Grand Prix car from only a few years ago.
No, look at Mardenborough's lap times. They're actually this is what I was thinking about. Mardenborough's lap time, he's coming into the pits. His in lap was one of his quickest laps. You know, he's doing 32.9s. His lap times didn't drop off. And bear in mind, the 23 was running 34s. Whoa.
Massive lock-up from Jan.
Yeah, he doesn't need those tyres
struggling to get the car down to speed, really aggressive.
I think he's just been having a good time in that car.
It's been a long time since we've seen him lead almost every lap of his stint. He came up from second to take the lead, and yeah, super stuff from Jan.
I'm gonna talk to him on Twitter, see what he's got to say.
Remember, he's only 26 years old, and up to the age of 19, he'd never driven a racing car before. Awesome work, awesome work.
It was Nissan that gave him this big break, just from playing computer games to...
There we go, the Gamer Racer GT Academy program, and to see Jan leading a Super GT race at the Fuji 500-mile Endurance Classic, well, what more of an endorsement could you ask for?
Well, there you go. So, handing his car back to Daiki Sasaki. It's interesting. I'm curious to see. They're all doing driver changes. I don't think you're allowed to do it. I was wondering if anyone would double stint the driver so they keep their head in the game.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be any kind of performance advantage, really. It's not as if you're keeping a driver in when the sun's at a particularly nasty angle, either coming up or going down. This is all daytime running, and whilst the fuel is going in, the fuel is the most time-consuming part of the pit stop. They can do the driver change comfortably, so to have a fresh driver in there on a fresh set of tyres, you're going to get probably more performance out there from double stinting. Oh, this could be a bit spicy.
It is a bit spicy. Gets up the inside. As we mentioned spicy, someone offers us food.
So Ronnie Quintarelli getting up to speed now, braking hard for turn 1. Those tyres at the end of his now second flying lap will be fully up to speed as we see the Zent Tsurumo car making his stop. And again, look at the brake dust coming off from there.
Just checking something. You keep talking. I'm just saying. Somebody spotted something on the chat. I'm just checking if that is the case, because I think.
Was it Jan Mardenborough stalling, leaving the pit box?
No, he only did that earlier. He's learned how not to do that. But we do have that clip, the Billy clip. I think someone might be right that somebody may have played a game of the tyres in GT300. I'm just trying to find where that stop is. There it is.
I did say that it was possible, but with the temperature, the track temperature almost at 50 degrees, you're a brave person to do a double stint on a set or a pair or...
Well, it looks like, see, I can see what they're talking about, and sorry if I didn't see who it was on the chat. I just saw the comment, and then it jumped off my screen. But the Hoppy 86 may have only changed its left-hand side tyres.
Yeah, that could be the case.
Would work here at Fuji Speedway.
Yeah, the lighter, more nimble, traditional Japanese GT300s rather than the FIA GT3s, which we're looking at now with our leader doing his stop. They are lighter on their tyres, but they've got a big deficit to make up, and they need that help. Sean Walkinshaw jumps out, his job's done, particularly natty pair of race boots he's wearing. Are they lilac? I think they were lilac.
I think whoever was watching that was absolutely spot on, that the Hoppy 86 did not change its right-hand side tyres. There's a mechanic who had a very good look at the right front.
Brilliant.
But there's no evidence of them changing. We didn't see the beginning of that pit stop.
Great, so that saved them 10 seconds. So where they were 20 seconds behind the Arta M6, which has just completed its stop here.
And we'll see where it feeds back out.
Yes, they'll have gained a wee bit of time.
The Prius is, one of the Prius is there being worked on. I'm not sure if that's a 30 or 31. The Lotus is in there as well. I think it's one of the AMGs going in as well. I'm not sure if that wasn't Miku. So just looking at the top of the screen, the Lotus is leaving the pit. There's Miku. It was Miku coming into the box. Just looking, we cut the way to. I wanted to see where the Hoppy car filtered back in. That's a long stop for that Prius. And looks like the SuperGT TV director's got stuck on pit vision. Well, I'll tell you what, I know what this is. J Sports has gone to commercial.
Ah, okay. The locked off camera from the outside of turn one there just shows the number of cars in the field. We're reminded every time we do the grid of how many cars are in the championship, and it's just wall-to-wall action on track and in the pits.
So was that another 2 laps for the AU Tom's car over the Nissans?
Yup. Another 3, in fact.
Yeah. So it hands the lead to the Red Bull sponsored Keeper Toms, but that will be in soon. The Arta M6 still holds the lead in GT300, but what we haven't seen is the accurate gap. We won't see it to the end of this lap. The accurate gap back to the Hoppy car and the other ones around it.
He's struggling again. He's struggling
on the
right rear.
Yeah, it's the same problem. Oh, this is terrible for the AU Tom's car. This is crucial stuff. Well, that wheel's definitely on.
Yeah, it's definitely on. I think he changed the wheel nut. He wasn't happy with the wheel nut that was on there, popped it off and put on his replacement. If you look at I think we'll probably get a replay of the pit stop. Sometimes the mechanics keep a spare wheel nut on their belt band of their race suit.
Well, there is the blue car, miles ahead of the AU Tom's car. Here comes the red car, again miles ahead. Bear in mind they're on hot tyres and the Tom's car's on cold. There's the keeper. There is the number 3. The keeper hasn't stopped yet. There's the number 3 Craft Sport. He's a long way down. And there is the Forum Engineering car. So he's held on to 3rd position. But the Forum Engineering car's going to come and eat him for breakfast, I think, in a minute.
The NSXs are already a lap down, Sam.
Yep.
A lap down.
Terrible day for them. Of course, if you like watching these lovely, lovely cars going around Fuji Speedway, which is one of my favourite cars, one of my favourite tracks in the world, you have the GT500 GTRs, the GT300s, and a few special guests. So if you want to see the final Super GT race of the year, which isn't actually a Super GT race at all, the NISMO Grand Prix, you have a chance to do it and come to the NISMO Festival, and you too might be able to get in the cockpit of one of these GT500 cars on a couple of hot laps of Fuji Speedway whilst watching the NISMO Grand Prix. To do it, to get out to NISMO Festival, you have to enter the Nissan GT Sport Cup on the GT Sport game by being the fastest driver in the Nissan in the FIA Manufacturers Cup. Go to NISMO.com for more information on this. And this month, August, is the final chance you have to enter. So you've got to get playing on it. Have you been playing it?
That was so impressive, the way you just pulled that off the top of your head, all that information.
Didn't read that
no, I haven't. I'm hoping to be at the NISMO Festival in another capacity, though. And if any competition winners are particularly unlucky, I might even be their driver to chauffeur them round. We'll have to wait and see. But I know I'm as keen as you are, Sam, to be there in December.
Well, I want to take a micro round. That's all I'm saying.
Anything to do with micros, you and your micros.
I love micros. Excellent car.
There's no greater endorsement, though, at the moment than the fact that the Calsonic car, driven by a product of one of our Gamer to Racer programs, is leading. And, of course, GT Sport now coming up as the spiritual successor to the GT Academy program.
And if anyone thinks my micro love is ironic, it's not. I have used a micro in competition myself, and it was very, very good. I still haven't driven the new spec one. One of my neighbours has one that says it's brilliant.
Very good car, really spacious inside, as they all are nowadays, these small cars. And are they going to make a NISMO version? Because if they are, you're going to buy one.
I am. Well, they have just launched the NISMO Leaf, which is also deeply tempting. We talked about that a little bit about a year ago. The Nissan Leaf NISMO is now on sale in Japan. So hopefully it's going to come to Europe sooner rather than later. But a micro NISMO will be good. As the Keeper Tom's car makes its pit stop, watching the AU Tom's car, both based at Fuji Speedway in Gotemba, just within almost sight of the main grandstand, this team. And a very nice Italian restaurant just over the road from where they're based.
Here's me Googling Nissan NISMO Leaf, and you're talking about Italian restaurants in the foothills of Mount Fuji.
Well,
it all got quite eclectic there for a moment.
Well, there is the Keeper Tom's. There's a Red Bull logo's disappeared off that.
It looks as if it has, hasn't it?
Yeah.
They used to be quite prominent on the rear haunches there.
I don't see the Red Bull logo.
No,
there they are.
They've just moved further back.
I thought it had the little Red Bull at the front, but it obviously seems to have had a slight relivery job on that.
Driver change from Hiwakara to Cassidy.
So, one of my favourite Super GT conversations has started on the chat without me provoking it, but it's a great idea. What cars would you like to see in Super GT in either category that don't currently exist? And what sparked that is the front cover of Autosport magazine in Japan, which has a picture of the Toyota Supra GT500. It's just a mock-up picture, and it's just a rumour, but Toyota look like they're going to come with a new car to Super GT in 2020. Though my understanding is we might see the Supra replacing the Prius at the end of this season with a completely new engine configuration. So the Prius, this may be the final year of Prius in Super GT, which would be a shame if that's the case. Somebody else said they'd like to see the Honda S660 GT300 spec. That would be fantastic, though you can race that in K4 GP, which is a fantastic racing series for K cars held in Japan. They have 24-hour endurance races around Fuji Speedway with about 200 cars starting the race, and it's absolutely bonkers.
Well, looking at the WEC, looking at the amount of money that Toyota is spending there competing against themselves, it makes a great deal of sense to perhaps, now they've won Le Mans, perhaps after the Fuji round of WEC, which will be their home race, to draw a veil over that programme and start something new. And bringing a Supra into this series would be awesome. There's a number of cars. Imagine a BMW GT500.
Well, that's called a DTM car.
A AMG GT500. There's just, again, it's a DTM car. There's so many other cars which could be really, really valuable additions to the championship.
Well, we've got some great suggestions coming in. 911 GT500 says Elliot Budzinski.
One of those nasty mid-engined ones.
Or the realistic rear-engine ones. BMW. Oh, I like this suggestion. BMW i8 GT500.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, that'd look great.
Just keeping an eye on the AU Tom's car.
Yeah, he's got his tyres up to temperature now, hasn't he?
Yeah, and he's right on the tail of that as the Keeper Tom's car is right in front of them. They three-way battle into turn 1.
Forum Engineering car, remember, out of those is the only one without the fuel flow restrictor. The Keeper Tom's car has it, the AU Tom's car has it, so on paper, the filling in the Lexus sandwich, I knew I was going to get that wrong, should be quicker in a straight line.
Well, Lost Lonk comes up with another slightly from sublime to ridiculous suggestion for cars that would be very good. I think we'll have a replay of this battle because I wasn't paying attention to it. A Mazda MX-5 and a Dodge Challenger in GT300 would be fantastic to see. So MX-5 and GT300, so there you go. Right, let's pay attention to this battle because it is quite good and I wasn't paying attention. Thank you for the producer for winding it back and saying, pay attention to the race. There we go. So it's a hot battle.
Yeah, Mintzilla in the mix, and yeah.
That's one of the things about Super GT, right? Without GT300, the racing just wouldn't be as good.
No, we saw a pass there, a pass out of nowhere at a place where you can't overtake. You cannot overtake at the apex of turn 11, and boom, the AU car, bang, up the inside. Sekiguchi, who is always at 101%, up the inside just with a moment's notice. And already, look, the Forum Engineering car, he's gone.
Juke GT500.
Stop it. Getting silly now.
No. Google it. Nissan GT-R.
Ah, yeah.
I've driven that. In fact, I gave Jan Mardenborough a passenger ride in that car.
I remember him telling me about it.
He was quite scared.
He loved it. He didn't say. So this is the battle for third continuing.
Ooh.
Lexus battle now. Creeping up into the mix again, another one of those pesky GT300 cars, but Cassidy leads Sekiguchi, but for how long?
46 Gaming Cuba says, how about KERS, i.e. hybrid systems in GT500? Actually, it happened when Honda first came with the NSX to GT500. It did have a hybrid system on it, and it made the car slower, so they gave up on that. But as we watch this, all Lexus on Lexus, all Toms on Toms, these guys go home together after the race. And
unreal move. Unbelievable
fantastic.
From Sekiguchi around the outside of turn 10 to make that stick.
It's not going to stick though, is it?
Oh, my word, that was very, very close. But
Cassidy was not happy about that and wanted another go.
There's definitely no team orders being issued with these two. You can see the body language of the car is right on the limit, and I know they're running a relatively conservative strategy, but at the moment that's gone out of the window and they're pushing the tyres as hard as they possibly can. Now, can Cassidy get the run on Sekiguchi on the front straight here?
They do need to be careful not to slow each other down. Oh no, he can't. Look at the way he's dropping back from the AU car. Is that a problem? Or is that the fuel flow kicking in?
They've both got the stage 1 fuel flow restrictor.
But did you see the way the Keeper Tom's car dropped right back from the AU car? Huge differential in speed there.
I'll have to have a look at the wing angle, see if they're running a significantly more amount of wing.
Maybe
no,
he's running slightly more. But
yeah, not obviously though. You can't run too much here at Fuji, or else you'll literally be a sitting duck on the front straight.
GT300 Morris Marina, fantastic suggestion. Toyota Century GT500, Alfa Giulia GT500.
I saw some pictures of the new Alfa Romeo GTV, which will be the two-door Giulia sports car version, and that's a beautiful looking car as Sekiguchi gets his nose nibbled off there by an RCF GT300 car. That's given Cassidy the opportunity to close right back up now. Will the Lexus 300 have seen Cassidy? He has now. He's by him.
Cassidy is not having this. He's not letting this one lie, is he? It's not settling for being passed. They do have to be careful because the Forum Engineering car isn't that far back behind them. There he is, in fact.
That flash of white and blue, yes.
If they keep on slowing each other up like this, the Forum Engineering car will be right on them and will... But look, every time. The AU car just drives off the nose of Ski Baton.
Mighty impressive.
It's very strange, that. These cars have the same specification. They come from the same garage. They're prepared by the same teams. The AU car just seems to have more top speed. Or better acceleration, because they seem to be together at the end of the straight.
Yeah, mid-range torque, just a pull away coming up through 5th and 6th gears.
I'm surprised by that.
Identical corner speeds, though, through 100, as we see the Manipa Lamborghini and Hatsune Miku running nose to tail, side by side, and through goes Hatsune Miku up into P4 in GT300, but the Manipa Lamborghini isn't done yet. Looks to get the cut back to see how he gets on in the drag race on the front straight. And it looks like the AMG has the advantage.
Renzu Miku 69, big fan of that Zero car, just made the pass. Suggests the Nissan Leaf GT500. Well, we've had a Nissan Leaf GT300, so more crazy things have happened. And Nissan obviously embarking on a great new era of electric racing. Formula E car is already in testing in various parts around the world. No news on drivers on that car yet. They've been very cagey. Even here in the NISMO bunker, we're not allowed into the rooms where the EV stuff is being worked on. We don't know we just get to see a Formula E-shaped thing under a cover. They won't tell us anything about it.
Now, Nissan's intelligent mobility is coming on and advancing all the time now. I read somewhere the other day that a cumulative total of Nissan Leafs have now done over 4 billion kilometres. You think about all the lessons being learnt in terms of energy harvest and delivery over those 4 billion kilometres.
Do you know what I think would be a really cool racing series? You know, the Micro Cup works brilliantly.
The Leaf Cup.
Leaf Cup. There is damage on the back of Jan Mardenborough's car, I believe. If you look at the tail lights on the left, compare them to the tail lights on the right, I think...
Is one falling out?
Maybe, yeah.
It wouldn't be the first time.
No, it was just an optical illusion. Well, the gap between first and second is coming down. Daiki Sasaki is being chased by Ronnie Quintarelli. That gap's come down from 6.6 seconds to 4.7. There is Ronnie Quintarelli.
And again, this is the Michelin tyre in the first part of the stint, looking strong against the Bridgestone tyre on the Calsonic car.
Right, yeah.
Yep.
And it'll fade towards the end of that stint. Now, I'm expecting to see these cars thinking about pit stops in about lap 100.
Yep.
Followed by lap 130 to 135.
Followed by a splash and dash.
Yeah, followed by
a short stint to the finish.
They can't make from 130 to 177.
No.
So they will have to be a short stint somewhere. So a lot of these teams are banking on a safety car, I think. And you will see some of those cars, like the Lexus RCFs, which are having their own race, that stopped on lap 1.
Yep.
To get a mandatory stop out the way. They could see just some odd strategies playing through. Remember there's a GT500 car, the Motul-sponsored Mugen Run Honda, which is out of sequence. Very much in sequence though, there it is, the GT300 leader. Seem quite secure in position at the moment. But it could all change. 26 seconds lead over the Hoppy 86. So that two-tyre stop didn't really make much difference for Hoppy.
No, the gaps remained similar. More brake dust coming off the Wacos Lexus there as he brakes for turn 1 ahead of the race-leading GT300 BMW.
Kriskin Sugita has asked me to talk about the Aston Martin. You might know more about this than I do. So the Aston Martin to DTM rumours. Now, my understanding is they might be a bit baseless.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything credible from within Aston Martin about that happening, and yeah, no, I've nothing to add.
I haven't heard anything realistic about that being a thing. I have heard of other manufacturers looking at DTM stroke Super GT, and Aston Martin isn't one of them. They don't really have a suitable model.
No, they don't.
Because the regulations say it must be a four-door.
Yeah, I was thinking about their lineup of cars at the
NSX works, actually. Anyway, I don't think it's not four-door, but they do have specific regulations on the car's size, and I don't think any of the Aston Martins meet that.
No. I was thinking about their lineup of cars they had in their supercar garage at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and nothing strikes me as something that would be particularly suitable for Super GT regulations.
Well, Adam likes the Saitama Toyo Park Mark X. Says it looks gorgeous. I think it looks stationary. It's not a pretty looking car, that.
Of course, the engine in this car does go into an Aston Martin or two nowadays. The engines that are handmade in Affalterbach by AMG are going into Aston Martin products. I saw the back of Daiki Sasaki's car, and yeah, I think his tail lights are out on the left-hand side, Sam. That's why it looks a little bit different. I think he's lost power to his tail lights now. Hopefully, with a day race like this, the race director.
Aston Martin Signet GT500. That'd just be funny to see.
I saw the Signet that they fitted the V8 to at the Festival of Speed the other day at Goodwood, and that's a terrific little engineering showcase.
Philip Fox 2.0 says we need a new Nissan Fairlady. I'd support that. Definitely. That's pretty cool. Great legends. See, I think it's an optical illusion. I think it's the way the sun's shining on the lights of this number 12 Calsonic car. There, it looks like the left headlights are out, but as it goes around the corner,
no, it's the
light catches them.
The left tail light. I'm going to use the word definitely and then be proved wrong.
Oh, we've got high speed. This is new.
Oh, we've got moody music as well.
High-speed drivers in slow motion. Oh, out-of-focus drivers. Blinking, putting gloves on. You're going to come back and there's be a massive wreck on track or something, won't there? Oh, Ronnie Quintarelli looks at us. And, well, there you go. That was,
I quite like that.
That was an entirely pointless interlude.
I loved it. It was like, it was at the halfway point. It was just sort of, let's have some pointless, super slow-mo, putting gloves on, blinking and looking at camera. Yeah, added certain something. Yes, left rear tail lights are out in that car. There is a little bit of damage. That could, as you said before, Sam, the pickup on track could be moving around inside that rear wheel arch and might have damaged the wiring loom a little bit. Let's hope it's not a precursor of something more serious, touching wood.
At the Spa 24 Hours last year after the race, I reached into one of the cooling ducts on one of the Nissan GT-Rs, the RJ Nissan GT-Rs, just to see how much pickup there was inside it. And genuinely, there was a ball of rubber twice the size of my fist that just wedged in it. It's a big.
It's like one of those fun-size footballs.
Yeah.
And you can imagine the bang that makes when it comes out at high speed, because the rubber, when it's very, very hot, 70 to 100 degrees, will just stick on the inside of the wheel arch. If there's a little lip or something, it will accumulate on that lip and will get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and then will be pulled off. And it comes off with a heck of a thump.
Yeah, you can see it quite clearly. The lights on the left-hand side of the Calsonic have gone out. Now, I don't know if they're going to get a penalty and told to fix that, because you are supposed to have those brake lights and tail lights.
Yeah, you are. I'm pulling my unhappy face. If it was just a side light, you could probably get away with it. But as it's a brake light...
If we see lots of footage like that of it zooming in on the back of the 12 car, then you know the organisers are looking at it. Because Bando-san will be in on the radio saying, oh, whatever, look at the back of that car. Meanwhile, Takagi is driving around his BMW quite unperturbed. They've had such a quiet race.
Doing an awesome job, just taking their 52 kilos of success ballast for a lovely drive around the foothills of Mount Fuji, making it look easy, which is the sign of a dominant team. So remember, they were leading the championship earlier in the season. They had the non-points finish at the last race, but then with extra points up for grabs at this race, it's going to put them right back into it.
Gaps just are... It just seems the gap... The Hoppy just hasn't got anything to answer.
Not yet. They're gambling for a safety car.
Yeah, they are. I'm actually surprised we've got this far in the race without a safety car. It's been, and indeed no sort of really... Well, the third driver in the car is Kondo in the Hoppy 86. And to be honest, the Hoppy 86 has got a 5-second advantage over the Leon Mercedes. There's big gaps actually in GT300. Looking at the gaps there on the screen in front of you. Top of the screen, you can see those gaps. Car to car, that's distance back from the leader rather than relative. And then everybody down from 11th is a lap down.
Yeah, but 15 to 20 seconds between each car is vast as SuperGT goes. Here we see a Raybrigg NSX down the inside.
It's a Honda overtaking something. It's rare. There isn't another Honda anyway.
Yeah, rare to see a Lexus be overtaken by a Honda. There's the extremely light Epsom NSX ahead, running with only that 6 kilos of success ballast on, so he should be, running quicker than he actually is.
I was just thinking about the points for this race. It's 25 for the win because it's a much longer distance race.
And then 18 for second.
Yeah, and no points if you're out of the top 10. And don't forget, the Raybrigg NSX is looking for a championship. They're sitting second at the moment with Jenson Button and Yamamoto, and at the moment they're off pace. And yes, it's just been pointed out to me that the cars are literally at half distance now.
I think
88.5.
I think that's why we had the emotional yet slightly pointless super slow-mos.
Entirely pointless.
It had more than a whiff of Monty Python's interlude about it, which I quite like though. Let's take an interlude.
Well, we were talking about the 55 car. I'll come back and talk about the 55 car when it's on screen, which it will be for a while. It's leading. Let's having a look at... people are always talking about the relative speed of these GT500 cars. We will get a good indication as to how quick GT500 is when the WEC cars come to Fuji Speedway in a few months' time. I think it's October that race is. And there they run exactly the same track. And as long as it doesn't rain like it did last year, we should get a realistic comparison of lap time between the two series.
We should. Anything under 1.5 minutes is fast. Pole this year was a 1:28.5, so that gives us a benchmark for those LMP1s to be aiming at.
And of course, it's that we haven't seen the speed of the new LMP2, so here's the big battle of the Honda. This is the Honda Cup.
Just caught Heikki Kovalainen as well, who's currently P9. So Heikki, who is championship leading solo at the moment, so he's the single driver at the head of the championship, is only going to pick up a pair of points as well. So should the race, and it's not going to, stay like this for the next half, we're going to see a complete turnaround in the points table.
I've got some lap records here for you. This is lap records for the current layout of Fuji Speedway from everything ever. The current outright lap record is held by Felipe Massa in a Ferrari F2008 of 117.2.
Yep.
Super Formula Andre Lotterer has the lap record with a 121.5 in the previous generation, the SS14, not the SS19 that's just about to be launched. LMP1 is Mark Webber has it in a Porsche 919 as a 122.7.
So that's a hybrid 919. Yep.
Super GT, the lap record is a 127.5. Now, in the same year that Webber did that lap record, the Audi R8 was actually slightly slower than that 127.
Okay.
LMP2, the lap record is a 131.5.
So we're comfortably quicker than the LMP2 car.
But that record was set in 2015, and since then LMP2 has got quicker.
It has, yes.
JLMC, which was the old LMP1, so a Zytek 04S LMP1 back in the day, so it's actually an LMP900.
Yep.
That was a 133.1.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Blimey.
F Formula 3 is a 133.4. GT300 lap record is the Toyota Prius. It's a 136.7. LMGTE, this is the interesting one. The lap record is a 137.6. So GT300 is slightly faster than GTE.
Puts it in perspective, doesn't it? This is now a quartet of cars here arguing over 9th.
The last point.
So
10th is the final point.
Heikki Kovalainen, Bertie Biget, and then Yamamoto in the blue NSX. All nose to tail as they cross the stripe to start lap 90. across the stripe. Listen to me, I've been listening to too much NASCAR, sorry.
Let's go racing, boys. Well, that's what's going said to the raid rig.
Just embarrassed. You can click unlike if you don't like that.
No, you can't.
Sorry.
You have to click like and he'll stop talking about NASCAR. If we don't reach 2,000 likes, we'll start screening NASCAR races from the 30s. And yes, I know there was no NASCAR in the 30s.
So, Baguette by Kovalainen. Next up, Yamamoto. Remember Kovalainen with that stage 2 fuel restrictor, so really hampered in a straight line and with a huge amount of ballast on, and he didn't even defend, did he, down into Dunlop corner at turn 10 there. I wonder what they call it, Dunlop corner. He said ironically with all the Dunlop logos in the background.
Well, yeah, it's I don't know, it's just been a shocking performance from Honda here. There you go, 10th position, final point. They're fighting for the championship and they're just not being competitive. Now, lap 91, the Leon Mercedes, competitive car in GT300. Maybe he's rolled the dice a little bit and come in early.
Yeah, currently lying 3rd in the championship. Only 6 points behind the Kohei Hirate Prius at 2nd.
Someone's just asked, JQGN says, can we get Darrell Waltrip announcing Super GT?
That would be great.
He wouldn't know what these cars were. It'd be
Can you imagine him? His pronunciation skills would be as bad as ours.
I think we should do a swap. We'll do Talladega, he can do Sugo. No, I'd rather do Sugo.
So now we've got Honda on Honda, and as you can see on screen here, Lexus on Lexus. Again, Heikki Kovalainen just doing the best he possibly can, carrying around a medium-sized adult with him. 70 kilos of ballast, and with the fuel flow restrictor, just doing what he can. He knew he was going to be on a hiding to nothing this weekend.
That's how much I weighed when I was karting and when I was racing, 70 kilos.
Ooh, the Gainer Tanax car there really getting in the way of Bertrand Baguette. That's played into Yamamoto's hands in the Raybrig NSX. Further GT300 traffic ahead, so Baguette's still got his hands full.
Well, this racing is great and all, it is for the final 2 points. And it's just, I can't understand why Honda have got it so wrong.
Come on, Samuel, you know what points make.
Well, in this case, hopefully they need to get a hell of a lot improvement before it makes championships.
Yeah.
Because we're off to a few other tracks where power is going to be dominant. We've got Suzuka coming up, we've got Sugo. Sugo's a short track, but power makes, and particularly torque, makes a big difference there. All these races, of course, live on NISMO TV. So don't forget to hit like and subscribe, and we'll just feed them directly to you.
What more could you ask for?
Super tight kick.
This is true.
Which is already live streamed anyway. So it's a great camera angle.
Brilliant.
I love the sound of these cars. So anybody who says that sort of turbocharged cars or running fuel flow limiters don't sound good, haven't heard Super GT.
No, when they leave the pit box, as they light the rear tyres up, that really is it's a lovely, lovely sound coming from a 2-litre turbocharged engine.
I'd quite like to see these engine regulations applied to Formula One. Now, this is very close racing between the Lamborghini and the Prius. And the Prius gets it done.
Clean pass on a particularly dirty track. Lots of tyre rubber and debris now on the off the racing line on the front straight.
Prius is harassing the back of the Calsonic there. Kohei Hirate, very accomplished driver.
Yeah, I was just going to say he's done an awful lot. Lexus affiliated driver, not on the full factory roster, but right up there in terms of pace and experience.
A big twitch from the Raybrig NSX there, still fighting off the Epson. Be interesting to hear the comments from the drivers from Honda.
Yeah, because of course Honda is the name at the bottom of their paycheck every month, and they don't want to be too destructive, but you can't disguise this performance. And okay, they might be having a cooling issue, they might be being slightly more conservative, but Yeah, that's Yamamoto down the inside of Bertrand Baguette. And
But Baguette's not been competitive all
No.
year in that car.
of course, the white car, as you said earlier, the only car running on Dunlop, so that's a contributing factor maybe. But Yamamoto has been a superstar so far this year, and to see him languishing in P9 is, really bad from their championship aspirational perspective.
It's only got 6 kilos of ballast on it, that Epson car. So it should be far faster compared to one that's got a 70, the race leader has 70 kilos.
Oh, of course, and Yamamoto, that's just caught and got past him, is running, I've put here, big ballast and fuel flow on my notes. He's running a really heavy car, and just breezed by him at Dunlop Corner.
And it's just, the Zent Tsurumo we know is off the pace because that car was literally destroyed in free practice.
It's great to see it out there, to be honest. When I saw the accident, I thought, well, that's him out for the weekend. It wiped a good proportion of the front of the car off.
Axel Putra asks a very good question on the chat. He says, I'm not an engineering guy, but how hard is it to take a Nissan Super GT engine and bolt it into a Super Formula car? Extremely easy. They run to exactly the same engine regulations. So Super Formula runs GT500 engines. That's how easy it is. But Nissan doesn't do Super Formula for some reason.
You know, you said that it will be bad news if the director started zooming in on the rear light clusters of that car.
He is, isn't he?
He did that on the front straight there. It was an unusually long shot of the rear of our race-leading Calsonic car, which worries me ever so slightly.
Just wonder if they're going to say next time you stop, you're going to have to make those lights work. I hope they don't, because look at the gap that is being built up now. We talked about this. The Motul started catching, and then it drops away. And as exactly the same point as we're coming up, lap 95, I said I'd expect them about 105. The Motul drops off. Motul Alltech GT-R drops off about that point. The Calsonic keeps its pace going.
Paul Truswell would just be so proud of you. I hope he's watching at home with a smile on his face. You'd do him proud. You really would. Paul Truswell, king of the timing screens and the oracle of strategy, of course.
But that's a 13-second lead now for, this guy. And he's nowhere near coming into the pits, is he?
I thought for a moment the Bridgestone engineer, the guy with the helmet and with the ear defenders on, was a scrutineer then, and I was like, oh no, the scrutineers want to have a look. But no, that was a tyre technician. I knew he wasn't a member of team personnel, but again,
they're
that's
really staring at the rear of that car, aren't they?
Yeah, well done. Hide it behind the Lotus. And now the Bentley. Yeah, see, that's another rear shot of the car.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
And it's got a big chunky lead, so you can imagine Bando-san saying, close up the field. And everybody's playing nice, no sign of safety car. Oh, beautiful shot of the Fuji Speedway countryside just there momentarily. Nice sunlight dappling across it. No sign of rain in the sky at the moment.
The topography of the land, good use of the word topography, I'm quite proud of myself.
Yes.
The topography reminds me a little bit of the Lake District around here. That sort of rolling hills, give or take the volcano.
The volcano and the lack of lakes.
Take the volcano and the lack of lakes out of it, but that rolling woodland. S-Craft leaves the pit box in a cloud of tyre smoke. Thanks for getting me out of that one. So
the Prius, I think, was leaving the pit box there, all broken.
So if you ignore the lakes,
and the
volcano,
and the racetrack,
and the tropical rainforest, it's similar to the anyway, you know what I mean. There's a Prius breaking down.
Yeah,
thank the Lord for that.
Yeah, I thought it was. Sorry, it was going slowly, but which one is it?
I don't care. I'm just pleased it's stopped me talking further about.
Meanwhile, these two cars are having a hell of a dice, and Mika gets it.
They've been
second position
again. They've been at it.
Easy.
Race long, really.
They have, but that was too easy. 96 is Hoppy's tyres going off before Miku's. That's unusual. Yuko Katayama seems happy. He'll go and climb Mount Fuji if he wins. He's done it a few times.
Has he climbed Everest?
I think he might.
I think I saw a picture of him stood on the top of Everest.
He's definitely done Mount Fuji a ridiculous number of times.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, and the Motul Alltech car has now been caught by the Tom's car.
Again,
There's the
Again, they're trying to lengthen out this.
And the traffic's not helping, to be fair. Doing advanced mathematics with your calculator there, I saw.
My fingers, you mean? Yeah, a little bit. I was just trying to work out the pit window, which opens in about 3 laps.
How long do you think the Nissans can go for on a tank of fuel? Because that's the...
I don't think fuel is a limiting factor here. I think it is... the efficiency of these engines is super, super high.
And the limiting factor is the pace of a used set of Michelins.
I think that's the factor, how long the car can stay fast. At least the tyres are dropping off too quick.
Yes.
And we're seeing it again, the Motor Law Tech. Look at the lap time, there you go. There's an example. It's back in the 33s again,
34.
Yeah, that's not just traffic, that's degradation.
And you can see the oversteer, the rear of the car sliding around. It's really struggling.
And he's not going to be able to defend.
Sakaguchi, he's up alongside him, look.
He's going to go all the way around outside, isn't he? He's going to be able to drive right around him, yeah.
Drive him into the Bentley.
Oh,
wow. Yeah, those tyres are well past their best now, and he wasn't coming in that lap. The team weren't ready, but you know, you can visibly see the car now.
Still got so much grunt down the straight though, isn't it? That Nissan engine, 4-cylinder 2-litre turbocharger. Oh, moving around like crazy. Is he struggling to get it stopped? Oh, what's all that twitching about?
No idea. No idea. Very unusual because he was on the racing line. You would expect to see it if he was off the racing line, just getting a feel for the car with the pickup on the face of the tyre, but on the racing line, very unusual. But Sakaguchi cleanly passed along the front straight and through the long right-hander at turn 4. He's away.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be pit stop time soon. A few booties needed for that Motor Law Tech car. I can't work out what strategy game they're playing by keeping them out so long.
They're going long for a reason.
Yeah.
They must be going long for a reason. Whether they're going to go long, extremely long, and try and not take that unnecessary splash and dash, but I can't see it working out.
They're not in the window for that, and they're losing so much time doing it. It's quick. It'll be quick.
Are they still gambling on a safety car?
Maybe. But even then, I can't see how that's going to work, how it's going to aid them. Because there's chunks of the stint. If the safety car came out, it wouldn't give you an advantage.
True.
Oh, it's getting a bit gloomy. I just saw in the long shot. Did you see that?
I actually saw as well, there is a Honda in the top 6. The Arta NSX.
Oh, yeah, and it's catching people. Oh, Hoppy. Mate, I think that's what happens when you don't change your left-hand side tyres, isn't it?
Of course.
These tyres have had
box.
Yeah.
Yeah, just understeering off the face of the earth at the final corner at turn 16.
Yeah, that's not worked for them, has it? That pit strategy was a mistake.
It was a gamble. It was always going to be a gamble. It could have worked one way. It didn't. It went the other, unfortunately. The rear diffuser on that car looked quite loose as in wobbly as he came off the final corner. It will be interesting to see whether they have a look at that when they stop to change tyres.
The Zonda S, hashtag Rally Hoppy.
Rally Hoppy.
Quite like that. Hoppy cross.
Still 78 laps to go, so if it is loose, they're going to need to fix it.
It's the Epson NSX going in there as well. The driver looked a bit tired at the end of that, getting out the car. Note that these are right-hand drive cars. The GT500 are left-hand drive.
I'm looking at where the tyres and tyre guns are, Sam. They've brought a set of tyres.
There's absolutely no attention on the right front.
They haven't popped the car up in the air first. They're doing fuel first of all.
No tyres.
No tyres at all.
Well,
maybe the driver was just shattered. That seems unusual. I can't get my head around that.
It's early, but it's not out of the window. The window's just open. They did run long quite early on.
No tyres. So they took a pair of tyres and then no tyres. I wonder if this is going to be their short stop and then put a new set on for a long stint to the finish.
That could be a good strategy, get it out of the way in the middle of the race. It's a funny move.
seems unusual because looking at the performance of the car historically over the past 3 or 4 laps, he was falling back into the pack. And given the fitness of the young drivers driving that car, you'd expect them to be quicker and, you know, point the finger at the tyre is the obvious choice, but the Yokohama technicians showed no inclination of changing. They had a very, very good look and sent him on his way.
Forum Engineering is falling back into the clutches of those 2 Hondas as the Motor Law Tech is cutting its way in, probably a little bit on the late side. It's falling back into the clutches of those Hondas because his tyres have gone. He's running 1.334s. So it's...
Yeah, 2 seconds off the pace.
Yeah.
A second and a half off the pace at least.
Whereas we can see the Calsonic was running much quicker than that. It was running 31s and 32s. And that does look quite gloomy at the end of the grandstand.
Yeah, rain was a distinct possibility. You can still see, as Quintarelli makes his move for the pit box, the car's still casting a shadow. So keep an eye on that. If the cloud cover gets any heavier, clearly it is quite a thundery, tropical type climate in this neck of the woods, and heavy downpours are always a possibility.
RJ O'Connell's hearing word that it was emergency splash and dash for the Hoppy 86, so they made a driver change as well. So I don't think that stacks up. That wasn't a splash and dash. I think it might be their short stint.
It still wouldn't explain why the car left the road at turn 16.
Yeah.
Turn 16 is a medium speed right-hander leading onto the long straight, and he just understeered wide as if the left front tyre had gone. So they've changed the rears. The fuel is going in on the 23 car. They're definitely going to change the fronts. Driver change completed. Matsuda is bolted on board. Quintarelli, you know, he's got transparent body language. He does look a little bit aggrieved.
Yeah, I'm not sure that their strategy is working out particularly well then. Well, unless there's something very clever, it's not working out here. Let's see what Ronnie's got. No excitable girl interviews in the middle of the race this time.
That's a shame.
I don't know. You can see the mountains in the background. They don't look so gloomy anymore. It's hard to know. I do feel sorry for the guys. I always see this every race. You've got the guys from the NISMO Supporters Club who wave the flags every time their car goes past. They do it for the full 500-mile race.
Change of position in the Honda race.
On the Honda Cup. It's actually a more important position than it looks like. Well, less important than it looks like. 5th and 6th, but that's because there's cars making pit stops. But the Forum Engineering car is racing these guys for position. And he is also faded in terms of lap time.
Yeah, again, I can't help but think that might be something to do with the Yokohama tyre that he's on. We're definitely seeing degradation on the Michelins and the Yokohama. The stopwatch tells a story of strong tyre performance in the opening part of the stint and then definitely falling away in the latter 2/3. Still warm, air temperature of 31 and track of 42. Not as warm as it has been traditionally, but still a warm summer event here in the foothills of Mount Fuji.
Yeah, it's been a heat wave in Japan. Temperature of sort of 47 degrees centigrade in Kyoto, not far south of here actually. It's amazing temperatures, but the temperature has dropped down to just the. I'm not sure what the temperature is at the moment. But it was 31 at the start of the race, so nowhere near as hot as it has been.
Yeah, exactly the same stuff. Exactly the same. But you're right. The humidity is forming quite big clouds on the mountainside now.
Thunderstorm. Oh, big slide there.
Still a long way to go. There's still 73 laps to go still when they cross the line this time round.
Well, wheel to wheel between Nissan and Honda. Let's see who's got the most power. It is, of course, Nissan. But the tow there being given to the Autobacks NSX could be telling as he gets up on the run into the first corner, and he's got to make that stick. But
yeah.
Nissan loses 2 places there.
All these 3 cars running without the fuel
flow
restrictor, so that we're seeing unrestricted straight line speed from each of these 3, so that won't be a done deal yet for JP Oliveira. If he can stay on the back of the Hondas, he will stand a chance to recover that position next time around. No,
the tyres are gone. tyres are just completely gone.
And through that final sector, the really tight section through turns, well, from Dunlop corner onwards, 10, 11, 12, 13, through to the Panasonic corner at 16. When the tyres are gone, you just lose so much time in comparison to a car with fresh rubber.
It's crazy to see that they're still out and not changing tyres. I think with this short stint that we're calculating that there must be in this race, I don't get it. The Gainer Tanak's car. I'm going to keep calling it Gainer Tanak's. I know it's called a Gainer AAA.
It's got a giant Tanax sticker on the bonnet. And it's also got a giant AAA sticker on the bonnet, but it's significantly further back from the Tanax one.
And it was called Gainer Tanak's last year.
Taking 4 tyres, so he's got to be careful. Look at the official's body language there, making sure that he's not touching the wheel nut before the fuel man pulls out.
Very competitive race for these guys this time out in Fuji. Been strong since qualifying. Got to be in this hunt for a win, but at the moment the gap to the R to M6 to everybody is quite difficult. This is a team that would really benefit from a safety car.
Yeah,
as would the Hoppy actually with its failure to tyre change.
Yeah, they need the points. The crew of the 10 car that we just watched the pit stop of, languishing down in 20th place in the GT300 point standings. Oh, look at this. Is that the Lotus going defensive on the Bentley? Another battle in GT300 we just haven't seen.
Battle of the Brits there, except only one of them was actually making it.
Battle of the British manufacturers.
Yeah. Apparently the badge is the only original badge.
Yeah.
I think the tail lights.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's got the original
yeah.
Evora tail lights, hasn't it?
I think that's the only real parts of the Lotus that were made by Lotus, the headlights. I'm not sure if that's badge front and rear or just badge rear. Where's the Bentley? It's not a works Bentley, but it looks like one because I think it is sponsored by, run by a Bentley importer.
Yeah, it's works assisted. Obviously, Jules Gounon driving that car this weekend. When a factory driver comes to a team, he'll be bringing an element of factory support. The race leader, Daiki Sasaki, now looking to lap on circuit Heikki Kovalainen. He'll make that move on the front straight, I would imagine, unless he can get the job done down the inside of turn 16, which is the next corner they're coming. Oh no, does the job at 15. Kovalainen moves wide, lets our race leader through.
Those lap times like 32, 3. I mean, there's no degradation on.
Yeah, still quick, isn't it?
12 car. Its pace is strong. Whereas we were seeing 34s from the Forum Engineering car and the NISMO car. So it's.
I wonder if Bridgestone have brought something special to the party this weekend.
I'm kind of wondering because things are looking particularly good. I mean, look at, there you go. There's the gap between first and second. It's now up to 19 seconds now.
Wow.
Things are looking extremely good for the car.
Sasaki's just come through that massive clump of traffic as well. So he's cut through there really efficiently and has even so extended his lead whilst he's been doing that.
Now, I know it's a long, long way to go in the race, but particularly if you're looking at Jan Mardenbouw's first, and Daiki Sasaki's actually first.
Yeah, Jan won here in GT300, didn't he?
They both did.
Anyway, let's not talk about that. Still a long way to go.
That would be the ultimate. That would be like ultimate goal one in GT Sport and GT.
Yeah. Yeah, that would rewrite the rules. I think so far,
because that is the complete
Lucas Ordonez standing on the podium by merit in LMP2 at Le Mans was the highlight of the kind of GT Academy alumni, if you like. When he first went from genuine computer gamer to on the podium at Le Mans, finished second or third? I can't remember, but he definitely finished on the podium. So. Yeah, but Jan Mardenbouw winning in GT500 would be game-changing.
Obviously, yeah. That is the Takawashi JP Oliveira car in for much-needed tyres. Mac 5 GT300 car comes in. Lap 107, the pit window is very much open. How far will the AU Tom's Lexus go? That's the most threatening one. How far can Jan Mardenborough? Actually, it's not Mardenborough in the car, it's Daiki Sasaki.
Daiki Sasaki in the car.
Jan Mardenborough have to go? Oh, Hoppy's off again!
With
Suboy is not having a great... Oh, well, what's he doing?
a little bit greedy at the clipping point of the 100R, and has he made contact with the barrier? No, he hasn't. The soil did its job there to slow the car sufficiently before making contact with any of the countryside. But yeah, that just came about. He was just a little bit greedy, took too much curb on the inside of turn 5, the 100R.
Yeah, I was just looking up. I just had a message to someone who's listening in to us here on NISMO TV to this 500 miles of Fuji Speedway Super GT race. What about there is Jan Mardenborough. What about a Bathurst 12 hours win for a GT Academy gamer?
Yeah, Florian.
Yeah.
Yep, that was right up there.
Yeah, that's got to be pretty good. But yeah, I think we're looking potentially.
Yeah, I remember watching Lucas on the podium at Le Mans thinking, yeah, that's a massive endorsement of the programme. As we see Sasaki bolting for the pit lane.
I just realised that Mardenborough's not actually been on the podium ever
In GT500, he hasn't.
Which, considering the way he's been driving, is really...
I remember saying to you at the last round, the Thailand round, I remember saying they are due a really good result. And it's coming for the Calsonic car, it really is coming. So now the issue will be, will the scrutineers, will the officials look at the rear of the car?
Oh, there he is. Coming around, what's he looking at? Nope. Look at the GoPro he's got on his head. Oh, he is having a look at the rear, and he had a comment. He got on the radio there, he looked at the rear of the car, and he just made a little mention, and the camera went tight. He's looking at it, and he is talking he's talking on the radio to the officials. Oh, now are they going to have a word about it? Well, he's walked away. Maybe he's told not to worry about it. Go around to the front to see everything's been done properly.
Okay, Lexus coming in. That's okay, that's a safe release.
Well, the AU LC500 has taken the lead during this pit stop cycle. That's the Denso Lexus going out a lap down.
Yeah, so they've just literally unlapped themselves. Yeah, unlapped themselves
because
on pit stop cycle.
But that's the next place car. There he is. The Zen. All of these cars are not on the same lap. Well, on cold tyres, look how much quicker Mardenborough just got back past Kovalainen.
I think that's now Kovalainen's teammate in the car. I think that's probably Kamui Kobayashi. It was Kovalainen on board, but you know,
I'm not sure. We didn't see that stop.
They've been so far down. It's been difficult to keep a track of, and
I've totally lost track.
That's just the balance of performance eating away at their performance.
And if those headlights aren't working, it'll be really difficult for the NISMO TV guys to make the little graphic with the zeros that they like doing with the tail lights and the Nissan GT-Rs. You'll only be able to do half a graphic.
I can hear the click of Photoshop being opened in the background.
Exactly.
Again, the tyre strategy going on with the Prius.
And the Prius isn't particularly light on its tyres, that's the thing. It's got a lot of grub in that car. Notably not spinning his wheels on the way out of the pit box as well.
Well, brand new, red hot tyres on there as well, so just pulling away carefully and cleanly.
He's got his hazard lights on.
Pit speed limiter, as soon as you click the button, there we go, he's away.
Well, the race, ebb and flow of the race is continuing. Let's have a look at the chat. We had a load of questions on a screen, but NISMO TV are just chatting to you lot, not talking to us. He's already typed it, you see. There you go. Fantastic work there from NISMO TV.
67 laps to go now, Sam, and look at the amount of tyre debris off the racing line. This is only going to get worse and worse and worse into the closing stages of this race.
Taido Kazu makes a very good point. I need plank wear penalties post-race because the calsonic is really rubbing on, and it is really bottoming
It is,
out
yeah.
a lot.
You can see that on the run down through turn 8, the 300R as well at turn 9 as he brakes for Dunlop corner. The road has a slight crest in the centre, and as the calsonic car brakes hard, you do see a little puff of plank dust from it, and yeah, that will be measured in post-race scrutineering.
Renzo Miku69 says, what are the new 2020 rules for Super GT as the leader in GT300 pits? The rules are TBC for 2020. That's slightly to do with DTM and Class 1. There's discussion and an agreement, much announced and much vaunted by various websites that this is a done deal and everything's going on, until you ask to see the detail of the rules and it doesn't exist. So it's don't report that so much anymore, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. DTM and Super GT sharing technical regulations.
I am listening to you, but I was trying desperately to keep an eye on the tyre changes.
All four?
No, I think they're just doing fronts.
Interesting on a rear-wheel drive car.
Might help if we've got our instant playback facility here.
We do.
It will be interesting just to have a little look. So the Keeper Tom's, not the Keeper Tom's, the Tom's AU car is in. Kaz Nakajima climbing on board that car for his next stint.
All four on that one.
And they've got all four out in the pit lane, ready and waiting.
And they're fondling the rears.
Again, they were advised to have a little look at something by the technical team, by the official there in the orange suit.
So maybe you just like the orange on the car. Which pit stop am I looking for?
You're looking for the BMW, the one that's just left. I just want to see if they changed all
That's interesting
four.
because they actually, I think the one that just left, I was looking at the wrong screen. That's why I confused myself.
In fact, there's two orange cars making pit stops, one in real time and one on.
No, I had the orange car on one screen, yeah, and the orange car on the other. I was watching my instant replay. No, they have done the rear tyres.
Yeah. So that's
as a Audi takes an alternative route.
That's definitely a set of four for our on paper race-leading GT300 car. On the road, the Hatsune Miku car inherits the lead.
And the Taisan car seeming to scare himself off the track. Oh, that was
left rear puncture.
Yeah.
Left rear puncture. So that's punctured from coming offline.
There's no tyre left. It's gone. It's more than a puncture.
It's wound itself up into the
completely gone.
Wheel arch lining.
When he comes
yeah,
round,
he's gonna have to stop. He's a long way from home there. He's still got, I'm looking at my notes here, probably 2 kilometres left to go. It's game over.
Yeah. He's done. Well, Miku's in, she's not. What's in that little tray? Was that brake pads?
It's certainly the tray in which brake pads are normally kept. This is going to be fascinating. Please cut back to the pits.
Well, Miku may have lost her.
That's the the motor car being passed by the Tom's car.
Yep. And this is after the pit stops. So Tom's is fading badly. Not Tom's, Motor Law-Tech is fading badly, but actually...
Down to P7 on the road.
Is catching up with it. But that will equate to about second and third on the road. Oh, well, hello. He's not having it.
What's going on here? This is a double pass for position on the same lap, within the same sector almost.
It's almost like formation racing. This isn't done. Well, I'll try and work out what's happening there as the pit sequence goes on. Miku's coming the way out on the Lexi, Lotus. Lotus has played itself back in on pit strategy. There is the Motor Law-Tech and the AU car still squabbling. Keeper Tom's coming up. Keeper Tom's is actually the race leader. He hasn't stopped yet. he keeps going very, very long. Now, there's a car that's interesting. No tyres on the 31. And there's Miku. She took tyres.
I don't think she took brake pads. That seems a relatively conventional pit stop time. Taking pads would take a little bit longer now. They do change the whole caliper and pad on a quick release, but even so, that it would have taken a little more time.
And we saw those incredibly fast changes in Le Mans,
Yes.
but those cars don't have the same setup as the GT3 cars do. Now I'm trying to get the instant replay up to see if I can see what Miku was changing, and I'm not succeeding currently. Finding the right pit stop. No. Well, no idea. Looked like the brake pad tray to me, but I don't think they changed them. There you go. The gap between Hatsune Miku and Kokisaga in the Prius is 3.5 seconds, and that's what that looks like on a racetrack. Old tyres on that Toyota.
Yes. Brand new, fresh tyres. Up to temperature now on the AMG.
Look at this, there's a Honda in second.
Hashtag where are Honda? Well, there you go. They're in second.
It's the Raybrick NSX.
Marbles off track as well.
Yeah. But the Raybrick NSX, so there's the keeper Tom's car in for its stop. So that will mean Jenson Button is leading the Fuji 500 miles.
Blimey, didn't see that one coming. You just said to me,
his car is, I'm actually sure he's in it.
if you'd have said to me an hour ago that car will be leading, I would have suggested you may have been
Could this be
drinking.
Honda's game? Go extremely long and just work through until the end of the race?
Yeah, go extremely long and not take that final change.
Big visor, windscreen tear off. Tom's crew, fairly textbook pit stop this time. No such problems that they had with the AU Tom's car. There is the Calsonic, now having a full lap over the cars around it. And far, far ahead of the LC500 Tom's car. There's the AU car.
Yeah, still hasn't come through with the P2 car, has it?
So the graphic hasn't updated it. There, now it has. The Calsonic is far, far in the lead. And the keeper Tom's is just behind Motor Law Tech and the AU car.
And again, we'll have that slow first couple of sectors for their cold tyres.
And that is the Raybrick car. Didn't see who got in or out, so I'm not actually sure who's at the wheel of that at the moment. Mintzilla making it stop. Bumblebee coming soon as well. But I think ever so briefly the Raybrick car took the lead of the race, even though it didn't say so on the screen.
Even if it just led on its in lap, I think it did lead, you're right.
It never crossed the stripe in the lead. So in NASCAR terms, it never led the lap, but it did lead the race. Oh, slow-mo. High-speed camera. Ooh, sideways. Two sideways. So sideways were going off. Cars.
Meanwhile,
Random.
25.7 seconds lead for Jan Mardenborough. Over this battle, which is now Motul Ortec car back ahead of Tom's AU.
Do you know who really wouldn't benefit from a safety car?
I do. Do you know who's really benefiting from this nose-to-tail battle?
Person.
Yeah, our race leader.
Our race leader definitely doesn't want a safety car and definitely doesn't want this battle to stop. 25 seconds lead now is quite a lot.
Yeah, it's comfortable. really comfortable and built by Jan as well. He's done a super job, backed up by Daiki Sasaki. He's built a massive lead.
The interesting thing is how much time has the AU Tom's car lost in the pits mucking about with wheel nuts?
And how much time has the red car lost in terms of relative track pace those last 3 laps of each of its stints on its elderly Michelins? Yeah, the Toms team definitely lost 3 to 5 seconds with that fumble of the right rear wheel nut.
Richard Toledo, thank you for that comment. I agree.
Cheers, Rog. Nice to know you're listening, Dad.
Our producers here in the studio in the NISMO bunker suggest questioning your sanity, but I agree with you. So, here we go, the battle for 6th and 7th pursuit. I've got a question for RJ O'Connell. Hoshino, K Hoshino, is a relation of, I believe, because he is in the Gainer AAA, the Gainer Tanix car, and a Hoshino in a Nissan is a pretty cool thing.
Son of?
I think so, yeah. Is he the next fastest man in Japan?
That's what Jan Mardenborough wants to see ahead of him. Look,
Empty track.
nothing. Empty circuit. Brilliant.
What goes through? Well, you probably wouldn't know this, but what goes through your mind when you lead a race? As the AU Tom's car gets it done on the Motor Ortec,
For now.
Matsuda is not going to give up. Nakajima has tried it. We cut away from the moody shots of Jan Mardenborough. But look, let's see what the Motor Ortec can do. He's not getting the toe. He's pulled out of the toe. I wonder if the car's getting a bit hot.
Could be. Jan will just be trying to minimise the number of mistakes he makes. He'll be trying to keep a nice consistent rhythm. It's him versus the lap timer in the car at the moment. He'll just be trying to manage the traffic as best he can and lose as little time as he possibly can. So, but this battle behind, I would have liked to see Matsuda a bit closer to Nakajima, because Nakajima will be all guns blazing in his quest to catch Jan Mardenborough in the race-leading Calsonic.
So RJ Kondo is clarifying it. Tsubasa Kondo from the Hoppy 82 isn't Masahiko's son, it's just a common last name, a bit like Tanaka. But Kazuki Hoshino is Kazuyoshi's son. Yes, I did know that actually.
I thought you did.
Yes, I did. I'm just confusing myself with my own reflection, actually. Anyway, here's that overtaking manoeuvre. The AU Tom's car just... That was a nice move, wasn't it? The 23 just ran a bit too deep and... Oh, I'll have that. Cheeky move, actually.
Again, a cheeky move in that final sector. So often we see overtaking moves where you just slip up the inside almost unsuspecting.
It's a bit early this time because it's a bit... I mean, it's a bit early for the Motor Ortec to start losing pace. We're only about 17 laps into the stints. 118 laps is 2/3 distance, 33% of the race to go. You are watching Super GT on NISMO TV. 118 laps, completed 177 as we said. And, well, the number 23 NISMO is fighting against the AU Toms. Don't forget to like and subscribe to this fantastic action. It's looking very good for Welshman Jan Mardenborough and his Japanese teammate Daiki Sasaki in the Team Impel Calsonic Nissan GT-R GT500. Not only is this driver pairing not ever scored a podium in this championship, in GT500 at least, they are looking very nice for a race win, but there's a long way to go and anything can happen in Super GT.
And this is why anything can happen, this inter-class battle of GT500s and GT300s running nose to tail through the final sector. If two cars trip and stumble over each other, then we're into that awful situation of having a safety car and the field will be stopped, they'll be re-gridded, and all that hard work that Mardenborough has done will be negated. But yeah, still a long way to go in this race, Sam.
It is. It's going to be hard to see. I'm interested to see the 55. Can they hang on to that fairly solid lead they've established since the start of the race against cars like this, the number 10 Nissan GT-R GT3 running in GT300? And I still think there's a curveball to come in here with that final stop.
Yes, lots of GT300 teams chose to make one of their mandatory stops very, very early and get it out of the way with the knowledge that they can get to the end of the race on a shorter number of stops. So there'll be a number of GT300 teams that can just run long to the finish, and others that are going to have to stop for an additional, I'm going to call it a splash and dash. It's not going to be literally a splash and dash. It's going to be a short stint to the finish. And only when they start to get round to that final pit stop cycle will we know.
Yeah, I mean, there's some cars we know are out of sequence, so we could see some juggling of position. Some Lamborghinis, some of the Lexus, the Lexi, have been in GT300s, the GT3 spec ones. They've made a deliberate first lap pit stop and ran in clean air for quite a long time.
Yeah, the D-Station Porsche is hovering around the bottom half of the top 10 of GT300 if he doesn't have to stop, and we know those 6-cylinder Porsches are so frugal on fuel, he'll be able to go the distance.
Well, Sean Wilkins show, fastest lap of the race on lap 108, 1 minute 39.1, thanks to RJ Connell for pointing that one out.
Still pacing that BMW for sure, and the track evolving, the temperature just starting to drop a little bit, and lots of rubber being laid down on the racing line, beneficial rubber on the racing line, and lots of rubber that's offline as well, the big lumps of pickup.
Well, the Hoppy 86 now hunting down the Toyota Prius. You can see the gap on your screen. It's come down from 2.3 seconds down to 1.5. There is the Hoppy 86 chasing the Prius.
Battle of the old tyres.
Yeah.
Both cars on stint old tyres already. And we'll be able to see both those cars through the final sector, turns kind of 10, 11 onwards, moving around more than they would do normally as the drivers battle with the tyres that are now well past their best.
I expect both will have a full set of 4. Oh, turned in on the GT500 there. I expect both will have a full set of 4 tyres at the next stop.
Yeah, they will do.
When can we expect the next stop? In about 10 to 15 laps time.
And then they'll take those 4 tyres and that tank of fuel to the end of the race.
I'm not sure they can take the fuel to the end.
See how long they can stretch it. 37 laps?
It's vaguely doable. Yeah, this is a race of strategy now. It's a one-stop race, maybe, from here on.
Yes. Which is what the Hoppy team and the Prius team have been building towards, with that tyre strategy, the running long, relatively conventional first couple of stints.
But is that going to be enough?
To catch the R to M6? You know, I'm not sure.
No, I don't think it will
I'm
be
not
enough
sure.
to catch the R2 M6.
Yeah, nip and tuck between those two. The S-Craft GT500 GT-R nips past, lines up the Prius, can't quite get the job done before Dunlop corner at the bottom of the hill at turn 10. He's going to have to follow him through 11 and 12 and then hopefully make the pass at turn 13.
I'm not sure what the issue with the Craftsman Sport car has been. Car 3, run by BMAX Engineering.
They were there and then weren't, were they?
Yeah. Just faded, didn't really come back. Gio had a few moments in their first stint. Car failed to deliver after that.
Yeah, gap really stabilising now, 1.2, 1.3 seconds between the third and fourth cars in GT300. Front straight, the Hoppy car's taken an awful lot, clean out of the blue, out of the Prius. Almost, because coming out of the final sector, coming out of turn 16, the gap was exactly the same, just over a second, and by the time they got to turn 1, it's like 8 tenths, as if the Prius is really starting to struggle in a straight line. That's curious, because, you know, it's got a lot of power.
I think it's tyres. The tyres on the Hoppy, well, they haven't, that's what they're discussing now. The tyres on the Hoppy are slightly newer. Yeah. Decided to add 2 sides, but not all. But this isn't going to take long now, is he? He's going to pounce on him and eat him. Speaking of which, the AU car has not run away from the Motor GT-R.
No.
26 seconds between him and the leader.
And only 3 and a touch between P2 to P3, as you were saying, so the Motor Ortec car, far from being done and dusted, still a strong third position. Yeah, there we go, there we can see the lap on the road, so that's our P2 car, and then the Motor Ortec car will be shortly appearing into our screens on the right hand side behind the Hoppy car.
Taido Kazu makes a very good point. How has the Hoppy car spun 3 times and still be competitive?
Yeah, very good point.
That tyre strategy has played them into...
Yeah, well, they haven't stopped for tyres, have they? They've lost time in other places. This is going to be interesting between the Motor Ortec and the Keeper Tom's car, P3 and P4.
Motor Ortec, this stint just hasn't been there. It's just not had enough. It's like it was fading for most of the stints. I'm wondering if they've changed tyre compounds.
Yeah, look at the gap come from 5 to 3 to 2 to 1.5 to 1 to 2 car lengths coming down into turn 10. Sorry, to a car length.
He's going to lose this position pretty soon. Still some way to go to the next set of pit stops.
I thought the Keeper Tom's car was going to send it up the inside there. I really did.
This is now.
There we go. Not quite made it stick. Can he get good drive out? I think he can.
So much more power in the straight line now.
Rubber offline as they come into the braking area. Pulls out from the toe, goes driver's left, draws alongside. Matsuda just hangs him out on the exit.
He's not going to be able to hold on to that position for long, though. It's going to be a. This is going to be a textbook draw in
into turn
Rob
10.
Barff's driving. Oh. That's not how you do that.
Now, if these cars are locked together, Samuel, you know what I'm thinking.
That would be really bad news if there was a safety car. Well, neither of them seem particularly damaged. They just seem to be having a standoff.
That is the apex of turn 15.
Well, it looks like what's happened is the Lotus has spun, and this is terrible for GT300 because that's car 10, I think, there, that was running very competitively.
It was, yes.
Yeah, exactly. There's no damage on it.
No,
it's just the Lotus spun and just blocked the road for the 10. No damage on either car. I was about to say this is going to be a textbook double wave yellows out for that. No.
Yeah, so
they sent the first response, the throw out.
Yeah, the Lotus is just recovering.
Yeah, they sent the throw out to recover the 2 cars, and the other 2 cars had gone. So the throw looked a bit confused. Not for the first time.
That was close. I say that was close. Remember, that was close at what was 150 miles an hour. They're now doing the thick end of 185 miles an hour at the end of this straight. 300 kilometers an hour, hard on the brakes, down through the gearbox. And the Nissan runs wide. Those tyres are shot, Sam. Yeah, shot away.
24 laps on it this time. I think they must have changed tyre compound. Meanwhile, the Hoppy gets a run on the Prius, but doesn't quite get it to stick. The Prius has got very good acceleration with that hybrid system. Well, this is shaping up still. There's still some things to come.
The crucial final round of rolls of the dice in terms of pit stop strategy will be the key to the race.
Yeah.
In both classes. I can't help but think Honda have been conspicuous by their absence. I know we've joked about their lack of performance, but they've been gradually creeping up the order as the race has evolved. The Tom's AU Lexus has shown good, consistent, stint-long pace as well.
So here's the thing about the Lexus. We know they can run 37 laps on a stint. We saw it from one of them at the beginning of the race.
So the crucial lap is 130.
130. So if a Lexus stops post-lap 130, they will not need to stop again.
Correct.
I haven't seen a Nissan run more than 33, 34 laps. So they need to go to... These guys are leaning out these stints now, I think, to try and not have to do 2 stops more.
Correct.
So really, if you want to get that done, the pit window doesn't open for another 6 laps. Now, let's have a look at the lap times next time they come up for the GT500 cars, because I am pretty certain we're going to see the number 23's lap times dropping off and the Forum Engineering cars lap times dropping off.
And potentially the race leader as well.
Well, where's that Honda that's out of sequence?
Yeah, I think 6th.
And the Hoppy still doesn't quite manage it. He's still in position. He's trying to go round the outside of the Toyota Prius. Koki Saga hanging on against Shosuboi. The Lotus just in front of them. That's a lap down, and Shosuboi gets it done round the outside of the Toyota Prius. At
the outside at Coca-Cola corner, brilliant. Coming round the outside at turn 3, holds the inside line all the way round that long turn 4 at the 100R, and boom, in very early for its, I think, with its penultimate stop.
It's penultimate. I don't think they can go all the way. That's 40 laps. We haven't seen this car do 40 laps.
No, we haven't.
No.
We haven't. I'm looking at the timing screen. I am counting on all my fingers and all my toes. This is going to be very, very, very interesting.
50 laps.
50 laps. Yeah. No, far too long. Far too long.
Yeah. Producer's shouting at me 50, 50, and I'm like, no, it's 50. Oh no, it is 50. Oh, shake of the head from Matsuda. He's not happy.
And that was a shake of the head looking down at something, and you can see it's the Michelin tyres. So, yeah, I think
they changed top compound.
Yeah, as you said, they changed compound, and it hasn't worked, and that has cost them dear. They're now definitely into having to make one more stop. Do you think they'll keep Quintarelli aboard till the finish?
No.
No,
I don't think so. It's interesting. Quintarelli seems quicker today than Matsuda,
because they wouldn't need a full tank of fuel, so that it would literally be 10 or 15 seconds of fuel, which would be quicker than a driver change.
So you could go for a softer compound now, because you can go 225s on this.
Correct.
From here on in. This is the now we're into this short stint zone.
Yes. That Calsonic car still touching.
Much, yeah. It's working well, that car. Maybe a bit too well. Let's hope they haven't worn out the floor.
So like a single-seater racing car, the floors of the GT500s do have a central plank. You can see it on that lovely long shot of the Motul Ortec car you saw, has a central car-long wooden plank. And that does get measured for thickness in post-race scrutineering.
Just 3 wide into turn 1. As it was just pointed out to me, it's just crept up on us. We haven't really talked about it for a while.
the shadows have gone.
They have. And it's getting a little bit gloomy, isn't it?
Less so from that camera angle, but
Yeah,
the
but on the start,
the
but
cameras always make it look
Very
always
good
make
point.
it look a little darker. Sorry, a little lighter.
The track temperature has dropped down significantly by about 5 degrees. The air temperature's dropped down. It will affect tyre life. It will allow them to go to a softer compound tyre for the final stint. Particularly these final stints are going to be short.
The final pit stops will be crucial as well, because as I said a moment ago, they're not going to take a full tank of gas. The longer they run now, the less fuel they will need. They know how many litres of fuel the fuel rig delivers per second, so they will fuel the car to the finish, and whether they have time to do a driver change or not as well.
They all have to stop at least once more.
Correct.
I think most of them are going to have to stop twice more.
Yes.
So given now.
Yeah, for GT500, given the magic number is 37.
Yeah. So I think they're all going to have to stop out there. It's looking very gloomy out there. That looks like light rain to me rather than just mist.
Definitely got the potential of drizzle. I'm now looking for umbrellas and windscreen wipers, neither of which I can see for now.
Yeah, it does look like it's going to rain at the final corner first if it does. Fuji Speedway I've never seen without rain. Every time I've been there and it's snowing actually. Twice in a week. It's a little bit disappointing to be honest. So the 4 tyre manufacturers answering Clayton Funk.
The Keihin NSX is up to 4th on strategy now.
So Honda are trying something. I'm not sure it's going to work out.
We saw it work very well for them in was it the first round of the year? It was the first round where they ran very long and they did a short stop.
The Goku says it looks more like smoke, not rain. If you've ever been to Mount Fuji, you realise it's definitely not going to be smoke. A little bit in the middle of nowhere. The only things around this circuit are large military there's a couple of large military bases and the Sylvanian family's theme park.
And a volcano.
And a volcano. Maybe that's what's caused the smoke, an eruption. Still.
So on screen there are 2 race leaders, the blue car leading GT500, the orange car leading GT300, Nissan and BMW respectively.
Do you know somebody who would normally love it to rain?
What are wet weather Welshmen?
Well, just Welshmen.
True.
There is no such thing as dry weather Welshmen.
Yeah, I'm just desperate for Jan just to stay out of trouble, for him to run long, run fast and do a solid single pit stop to the flag. He's maintained that lead of his very, very well, and once again here we see the battle not on track, sorry, not on the timing screens, but on track between the Motul car on fresh rubber, between the AU car, which is now on the older tyre. Remember, the car we're looking at now a lap down, but done one more stop than the others.
So that Motul Autotech car, we'd expect him about lap 150.
Yes, if he's going to do his regular 37 to the flag. No, 27 to the flag, yeah. So the short stint, yeah.
So they've stopped. They're in the window. They're in a one-stop-to-go window. But the advantage then rolls to people who haven't stopped yet, like the race leader.
Like Keihin.
Exactly, who get to run shorter stints, lower fuel loads, fresher tyres, can go to a softer
shorter stop as well, Sam. Shorter stop.
And go to a softer tyre compound. They're having too much fun over there. Low drag specification cap for one of our producers, Louis here. Just
gone from high downforce to low downforce setting.
Yeah.
The Motul Ortec car touching as well, coming down the hill into turn 10. So it's not just the Calsonic car touching the ground there.
Good lap times from the Motul Ortec car, actually. Getting down to the 132s we just saw.
They always go quickly at this part of the stint, though.
Yeah.
Give them 3 laps to get those Michelins up to temperature. Then they have a really strong run of 10, and then for the next 10, drop off slightly into the last 5.
Have you noticed they changed the rear wing end plate for every race?
I have.
Got a little cartoon of Mount Fuji on it for this race. One of my favourite features of NISMO Festival each year is the NISMO garage sale, where basically at the end of the year, all the old junk from all of the old cars that's littering around the garage, they just flog off for not a lot of money. So you can buy a door from a GT500 car for about 30 quid. Or there was actually some brake ducts. I wish I'd bought them, but I didn't have the time to do it. There were some brake ducts from a GT500, which I thought would make a lovely flower pot.
There you go.
But again, didn't manage to buy them. They weren't very expensive either.
Nob Taniguchi there in Hatsune Miku, the very distinctive liveried AMG, solidly in second position in GT300. From that car there, the Hoppy 86, driven by Sho Suboi, in third.
She's saying you've got to bring those parts back in your hand luggage. It's not true, you can ship them quite nicely. Or actually the brake ducts are small enough to put into my hand luggage anyway. Not quite sure what airport security would have made of them. But then maybe at Narita they're Super GT fans. Should be.
I've heard that all the people that work at Narita Airport have clicked like and subscribe.
Have they really? Well, the rest of them at Haneda
All
need
of
to
them.
get on with it then, don't they? 3,000 of you watching. Only 1,200 if you click like and subscribe.
Hoppy 86 team in the pits.
For all 4 tyres as well.
There was another tray there as well. There was a tray of something.
Yeah.
They could have brake pads at the ready. They could be looking at pads.
It's interesting. It's quite late in the race to do that.
It would be game changing if it was. Game ending if it was.
I'm just wondering if they keep the air guns in a tray for some reason.
No. The air guns were out of the tray. There was definitely a tray in the centre of the car for some reason. It could be to hold the driver's drinks bottle. He said, thinking of solutions, that could be the case.
And here we've got the pit stop summary in front of you anyway. So the Hoppy 86 is due.
Look at the Manipa Lamborghini
Well, that's
stopping
it.
on the first lap.
That strange, and the Leon Mercedes as well, have found that strange pit sequencing, which they've worked on since the beginning of the race. I can't quite fathom how that's going to work by the end. Maybe my brain isn't quite
It just
calculating.
gets them out of the traffic in the first part of the race. It allows them to just start lapping in completely clean air from the start. So what they're gambling of losing, i.e. half a lap, they're hoping that over the next hour of the race they're going to gain that back.
It's not worth though.
And they're gambling for a safety car, of course.
Yeah, I think they were gambling for a safety car. It is getting very dark and gloomy over the mountains.
I thought I saw a drop or two of moisture on the camera lens there as well, as we see the Hoppy peel in.
I mean, that could be why quite a few of these cars are staying out, because a bit of rain at this point, you can save yourself an extra pit stop and nearly gain a lap if the rain comes in the right moment.
Changing conditions would put the cats massively amongst the pigeons.
Darian Quinn asks, how much for NISMO bits for my 350Z? I don't know, you can buy it from the NISMO catalogue for that car. There's plenty to buy for the 350Z and the 370.
They're a good car, 350s.
If you went to NISMO Festival, there's all sorts of parts, official parts and unofficial parts. One of the big things that was launched at NISMO Festival last year, which there is a video about somewhere on NISMO TV, so hit like and subscribe and find it after the race. They've started remanufacturing parts for classic Nissan Skylines, GT-Rs.
So definitely no brake pads. I think that tray on the far side was for the drinks bottle.
Okay. All 4 boots going on that car.
Taking engine oil as well in that pressurised container, so as the fuel man will pull out, engine oil will go in the front and the rear tyres will get changed.
Some somebody else on their way into the pits. Can't quite see who it is.
So the oil going into the engine is preheated and pressurised.
Ooh, now this is a tight one.
40,
Yeah, it's 40.
2-ish.
Could they do it?
40, no, they'll get lapped again, so it'll be 41.
That's a very good. Yes, that is the last time.
The
They'll
GT
be lapped more than once. So,
Yeah.
it's a GT. So this is really important for the GT300s. The lap counter.
It's for the GT500s.
Exactly. So they will lap the GT300s a significant number of times between now and then, which means that was the last stop for the Hoppy 86.
So they've brimmed it and put new boots on and sent it to the flag.
And they have to do some quite complex maths, as we see the 39 trying to get past the 64 Epson car, but not really making it.
Oof, that was close.
Yeah. And then has he given up and gone to the pits?
No, stay down.
Carried on. And they're still battling for positions that aren't crucial.
They're at the tail end of... No, they're not. I was going to say they're at the tail end of the top 10, but they are... I think this is for 11th and 12th. No, it's not. It's 12th and 13th now.
So let's see. We are getting into that zone where we need to look for pit stops.
The zone of twilight.
Not just with the weather conditions.
The zone of twilight and potential drizzle. Drizzle. Another Freudian slip.
Only on this side.
So thought we were going to see... Ah, right, that's the crash in free practice.
Yeah, tell us about this.
So this is the Zensarumo car. The direct translation from the Japanese was brake pedal failure, and he came down, he had a slug of brakes, then had brake failure, and completely collected the back of the GT300 NSX at 250 kilometers an hour, destroying the NSX. He's out for the weekend, but the Lexus mechanics working wonders to get this car back out on track, and as you can see, that was yesterday, Sam. You know, 24 hours ago, and no, 28 hours ago, and now the car is out there racing inside the top 10, gaining vital championship points.
Yeah, it's really impressive they've got that back together, but not being competitive. They've not had much time to set it up and get it prepped for the race, so not surprising that they haven't achieved very much. Looks like the Modulo NSX there might never come back to race.
I was hoping to see a replay of the Hoppy 86 pit stop, because we saw them taking on engine oil, and we don't often see that in the shorter sprint races. These race engines are designed to use oil, and later in the stages of your endurance racing environment, the mechanics will be adding oil in a pressurized container that is preheated, and they just plug it in through a dry brake and will take a litre and a half. They won't be filling it right up, but they'll just be, they know how much engine oil the car is using, and they'll just replace what the car has burnt in the first 137 laps.
Yeah, you do see it sometimes at Le Mans, races like that, them whacking these bottles onto it and putting a bit of oil into it. Speaking of putting a bit of something into something, here comes the Prius for a bit of petrol, some tyres, or probably some tyres.
40 to go for the GT500, so this will be 30.
Final stop for the Prius.
38 laps for the Prius max, so yeah, final stop.
But with 40 to go, we're getting into the range where, while we know the Nissan needs still 2 stops to make the finish, we know the Lexus in 3 laps time will be able to go the distance.
How long can Jan Mardenborough stay out for? That's the question.
Well, his gap seems pretty consistent at 20-something seconds.
And you know he'll have leaned it right off. The drivers will have the facility to change the engine map, and by leaning off the car, they're physically using less and less fuel. Jan will be lifting and coasting towards the end of the straights, I'm sure, as well. As soon as the car reaches terminal velocity, he'll be blending out of the power, manually changing the engine fueling down. Good stop from the Prius.
Good sound, that, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Well, it's definitely got that Fuji Speedway look about it, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's going to rain at some point.
Some point soon. It's getting hazier and gloomier, but then when you get to look at the bottom part of the track, it's still quite bright down that side. But I have been standing in pouring rain in the paddock, looking across at sun shining on Gutenberg.
We're seeing the headlights reflecting off the road surface now for the first times as well. So the light level, the ambient light level around the track is dropping for sure.
Without a doubt, and it's going to be affecting the drivers as well, isn't it? When you get these changes in light conditions, things start to look different. Your braking point might have changed slightly.
Yeah, you're tired. You're starting to perhaps make a little mistake. Sorry, I thought you got stung by a bee there. Bless him.
It looked like it, didn't it? Yeah. Nearly got stung by a wasp yesterday. Didn't.
Winner.
Right, pit strategy. That is the order of, well, the minute. Looking to lap 140. That's when we get into the window. 37 laps to go. We've seen the Lexus run 37 laps. Oh, slow-mo.
I love it. I embrace the slow-mo and the moody music.
I'm enjoying the music.
It's a shame that they don't use this high-speed camera in a slightly more constructive way to show the pit stops, so we can have a little look at the tyre condition coming off the cars, because Sugo Matsuda was clearly struggling on that, what we think was a softer set of Michelins in his last stint. As we see Jan Mardenborough coming around, hopefully he's going to be continuing.
Do you remember the onboard cameras we had for like 5 seconds in one race? Slightly odd shoes. Have high speed camera will use. No real purpose to use, but will use.
So there's our two class leading cars running together on track for I think the first time we've seen this afternoon. Both continue for another lap. Jan Mardenborough starts lap 140, 37 to go. Cars peeling into the pits for their final round of stops.
Yeah,
that's the Manipa Lamborghini who's made that very early stop, so they're going to call it now and do their final stop.
The window's well open for the 300s, like this 88 car. Looking for a good result in GT300 today. Yeah, that's a very good point that's just been passed across. What do you think? Will race control consider forcing the Calsonic Team Impul to adjust or make that rear light work? Now it's getting a bit gloomier.
Now it's getting gloomier, no. If it rains, yes. When race control deem it to be a wet race, when they allow the use of wet tyres, when the rain comes down, they will expect to see the high definition LED rain light on the back of the car. And if Jan hasn't got that high definition rain light, they will make him stop. It's looking a little breezy down there, isn't it?
It is. Crosswind as well. You can see it's a crosswind. Whether the wind's blowing down the straight most of the time, but there is a bit of a crosswind. You see that little weather vane spinning around by the chap who's sitting on the tyre. The Lamborghini there. All 4 tyres for that car.
Oh, struggling with the right rear slightly. Lost a couple of seconds.
I suspect the long lingering pit stop there was because J Sports had gone to commercial.
Do you think their commentary team get to go to the bathroom and make cups of tea during their commercial breaks?
No. Maybe, actually.
Ha! I laugh in the face of having to go to the bathroom and drinking delicious warm beverages.
You're saying the warm beverages we've got aren't delicious?
Ooh, looking forward to this next one.
Well, there you go. The AU Tom's car of Le Mans winner Kazuki Nakajima. Looking to do something, although it's not clear what, about the number 12 Calsonic Nissan GT-R Team Impul, leading this race by some margin now. 25 seconds. There you go. They're beginning to erode the gap a little bit.
Only a little,
but not enough.
He is coming into traffic.
He is indeed coming into traffic. One stop left for this car. Now Team Impul roll the dice on lap 141.
Wow.
So in terms of fuel, the car can go the distance, but can the tyre? It's not gone in.
Lap 142.
Well, the team were ready for Jan Mardenborough, but he didn't want to stop. He was having too much fun. Let's hope he's got enough fuel. We've seen this before with Team Impul.
We saw at the last race the Tom's AU car run out of fuel.
And we've seen in Thailand Jan Mardenborough run out of fuel before miss out on his first ever Super GT500 podium.
I'd be marginally displeased if the blue car ran out of fuel somewhere over the next kind of 3.8 kilometres.
Yeah.
I'd be relatively emotional and maybe even a whiff angry.
It reminds me a little bit of Jean Alesi in, I think it was the Canadian Grand Prix.
It was, yeah.
In 1998.
Yes.
Or was it 7? No, it was 1998. In the Benetton.
Come on, yeah. Keep going. Been a good, quick, clean in lap as well, this.
Right,
not too much traffic. Talk amongst yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Sam Collins is doing maths.
Might take a while.
He has the calculator out. He's tapping in numbers. Question is he tapping in numbers into his calculator or is he texting a friend?
Bit of both.
Paul Trustwell. Hi, Paul. Just struggling to get a head around this. Does Mardenborough peel right to the pit lane?
He does.
He does. Okay, so this is Jan Mardenborough probably getting out of the car for his final stint. Screeches down to the pit lane speed limit line.
So that was a 35 lap stint.
And hey, how long to go then?
35 laps.
Boom.
So we know the car can do it, and he didn't lose too much lap time.
We know the Bridgestone tyre is consistent over a stint. Fingers crossed, everybody. This is a quick, clean stop for the Calsonic.
Luke Carril Stanton has corrected my Jean Alesi comment. It was the Australian Grand Prix in 1997.
See, I told you it was the Australian. No, I thought it was a Canadian. Canadian. God bless everybody who's in Canada and about it.
And here is the leader. Both leaders were in at the same time.
Wow.
It's like this was scripted or something. That's a completely pointless pit stop comparison.
So Daiki Sasaki climbing on board the Calsonic car. Sean Walkinshaw, his afternoon's work is done. Jan Mardenborough's work is done. Well done to both those two members of the British Racing Drivers Club. Very pleased.
Are you a member of the British Racing Drivers Club?
Sure am.
You
Send
won
it.
10 races.
Oh, I had to win loads when I joined. Had to finish on the podium 24 times in 3 years. It was quite hard to do back in the day. Fortunately, with British GT, we had 2 races every weekend.
That was quite hairy between the Golf Porsche and the car guy Honda as well.
Okay, so Calsonic car leads safely through its final stop. So it leads on pit stop cycle, but yeah, we'll have to see where the others come back out.
There's the number 3 car, which has been a little bit anonymous. Don't really know the reason. The team don't look too fussed about it. Oh, it's dead.
Parked.
Well, clearly there was something wrong with that number 3 car. Glowing red exhauster.
Up on the skates and back in the box.
Well, end of the day for the number 3. We don't know the reason for that, but it has been struggling for pace since the very first lap. Or first few laps, anyway. saw Chio have a slight excursion in it. Leaves 3 Nissans and GT500. Getting photo messages sent to me by people who better known as Snowflake, Snowball.
Ah, morning.
There you go, that's the crucial screen. When everybody stopped the last time, the Calsonic GT-R first one to blink. Well, other than the Wed Sport car, which stopped a little while ago. Will the Wed Sport be able to go the distance? I'm not sure. Calsonic definitely can.
Now we're into if there is a safety car territory.
Well, if there's a safety car territory, this is very beneficial for the Calsonic car.
Yes.
Doesn't have to stop, just guaranteed track position, but then would have to fight back against cars on fresher tyres. But there you go, the Motor Autotech GT-R down in 10th position at the moment, but that's because there has been a bit of a cycle through.
I've still got one eye on the Keihin NSX. Currently running P3. The Michelins on the red car are going away again, Sam. You saw on the exit of turn 4 there, a big slide of oversteer.
Stop all that longer. Here comes Forum Engineering, car 24. They've been struggling with tyres as well.
As the sticker suggests on the side of the car, the only Yokohama running Nissan GT-R GT500 car.
Now this is going to be crucial because the Nissans are stopping before the Lexi, which, as you said, even if about tyre life, changing the 4 tyres, the driver takes about the same amount of time for every car. The refueling time, because there's a set fuel flow rate.
Yes.
The refueling time from the rig to the car takes a certain amount of time as well, and it'll take less time the later you stop, because there's still the same distance to go in the race. So there's Hatsune Miku in for the same procedure.
It's a couple of litres a second, isn't it?
I'm not sure what
approximately. Across GT racing generally, it's 2-point-something litres a second, which equates to a tank of fuel in less than a minute.
How it goes. Takaboshi or JP getting in and Takaboshi out.
I didn't see. I'm sorry.
He's off to the pit wall.
So that's Nick Cassidy jumping out of the car. The keeper Tom's car. Tight for space between the D station Porsche and the 117 Bentley down into turn 1 there. Commercial break. Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, exactly. They've clearly gone to it. They know there's going to be a race to the finish. Where is that race going to break out on the final lap? So where's the real battleground going on now? You've got the AU Tom's car that's going to close the gap up a bit on the Calsonic, but I don't think it's going to find 20 seconds. Will they be able to put in a storming final stint to get onto the back? I'm not sure.
On a
they've
set
got the
of
pace. Yeah.
super mega double softs.
That Keihin, it's threatening, isn't it?
And we know the Keihin is kind on its tyres.
But it
so
hasn't got pace. Not that we've seen.
It doesn't need to have pace though. With the gaps between each of the cars, if it can just make a quick, clean stop, and by quick as in less fuel and just stay out.
Well, the Motor Autotech, there he is. He's really faded.
Well, they were looking at the tyres after Sugo Matsuda got out after his previous stint with lots of shaking of the heads and, oh, I'm really unhappy. Maybe it's something mechanical with the car. They thought it was tyres. They were blaming the tyres. Perhaps it's something mechanical.
He's trying to work out the same. Rio Hirakawa.
Ah, so it was Rio. Beg your pardon. Rio got out and Nick Cassidy climbed aboard.
Keihin's in. Oil fill for that car as well. You can see the big bottle of doom.
Bottle of happiness.
Yeah.
It'd be the empty bottle of doom.
bolting in the driver. There's to gain a Tanak's car. That got really badly held up by the Lotus spin. I think that cost them a
good
result.
30 seconds hold up.
I didn't see us lose the number 60 Lexus. It just sort of stopped, didn't it? We never really understood what happened there. So here we go. Let's have a look at the running order. The LT500 AU car is in the lead but needs to stop. Artur NSX is second but needs to stop. The Wacos LC500 also needs to stop. I was about to say the Zensurimo needs to stop. There he is. Freshly rebuilt car. And we do still need one more stop from the Motor Tech GT-R.
See him limping really badly after
Well, he said the pedal, when the pedal broke, he hit the wall, and his foot whacked against one of the other pedals, and it really hurt him very badly. But he was cleared fit to race, but I think he's in serious pain. So a seriously impressive performance from this team.
Good all-round team result. Just bring it to the flag. 29 laps to go.
The drivers in some series hit the brake pedal with some serious force.
Yeah, these guys will be hitting the brake, but it's hard to put it in perspective. If you do an emergency stop in your road car, you'll be pressing the pedal with about 40 bar of pressure. Drivers in this championship will be pressing the brakes with 165 bar of pressure.
I did a test session with the Arden team at Silverstone, and they were doing a testing on the amount of force the driver can exert on the brakes at a given point.
Yeah.
And compared to the drivers who at the time I think was Julian Palmer and somebody else, can't remember who the somebody else was, I could only get to sort of 80% of what they could do.
Yeah, when I was racing an LMP1 car, I was doing single leg bodyweight squats on my right leg to get the muscle strength to be able to, they're called a piston squat, so you need to be able to lift your whole body weight on a single leg. AU car in for its final stop.
I have the same expression when I drink too much cider.
What, a piston squat?
Yeah.
Kaz Nakajima jumps out.
Ford F-150 GT500, love it.
Yuki Segaguchi climbing in. Calsonic car round turn 10. Daiki Sasaki going slowly.
Going very slowly.
Calsonic cars breaking down from the lead.
That's not cold tyres, that is a problem for the race leader. The race leader on strategy anyway.
No, he's popping and banging. Yeah. There's an engine problem with that car. Being passed by GT300 cars.
Utter heartbreak for that team. On their way not only for their first GT500 podium, but a near certain victory. He's not pitting.
I think he is.
No, he's gone past the pit entry.
No, you're right, he stayed out. Has he?
No, he's not. He didn't pit. There's the AU car holding the lead. They've lost the lead. Now, why is he not pitting?
Could be doing a Control-Alt-Delete of some description. Trying to do a reset. Is it stuck in gear? Is the limiter stuck on in a particular gear?
Oh, well, that says it all. He was on target for his first ever Super GT victory and in the biggest race of the year. And the car's failed him for the second time he's missed on victory now. Because the car has... The first time it was a refueling error by the team. This time I don't know what the problem is. As the Motor Tech GT-R makes its final stop.
Well, that's rather disappointing. Not the stop, the breakdown.
Well...
And they'd worked their way into a dominant race-leading, potentially race-winning position as well, Sam.
That's just heartbreaking, isn't it?
But it's an endurance race. It's no good being there at the end of lap 148.
Yeah.
When there's 177 on the board.
Oh, and he stalled. It's going... Oh, it's all going wrong.
So that was another couple of seconds loss. The most disappointed Afro in the Shinjuku prefecture as the Calsonic car makes its way slowly
the most disappointed Afro in the world right now.
furious, rightly so.
Yep.
Didn't need a degree in lip reading for that one, did you?
Something in Welsh, I think. Oh, the car's still not. I don't know why he didn't pit. There's clearly something not happy on that car. Now he's pitting. He should have pitted the previous lap.
If this is something that a hard reset can put right, it will be very disappointing, as you say, that he didn't stop on the previous lap.
This is a team, of course, that's not really looking for a championship this year. It's looking for race wins, and it had this one in the bag.
The blue ribboned event, the biggest race on the GT500 calendar. Less than 30 laps to go. The Calsonic car pits from the lead.
Well, is he going to go into the garage, or will they just... Yeah, straight into the garage. Now, let's see what they work on. Are they going to try and get this car fixed? Yes, they are.
Driver staying on board, so Daiki Sasaki not climbing out just yet.
And Ronnie Quintarelli seems to be... Was that leaking something, or was that... No, it's leaking something. There's a big problem for the... Yeah, there's definitely a leak on the Motor Lawtech GT-R is in trouble as well now. There is a major problem with the Motor Lawtech GT-R. It was leaving fluid or trace of something down the track as it came down the start-finish straight. We saw something coming out the rear, and it was leaving a mark the whole way down the straight. I'm not sure if that was fluid or something stuck underneath it.
Yeah, it could be. There's something.
No, there's something. It's bottoming out. There's some problem with the Motor Lawtech GT-R.
Yeah, it's
not slowing it down.
It's low on the left front. It's touching on the left front.
Yeah.
It's had contact. The bodywork's loose at the rear. The wipers are on.
Is it raining? There's definitely something wrong on the back of that car.
I've gone quiet, Sam, because I don't quite know what to say.
I'm not quite sure what the issue is.
The wipers were on. It's showing signs of bodywork damage.
It looks... Is it low on the right front? Is that a suspension failure? But it's not... That can't be. It's going too quickly.
No, it was left front that it was touching. Left front. Yeah, it's low there. But what was it? What was it leaving in a straight line?
You could see it. It left a sort of like a snail trail down the start-finish straight. Let's see if he does it again. Once the downforce builds up, even Suge Matsuda's thinking exactly the same as us. What's going on? No headset, so he's no wiser than we are. And you can see the trail it left.
It's tyre rubber. It's got a lump of pickup underneath it.
Oh, the blue car's back in action, so they could reset it. So Nike should have pitted. Well, they're out of contention, down in 14th position now. Bitter pill to swallow for the team and the drivers there.
Yeah, that's back up to speed.
Totally different complexion on this race now.
Yeah, there's pickup and debris, left, right, and centre.
Well, they're not going to pick up any points, I don't think. Couple of laps down. What a shame. So the number 3 car is retired with an unknown issue. An unknown issue affected the number 12, costing it near certain victory. And there is something afoot with the 23. Lost track of the Forum Engineering car.
Hopefully he's still circulating.
6th position, 51 seconds off the lead.
So, meanwhile, our race leader.
Look at the trail the car made. It must have just picked up a massive lump of rubber. And
yeah. And it was coming from the centre of the car, so something that got trapped on the front of the plank, perhaps. But it did look like it was riding at a curious angle.
Possibly because it was full of rubber at the bottom. Well, what looked to be Nissan's big day in the summer has seen the balance shift towards this manufacturer, Lexus.
P1, P2. Sorry, beg your pardon. Nick Cassidy there.
Nick Cassidy will be taking, looks like he'll be taking some silverware back to the flat in Tokyo, where he'll have to deal with a probably quite unconsolable Jan Mardenborough.
Yeah, rightly so. I think Jan will be distraught. Feel sorry for calling him a Billy earlier. There we go. He had that one in the bag. He drove like a complete professional. He's done himself, his friends, his family, everybody proud, and just a small issue with the car has cost him, unfortunately. Heartbreaking, genuinely heartbreaking, because it looked like he'd tied up a victory in GT500 in only his 8th season of motor racing. He's gone from bedroom gamer to potentially winning the Fuji 500-mile classic in only 8 seasons, which would have been front page news. Just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, it's a real shame. Now the car's back and running well. Don't know what the problem was. Did it get stuck in gear? Was it
Yamamoto, P5 from nowhere.
well, really benefiting from those issues had by others.
Good clean job from both those drivers. Again, hampered by the fuel flow restrictor and the enormous amount of success ballast on the car relatively slow in a straight line, and no sign of windscreen wipers from any of the other cars. So whether Ronnie Quintarelli picked up something on his windscreen, he was just trying to clear it.
Look at that, up 11 positions for the Keihin NSX.
Wow.
From the start. That's a great run from them. And yeah, I mean, those Hondas now looking competitive. So perhaps that was their plan all along, to
run long.
Yeah.
Run steady and run long.
Well.
Light level dropping even further. We're starting to see the faint glow of red hot brake discs now as well, down at the bottom of the hill into Dunlop Corner at turn 10.
Motul Ortec GT-R back up to 9th position. Pick up a couple of points or a few points for that. So not a complete write-off of a weekend. For that you have to look at the Craft Sports number 3 car. Stopped with an unknown problem. In GT300, 47 seconds in the lead, the R2M6 BMW from Hatsune Miku. Still a good margin ahead of the endless battle between the Hoppy 86 and the Toyota Prius. Oh, no, nice new camera angle.
Sounds sweet as a nut now, the Calsonic car.
Yep. Oh, I wonder what that problem was. Ronnie Quintarelli just set the fastest lap of the race.
On 7 or 8 lap old Mitchell, yeah, as you said, he's probably going to put a softer compound on for the final stint.
Yeah.
So whatever that problem was with the car, we saw him being passed by other cars in the same category. He's now got his head down and that's cleared.
What a shame. I'm just trying to find out if we can get any updates as to what caused the problem for... Oh, was that the car struggling again, the number 12?
I heard it, I didn't see it.
It was on screen momentarily. No, I don't know. They just cut away, so we don't know, but there's the big gap. While we're looking at the R2 BMW. Earlier I said it was sponsored by the Ikebukuro BMW dealership. That's actually been changed to the Nerima BMW dealership. Nerima is off to the edge of Tokyo. Slightly off in the direction that you see here. There's, I don't know very much about the Nerima area, but it does have the Mihara di Magnolia green space in the middle of it, and Sakuji Park. you go.
It's getting cold, Sam.
It's getting cold.
I say cold. 27.
It's got a lot colder.
It's a relative term. It's colder and it's significantly darker.
Yeah.
Significantly darker
A
now.
little bit of rain could be possible. You can see the position tracker on the screen there. It's not just a broken screen. He hasn't dropped it. That's what it's going to look like.
And again, it is funny. Cutting back to these GT300s, when we've been focusing on the 500s, their relative pace, they look so steady, yet they're such a quick car. The Hatsune Miku AMG there, strong second position in GT300.
Just saw a Team Impul fan saying he's gutted. He thought they could win today. Lots of fans of the number 12 in Japan. Well. And it really puts them out of championship contention, I think. Playing themselves into championship contention very much in GT300, though, is this pairing, Koki Saga and Kohei Hirate. The number 31 Toyota Prius. Had a good race, good battle with the Hoppy. 20 laps to go. Could there be any more drama at the front of the field? It is distinctly possible. So it's cut to the Mach 5. GT86 coming in for, I think, a scheduled stop. The car's performed very well. It used to be a perennial backmarker, this car. Changed its maintenance package to Dome, and the car's performance has increased significantly. According to some weather information just being passed to us, there's a 40% chance of rain before the end of the race.
There's always a 40% chance of rain in the air at Fuji, and again, it is cooler and looks darker than it has been. I know it's getting slightly gloomier towards the end of the day, and yeah, 40% chance is certainly a real one.
Bit of rain would certainly spice up. Oh, well, no, the Mach 5 car isn't coming in on schedule. It's retiring, but nearly took out Mintzilla on the way.
I'm trying to work out whose call that was. Probably Mintzilla's for an unsafe release, so no harm done though. I doubt race
so,
control will look at it any further.
Well, that Mach 5 car, as I was just saying, the machine maintenance has improved, obviously not by enough. These long distance races, these cars aren't really built for it, are they? They're not. We always saw a little bit of attrition at the Suzuka long distance race, and now we're seeing it again at Fuji. These cars are suffering. It's one of the reasons why you won't ever see a GT500 car, at least of the current style and generation of car race, in long distance races like Le Mans and Bathurst. They simply wouldn't last the distance, they'd break.
And Fuji's a relatively demanding circuit as well. You're coming from enormous speed on the front straight down to low speed for turn one. It's quite a long lap at 4.5 kilometres, so almost 3 miles in length. And is that a little bit of moisture on the lens of the camera? I don't think so. No, it's a tough track on the car. The car doesn't get a great deal of respite, and the respite it gets is on this front straight, and then you have an enormous stop for turn one.
The shift in weather conditions seems to have affected the Hoppy car quite a lot, because that car, the Leon at Mercedes, is hunting it down rather remorselessly, while the Prius has disappeared off into the distance that it was battling with for about half the race.
Correct. When the temperature was higher, the Hoppy car certainly had more pace.
That Leon car also very competitive in GT300 everywhere it goes, actually. It's a team, R65. I don't know what Leon makes. I'm going to find out. Well, there you go. There's the pit stop strategy for that car. watches.
There we go.
They make watches. CVS TOS is a watch manufacturer. Leon is one of their...
It's a very distinctive
Leon
livery.
Racing
It's
is
a
the name
very
of the team.
easy car to spot on track. The combination of the satin black bodywork and the yellow lights, it's always easy to ID from a distance.
Now, looking at that table on the screen, I think the Mini Hurricane owes us a pit stop, as does the Leon Mercedes as well. If you think about the amount of fuel in the car, unless, of course, they started the race on next to no fuel. If you look at that, they've made stops on lap 1, where the others made it stop lap 34, so they seem to be a stop behind.
Yep.
Unless they... Yeah, it's a funny one, that. Well, the floodlights are on at Fuji Speedway. 17 to go. We're watching the Leon Mercedes trying to get back on terms with the cars around it. Well, there's our race leader at the moment, Yuhi Sekiguchi. I mean, you can't fault the drive he's put in. It's just he was outdriven earlier in the race by another car.
Yeah, completely.
But to finish first,
Of course. And that lesson was learnt no more so by the team we're looking at here, the Tom Zayuka, who ran out of fuel in Thailand.
yeah. Well, look at that. The Raybrick NSX made a 5-stop strategy, made an additional stop over every other car, and has still managed to get up to 5th. You kind of wonder what they could have done if they went for a 4-stop like everybody else.
True.
Those 3 Hondas much higher in the running order than you might expect. Cars in front of them having problems, but still decent performance from both the Kahin and Yata in particular. But it's got the look of a Lexus 1-2 at Toyota's home circuit. But the question now is going to be, which Lexus will it be? The AU, Tom's car here, race leader, car 36, or not all that far behind it, about 5 seconds down the road, not the Wed Sports car you see there, just a little bit behind, the Red Bull livery, Keeper Tom's LC 500.
It will be great to get the gap comparison that we sometimes get on the timing screens.
I think we're about to get it. I think that gap is coming down. Now, team orders could very much come into play because they are not just in the same manufacturer pool, they're from the same team. I'm not sure how they stack up in the championship, but that's what you're looking at. Let's look at Takaboshi in 6th position, defending against that Lexus behind him. Best places the Nissan GT-Rs now.
Yeah, Ryo Hirakawa and Nick Cassidy are higher in the points table, but they are down in 5th. Everybody's relatively close in that sort of central section of the points table. So
big points haul for this race, though. 25 points for the win.
Of course, yeah.
Usually only get 20 points, so an extra 5 points.
Yeah, even if Yuki Sekiguchi were to win it, it would only bump him up to about 4th or 5th.
And you get 7-point advantage over whoever finishes 2nd. And if you look how close the championship is at the top, 7 points is massive.
Huge.
In fact, that 7-point gap could have put Mardenborough into title contention.
Don't tell him that.
He'll be watching. More racing coming up later today. You've got British GT live from Brands Hatch. You'll find that on NISMO TV, I believe. Yes, you will. And there's the RJN team running the 370Z, which is a very nice time. So subscribe, stay tuned. We're going to stay right through to the end of the race here. And the rather marvellous podium ceremony here at Fuji Speedway. 500 miles when we get 500s. extra podium weirdness, I'm not sure.
I certainly hope so. Marco Mappelli pushing hard from Mintzilla. This is the Battling GT300.
That Prius car 31 has had a very, very good race.
Look at that, 8 positions.
But look at the Minipa Hurricane, 22 positions.
So that early stop strategy has worked for them. Definitely has worked for them. 22 positions, that's a huge gain.
Can they go to the finish without another stop? It's not that far to go.
Very similar running gear to the V10 Audi R8, so not the most frugal of engine power units.
Now, if you've enjoyed this, don't forget to hit like and subscribe. If you get to 2,000 likes, there will be a prize from Nissan for somebody, somehow.
I will forgive Jan Mardenbrit if he doesn't feel a need to click like and subscribe. I want him to subscribe, but I'll forgive him if he doesn't quite like this.
He does subscribe already.
Of course he
might
does.
not be liking it. In fact, there's one additional thumbs down on there since he went out, so I think that might have been Jan.
Or his mum.
Yeah.
So here we are, Quintarelli looking to make that move up to P8.
Could be crucial for the championship here. Big points.
And who'd have thought we'd be seeing this battle on track only 24 hours ago when the Motul Ortec car sat on pole position and the Zensarumo car was in 1,000 pieces.
It's really impressive. Ishiura will have a hard job to get to stay in front of Quintarelli, but the Motul Ortec car is running on a lot of ballast and has that fuel flow restriction. Can he make it stick? I wonder. Just look at all those marbles. If you go offline now, it's going to really hurt your...
Yeah, they're not going to come off in just a couple of corners as well. You're going to lose a huge amount of track time, lots of additional lap time when you pick up marbles on all 4 corners of your race car.
You can see where the racing line is as well. It's the bit that hasn't got the rubber all over it.
Still looking murky through the final sector, isn't it?
How much harder to get to overtake when it's the track's in this sort of condition?
Overtaking is exactly the same. It's how much harder your car is to drive after making the overtaking manoeuvre. And with the pickup as bad as it is now, you're running into issues of mechanical damage, like tearing out a inner wheel arch lining, popping through louvers, all manner of sort of rubber-related damage.
Good info from RJ O'Connor. Ishiura here in his 100th Super GT race. Oshima also in his 100th Super GT race. Ronnie Quintarelli done a few more than 100. It's very interesting to see. Ronnie Quintarelli has basically been, with this man, Sugio Matsuda, a stalwart of the number 23 Nissan. And there's actually a video on NISMO TV called Ronnie Quintarelli 23 and Me, where he talks about his love affair with the red car. He hasn't always driven the 23. Oh, and there is a dead Mugen car. Hideki Muto has come to a stop.
So coming to a stop just on the outside of turn 11, that bottom sector. Let's have a look what's happened. The lights are on, but no one's home. So the car has still got power, just lost mechanical drive.
That won't bring out a safety car. They'll tow that back under double waved yellows. You'll see the little Nissan Skyline throw car come and fetch it. He's trying to roll it out somewhere. I do like that Motul livery.
It's great, isn't it?
Ah, now here's that battle. The Hoppy has finally been caught by the Leon. Matsui and Gamu. I'm not sure Gamu is going to be able... Well, I don't think Matsui is going to be able to hold off Gamu for
no, and this
11 GT500 laps.
So it'll be probably 10 GT300s, and this is pertinent to the championship battle as well. The Hoppy 86 is 5th in the championship currently, and the Leon Mercedes is 3rd. So all to play for in terms of championship points for these two, having to be cautious and careful as they pass that stricken NSX, but now past the green flag, all to play for.
The difference between these mother chassis GT300 cars, carbon monocoque and the V8 engine that you see of the Hoppy car, and the GT3 FIA GT3 specification Mercedes behind it, where you can see there is a size difference quite clearly. And there is a performance window difference. Now, in theory, I was about to say the GT3 cars have a higher straight line speed, but as you just saw, the tiny little Hoppy car is out-accelerating the Mercedes. And the Hoppy car should really have a better cornering speed than the front-engined rear-wheel drive Mercedes. They're both being front-engine rear-wheel drive. The Hoppy car is a purpose-built race car. The Mercedes is a modified production car. From
Haruki Kurosawa, the other driver in that black Mercedes, stalwart of British F3 back in the day. He'll be looking for his teammate to sneak past that Hoppy car, and as the Epson GT500 car comes up behind him, this could be an opportunity as they come into that final sector. Down the hill to turn 10. Can he follow him through on the brakes? I don't think he's close enough. Nope, already by.
10 laps to go for the GT500s, but the battle is all here in GT300s. They don't know how much longer race there is to go. They just have to keep driving until the GT500s get those 10 laps completed. As the, I think that's the Nissan Skyline recovers the stricken Honda.
Yeah, the yellow flag would have still been out at the bottom of the hill there as well, so good job he didn't bust a move down there.
Doesn't want to do it, Jensen. Bit of a brave move there on the back of him though. He's sliding over the curbs, going to send it up the insides.
Easy.
No defence there.
And we've seen the slippery little 86 has had straight line speed, but the Leon Mercedes has outright grunt, and of course he's going to pick up a toe from the, is that a BRZ ahead of him?
It's the Mach 5 BRZ we last saw going into the garage. Obviously reappeared.
Going defensive.
Hoppy 86 trying to go around the outside. It does have some pretty good straight line speed, that car, actually. Mach 5 staying well out of the way, saw that one coming.
So this is where the Hoppy could have the advantage through the next sector. The fast left-hander at Coca-Cola corner they're coming into now, followed immediately by turn 4, the 100R. This is where the Hoppy car has had an advantage in speed. Can he get close enough? No, I think the tyres are gone on that car now. Haruki, little nod. Yep, job done.
Well, the 10 to go logo is now on our screen. Don't really see much of the leaders of either class at the moment.
It makes me think the LC 500 battle at the front isn't as tight as we thought it perhaps could be.
I think maybe a radio message went out saying, yeah, we got this.
What, at the home of Lexus, at their home track.
There he is, as if they were listening to us, which they are.
Conserve fuel.
Just finished the race, bring it home, because it's Tom's 1, Tom's 2 as well. It's the same team.
Yeah.
Tachi Oiwa Motorsport. Named after Mr. Tachi, Mr. Oiwa. A little known fact, Mr. M was the original partner.
Ah, Mr. Motorsport.
Well, no, his original name, his name started with M. I don't know what his surname was. It was meant to be Tachi Oiwa M Sport.
Ah, okay.
But then Mr. M decided he didn't want to do it or didn't pay the bill or whatever, so it became Tachi Oiwa Motorsport.
Works well.
Based in Gotemba. 2 factories. They build their own engines for some series, like Interproto, which is a series that races in Japan, which pitches Super GT drivers with amateur drivers in a shared one-make GT300 mother chassis style race. And the pro drivers get to do one race and the amateur drivers get to do the next race. And they rank the championship like that. So
cool.
Ronnie Quintarelli races in that with an amateur driver, and Tsukiya Matsuda, half the GT500 grid race for these Interproto cars. Only race at Fuji Speedway. All powered by a Toyota V6, tuned by Toms. The series is the brainchild, actually, of a Le Mans winner, and I can't actually remember off the top of my head which one. Zakir-san.
Oh, okay.
So yes, smash that like button for prizes, says V8's mate. What country you're from?
New Zealand.
Yeah.
He'll be furious at that, won't he? He's like, oh great, I got a mention on NISMO TV. New Zealand!
In Vain We Trust says, I've heard rumours that Japanese Super Formula drivers don't like Formula One. Tell Pierre Gasly that.
Yeah.
Stoffel Van Dorn.
Yeah.
Andre Lotterer. Okay, he didn't last very long in Formula One, about 2 corners, but... And it was only in a catering. Now here's that gap. It is as tight as I thought it was. Down to 1.2 seconds.
It's gone from 3 to 1.2, but there's smiles on the pit wall.
And that is Mr. Tachi and Mr. Euler. So they are quite happy. I don't think there's team orders there. I think there's go have at it, boys. So
let's wait and see. 8 to go. This is either looking like a formation finish or either gloves off to the flag.
This is gloves off to the flag. Team order is don't hit each other.
The AU car does look racy through the traffic. He's on the flash button a lot. He's out early, making sure that he's been seen.
But the keeper Tom's car is caught. Oh, yeah, the car guy.
So there we go. Yeah. Again, the keeper Tom's car is looking racy through the traffic. This, as you say, is not looking like a formation finish.
Look how different that championship looks now. Total change, apart from 3rd position. So, the reigning champions look like they may well take, well, as things stand, they will take a fairly strong lead in the overall championship.
And what was looking like 2 brilliant days for Nissan has turned sour looking at the championship table in the final 40 minutes of the race, Sam. We saw the cars qualify very, very well. They raced very, very well and have just crumbled when it mattered most, when the points were being handed out, unfortunately.
It's about €4. Yeah, this is... I'm looking forward to this battle. What? I'm not sure who's in the keeper Tom's car at the moment. Is it Cassidy or is it his teammate?
It's Cassidy.
It is Cassidy, yep. Okay. So the finest champagne sprayer in the East? It isn't.
Said no one ever.
No. Well... just very champagne like a Billy. Drives a bit better than that. Ooh, that was a brave move up the inside of that GT300 Lexus. There's the Cahin NSX, looking very dirty. You mentioned that brake dust, 3rd position.
Dirty and hot.
Still, impressive performance from them from right up at the back. Honda underperforming, seemingly, for most of the race, but capitalising in the misfortune of others. And it's actually now closing the gap on the keeper on the leaders.
So...
by significant chunks there as well.
They have run long, they ran slow, and now they're just getting quicker and quicker as if the track is evolving to their liking.
Well,
track's evolving to these guys' liking as well.
Well, the track's been to these guys' liking all day long. Get that? The gap's just hovered at 49-50 seconds between the BMW and Hatsune Miku. Well, get an English interview at the end of the race. So stay tuned.
Yep.
Stay tuned for the podium ceremonies after these 6 laps are completed. If you haven't watched Super GT before,
don't miss the podium.
Really, really don't miss the podium ceremonies. They are different. And I have no idea what's going to happen here.
I've given up trying to speculate. Ever since they gave away the the offspring of that giant stuffed cartoon dinosaur.
Yeah.
That I just found.
Golf clubs.
Yeah.
Golf clubs in round one.
Yeah. Random leisure wear.
Yeah.
Baskets of rice.
But fish heads.
Wood.
Wood.
Nice piece of wood.
Yeah.
Very, very small trophies occasionally.
Very, very large trophies on other occasions. Bigger than the drivers.
Sometimes a scratch card, sometimes not a scratch card. If we haven't got you to now stay and watch the podium ceremony, well, I don't know what will.
And of course, there is Nick Cassidy's issue with spraying.
Oh, yes.
Too early. Or not at all. Poor Cassidy. He actually went away and practiced it. He genuinely did.
Where did he practice it?
He had to go off and do a photo shoot, and they said, "We've heard you've had problems with the spraying," so they'd got him 4 bottles of champagne.
Okay.
And photographed him practicing opening. Yeah. So there is a spread. I think it was in SuperGT magazine or in Japanese or in Autosport Japan, and they did have a big spread of Nick Cassidy spraying champagne, practicing spraying champagne.
Oh dear.
So he always does look a little bit nervous on the podium for that reason. Like many of the non-Japanese drivers, he watches Super GT on NISMO TV.
5 to go. Manipa Lamborghini with Marco Mappelli at the wheel, going defensive on the run down the front straight. Richard Lyons finds a gap from nowhere, though, tight against the pit wall through that sea of pickup.
That's brave. If somebody had been leaving the pits at that point.
Brake discs aglow, Mappelli tight over the apex curb and a little bit more, but no. Richard Lyons, P7 up to P6.
Well, this is interesting. 4 to go. The GT500 cars. And 4 laps to go to give us a load of likes and make Rob Barff go on Twitter.
If you haven't clicked like and subscribe, as Sam said earlier, if we get 10,000 likes, which we're not going to, I will create a Twitter profile and I will post random snippets of my really quite mundane life from deepest Cornwall. Here's me mowing the lawn, feeding the cats.
For those that don't know what Cornwall is, it's like a sort of historic theme park to the west of England, where electricity is considered a novelty.
Many thanks. There's our GT300 race winner, tucked up the back of Yamamoto. Successfully carried their heavyweight penalty around for the last 173 laps.
Kiku 1999 asks, 500 miles means how many laps?
177.
And there's 4 of them left. And there's problems for Richard Lyons coming into the pits with a puncture on the left rear.
He's picked up a puncture on the marbles offline. I thought when he went tight to the pit wall, I was like, that's so dirty. I thought to myself, I should have said it.
On the right rear as well. He had that a couple of laps ago. I'd spotted that, but maybe he picked up a bit more damage. Oh, gutting for him. He was in 6th position. He's going to be out of the points now. Oh, and the left rear won't go on. There's too much damage in there.
It's munched the inner wheel arch lining. Yeah, this is very time consuming.
Oh, look at this battle for 8th position. The Motor Lortec GT-R driven by Ronnie Quintarelli. There's dirt on the track. Don't know where that came from. Is that damage on the front of the Motor Lortec right in the middle? I think it is. I think it's been skewered.
I think it's it's grown a horn.
Yeah, like the Honda in round 1. Yes,
yeah,
it has.
It's
been
picked up.
Wow, it's literally been skewered in the middle by some debris.
It's picked up an appendage.
Right in the centre of the Motor Lortec logo, the car has been impaled by some sort of carbon fibre component, possibly from this car here.
This is a nightmare. They can't get the inner wheel arch out. They just need to get a wheel on and send it.
Yeah, you can't get the wheel on because of the wheel arch in the way. It's blocking it. It's going to try it.
And this is exactly what we said before, Sam. The issue of pickup offline. If you do go offline, of course, Richard's racing. He's got to go for a gap. When you no longer go for a gap, you're no longer a racing driver, as a famous Brazilian once said. And He went for the gap, but look at the debris
everywhere. I was
off
about
the
to
racing
say,
line.
No wonder there's punctures coming. And don't forget, there's still cars out there. These punctures could fall on other cars. Now, the Zensarumo and the impaled Motul Ortec GT-R. I've never seen a car get impaled with debris before.
It was a Honda we saw get a dive plane.
Yeah,
got spiked.
And now with the Nissan's got, I don't know, something about these cars this year seem to be, they just seem a bit stabby.
That's Richard Lyons in the Audi rejoining.
Former GT500 champion, I think we should always point out. Former
P6 this afternoon in GT300, and that will have dropped him right down the field.
He must live out in Japan, because he never really came back to European racing.
He was racing a Ferrari for a few years, 2 or 3 years ago. Of course, was racing the Ferrari in... Was he racing the Ferrari in GT300? Not last year, the year before?
Nope. He has raced for this Audi team since 2012.
Okay.
He won the 2004 Super GT Championship driving for Nissan.
Definitely racing for AF course in British GT, amongst others as well.
And he has raced solidly in Super GT since 2002, where he joined Dome, and then he joined NISMO after that. Drove from NISMO from 2003 to 2007, scoring 2 third positions and winning the championship, as I mentioned. Then switched to Lexus, won a few races, but didn't really do much better than that, and then joined this current Audi team. And his best result has been 3rd in the championship in 2016, with 1 race win.
So Kazuki Nakajima looks on from the pit lane as his teammate starts the final lap. They've picked up the pieces where Nissan faltered, and Toms with their AU car leading from their keeper car, P1 and P2.
Known fact about Richard Lyons, also raced in A1 Grand Prix. And also won the 2004 Super Formula Championship. So 2004 was really quite a good year in the Lyons household. And he also drove the first time I saw a Super GT car. And that was at the Goodwood Festival of Speed when Nissan bought a...
Yes, I remember.
GT500. Well, it's the final lap here on NISMO TV. The Lexus Toms AU car. Sekiguchi at the lead, but not far behind him is his teammate Nick Cassidy, but he's not very far to go as he's in the final sector now. And there runs Nakajima, Le Mans winner, now winner of the Fuji 500 miles race. Well, assuming he makes it down this very short chute to the finish line, there it is. There's his teammate right behind. And in a massive turnaround in the final 40 laps of this race, Lexus wins at home for the Fuji 500 miles race. Lexus second.
Formation finish, and Sekiguchi 0 to hero. We saw him in tears on the side of the track in the last round in Thailand, where he ran out of fuel competing for the lead. Kaz Nakajima delighted, and on screen is our GT300 winner, the ARTA BMW M6. A dominant performance from them to win the GT300 category from the Hatsune Miku AMG GT3.
More interestingly, who is going to be 3rd in that class? It was getting close to that 3rd position slot. And they were battling over it, but the fact that TV cameras haven't cut to it means it wasn't as close as it looked like a few laps ago. Bringing you interviews. A little bit response to it. Prius is the car that comes in 3rd. Meaning 4th must have been the Hoppy. Or 5th was the Hoppy.
There'll be reverse engineering Honda's strategy as well, Sam, to see where the NSXs picked up that pace from. Of course, they inherited a few positions with the retirements of the Nissans, but
still a very strong performance from cars that didn't show much pace at any point during the race.
Yeah, they raced well with limited lap performance.
Good show from Sean Walkin.
Show. Oh, nice bit of shouty girl action down there as well.
Big hug. BMW chap. Well, this is not the result even 40 laps ago we expected. heartbreak for Jan Mardenborough, who I don't think we'll be hearing from for a couple of days at least.
No. He'll be extremely grumpy, and rightly so.
Yeah.
He did the perfect job today. I let him off the stall leaving the pit box. That was... it didn't make a difference.
Well, I think you're lucky he won't be watching this one.
No, exactly. Yeah, that didn't make a difference. He had outright lap pace. Clearly brilliant job from both drivers, and again, we'll have to just find out post-race what was the issue with the car that they did manage to do a mechanical fix on to get the car back out to take the checkered flag.
Right, 500 miles done, but we're not finished here on NISMO TV. Stay tuned for the podium ceremonies. We've also got, coming up in not very long at all now, British GT action from Brands Hatch Circuit in Kent, the Garden of England. Lovely tree, leafy place. It's 31 degrees down there, could get hot. So will the action be? How will the 370Z of Team RJN get on? We'll find out later on. Then, from America, it's IMSA. How will the freshly rebuilt number 22 Nissan at Daytona prototype get on, as well as the number 23, which is slightly better placed. Great day of racing action here in the world of Nissan. But first up, let's see how that champagne spraying technique, or sparkling sake spraying technique, goes on. We're going to bring you the podium ceremony. Obviously, Tom's signing up its drivers quite early.
Nice double flagging technique there from Small Boy.
Yeah, the Small Boys seem better at this than the drivers, actually. Nakajima went for a single flag strategy at Le Mans. Let's see how his victory goes here. It's his first race since Le Mans, I believe.
Sean Walkinshaw's getting very fingery, isn't he? Have you noticed that lately? The old single digits coming out quite aggressively.
I think he's learned some lessons from a small German child who drives a Ferrari.
Yeah, going to have to have a word in about that.
Yeah, it's not. He needs to come up with his own thing.
Star jumps. No one does star jumps, do they? Walkinshaw star jumps.
That would work, yeah. Well,
burpees.
There is the Calsonic car peeling off to the finish formation.
Don't see.
That's two fingers from Kazuki.
Don't see cars coming wrong direction up pit lane very often.
Well, the last time Kazuki went the wrong direction up the pit lane, he just won Le Mans. Now his car's coming the wrong direction up the pit lane, and he's won the Fuji 500.
Yeah, having a good summer, that boy.
Yeah. Oh, his thumbs up there. Is he going to do fingers? Is the fingers going to come out? He looks giant from this camera angle.
I think the other people are just small.
No, I think it's the camera angle. So, oh, bang.
One final anti-lag pop as the car makes its way down to its winning position underneath the podium.
There is Walkinshaw. Hopefully not going to make an exhibition of himself. Well, he looks quite happy. Where's the GT300 car then? We'll be hearing from the winners.
I can hear a rumble of a turbocharged BMW engine in the background, so that's clearly making its way down.
Get the camera pan back and we'll see an orange car set there.
Sekiguchi in tears for a completely different reason. Only a month on from the race where he ran out of fuel in Thailand, remember. We saw him sat down on the grass on the side of the track in floods of tears now. Top step of the podium.
It's the way the luck ebbs and flows in Super GT. Today the luck was with Lexus and against Nissan. He's getting his cap. As usual in Super GT, there's a little bit of disorganisation. Here comes the BMW finally. Slowly making its way down pit road. We'll be getting those. We'll be hearing from the winning driver in the BMW, in English, and in Japanese from everybody else. There they are. The mandatory finger point. You have to do that if you win a race in Japan. You actually get disqualified if you don't.
Really?
Probably.
You get an idea how dark it is now when you see the pop of the flash bulbs.
There you go. That's the finger. Try and look happy, they say. You won. There you go. And he looks happy. And here comes the BMW. Sean Walkinshaw tries to fall asleep on a rather warm bonnet, one assumes.
I said they were lilac earlier. They're not. They're sky blue, his boots.
Sky blue.
Like, I wasn't sure whether it was like duck egg green, but I think it's just a nice sky blue. Almost matches his
Look at the height differential
teammates'
between him and his teammate.
helmet, yeah.
They must have to have quite a bit of seat insertage going on there. Oh, being past the flags. It's something we don't normally see when the flags like goes on. Oh, interview
久しぶ
time.
りの富士における500
What
マ
are
イ
they
ル
saying, Sam?
800キロ長丁場のレース、いろんなドラマがありました。そして最後ドラマの主役になったのはこのチーム、このお二人、そして監督です。関口祐希選手、そして中島和樹選手、インタビューしたいと思います。まずは関口選手、アンカーを託されました。おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
He says thank you.
タイでは悔しかった。
そうですね、後だったらなおさら、嬉しいです。
I drove quite well. Yeah.
まあ
Didn't run out of fuel
そしてですね
today.
予選から考
Makes a nice
える
change.
とこの位置にということはもちろん最後まで諦めなかったと思いますが、
最終スティント入る前に、1位じゃなかったんですけど、最後のピットストップが短いこと
He
と
was saying his
ソフト
pit
タイヤで行く
stops
って決めてたんで、
were
全然
troubled
諦
because
めな
they
かったです。
couldn't deal with their nuts properly.
まあそしてこのですねチームに加わって
Yeah.
トムスに加わっての
They
初
weren't
勝利で
able
す。
to get the
いや
time
嬉しいですね。
loss.
表
They had
彰
to
台
drive
も乗っ
really
てなかったんで、
fast
今年やっと乗れてちょっと安心しました。
to do that.
おめでとう
Thank
ござい
you,
ました
he says.
そして中島和樹選手、皆さんご存知ルマンを制し、そして
Le Mans
この
winner
長丁場
Kazuki
800キロ
Nakajima
500マイルも制しました。おめでとうございます。
はい、ありがとうございます。
He says thank you.
まあ予選終わった時にですね中島和樹選手がこれほどこうなんですか気分を害する
You're
お手
called
上げだというよう
Kazuki
な
Nakajima. Are you the
表
same
情を
as
し
the
て
guy
た
who won
と
Le
いうの
Mans?
は
Yes, of course.
すごくですね印象的だったんですが今は笑顔です。
そうですね、まあちょっと展開的に月があったかなと。ちょっとインパルさんはね、残念な結果だった
There's
と
one
思いますけ
picture
ど、
he'll
まあ
be
今回は
keeping for the rest of his life. He likes taking photography.
諦めたらなんか起きましたね。はい、諦めてからが勝負だなと改めて実
I'm
感しま
feeling
した。
quite confident for the next
最後
race.
のスイント終わって関口選手に託した直後に
Plausible. I believed you.
そうですね、まあ最後ソフトタイヤで何が起こるか分かんないとも思ってましたけど、さすがにね現実的じゃないかなと思ってたところだったんで、
He speaks really fast.
本当に
He's talking about which train home he's
ずっと
getting.
夕日が特に
Because
隙
he's
がな
missed
か
the
った
last
んで
Raymond's car.
First world problems.
and
回ってきてよか
we
った
can
なと
drink
思
some
い
beer
ます。
on that.
おめでとうございます。そしてですね監督就任初勝利です。伊藤大輔監督です。おめでとうございます。
2回目ですけどね。
Daisuke Ito there.
去年勝ってたごめんなさい初勝利じゃなかったですね。おめでとうございます。
Drivers got bored
ありが
and
とうござい
wandered
ま
off.
す。もう本当にね途中ピットでのミスとかもあったんですけどもドライバー
Yeah,
2人は
we
ね
mapped up our
完
pit
璧な
stops.
仕事を
Didn't
ね
go too
コース
well.
上でしてくれてとにかく安心して見てられたんですけどもねで1回目のピット
We'll be
で
working on that,
少しミスってしまったんですけどもそれもちょっとナットとかにね不具合が出た分
Yeah,
を
the nut was-
2回目
he had
で
nut
きちんと
problems.
修復する
The
っ
gun
ていう
didn't
意
go
味
on.
で2回目もちょっとピット長めになっちゃったんですけどもやっぱり長いレース考える
The gun.
とそこで何かあっちゃいけないんでそれを冷静にねチームのメカニックも時間はかかってもその作業をしたっていうのは
He's
良
just
かったと
talking
思い
about
ま
the
す。
pit stop
はい
troubles that we all saw.
そしてトムスの初のワンツー見事な勝利見事な幕入れでした。おめでとうございました。
Thank you, they all say.
以上です。
And now we'll hear from Tom Walkinshaw. Well, Sakaguchi decided to have something to eat. Oh, he's got sweets. Sakaguchi's got sweets. Look at that, they've got sweets on the. This is a free podium.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Oh, Nakajima didn't like the first sweet. Oh, he's spitting it out. Oh, he's not happy with that sweet. It's a gobstopper, I think. I don't know what he's eating. A golf ball? Oh, it was a
放
golf
送
ball.
席、放送席、
Oh,
こち
exciting
ら
girls
サンデ
here.
ーテラス、新しい記録が生まれました。55号車 ARTA BMW M6 高木選手、そしてシャーン・モーキンショー選手です。
She
お
says.
めでとうございます。高木選手、20勝になりました。おめでとうございます。
so
You won!
ありがとうございます
Shinji
これで単独トップですよ、トップ。
新田さんごめんなさい。
Thank
い
you
やで
very
も本
much.
当にね、
He's
こ
won
れこそ
again.
がぶっちぎるっていうレースでしたね。
そうですね、なんかいつもの BM の富士の勝ちパターンに持っていけて、それが良かったんじゃない
He
かなと
likes Fuji a lot more than Motegi.
改め
Yes.
てどうします、この20勝というのはどうやってかみしめますか。
いや、次で多分新田さんが21になると思うんで、違いました、20なんで、また一緒に争いた
Okay,
いと
so
思い
it
ま
was
す。
very difficult to
本当
drive
にね
around
も
like
う
this,
素
but
晴
I
ら
had
し
another
い
guy
も
who
う
did
完
it for
璧な
me.
レースでした。おめでとうございました
So。thank you. Let's talk to him.
And Sean, you did it again.
Yeah, it's amazing. Obviously, Fuji's great for us. it was, you know, Takagi did amazing to get past the number 25 car at the start, and from there on, he just bolted away. Then I got in the car with a nice lead, so it was nice, and just did nice qualifying laps and pulled away. It's fantastic.
My Japanese grammar's coming on in leaps and bounds. I could understand almost every word he said then.
ファーストスティントでね、高木選手がぶっちぎってくれたので、その後本当自分もね、余裕を持って走行できたので、本当にもう最高のレースでしたとおっしゃってました。そして赤木監督、なんとここ富士スピードウェイで3連勝です。おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。なんか本当にね、富士に来ると。こう神様ついてるんじゃないけれども、本当にうまくこう車もうまく決まるし、ドライバーたちもうまく走ってくれるし、すごくここはこううちのチームにはいいサーキットですね。はい。
チャンピオンシップ考えてもね、素晴らしい勝利ですね。
いやまあね、チャンピオンシップはね1年間通して大事にしていかなくちゃいけないんですけど、やっぱりこう目の前の一個一個のレースをねこう大事にしていくっていうの、まあ今回長かったんで特にねすげえ嬉しいです。本当に。
改めてね、本当パーフェクトな完璧なレースでした。おめでとうございました。以上です。
I don't know what that means. Yatta. Well, Sean Walkinshaw looked very excited by that. Stay tuned, we're going to have the podium for you, but let's have a look at the race result. The car 36, Tom's AU LC500 took the victory, 1.5 seconds ahead of its teammate, last year's champion Hirakawa and Cassidy. Keihin NSX and the Arta NSX were third and fourth. The Rayburg NSX of Jensen Button was fifth. Forum Engineering was first of the Nissan GT-Rs, followed by the Wacos and Zent Tsurumo Lexus. Motor Tech GT-R was ninth, and in 10th position was the Wedsport Advan LC500, and I'm really surprised at that finishing order after the goings-on of this race.
Yes. Yeah, we went from #where is Honda to an unfortunate afternoon for Nissan.
Yeah, I mean that was very bad. Well, there is where the Nissans ended up. The Craft Sports Motor GT-R retired early in the race. The Calsonic had an unknown problem and lost it 2 laps, and an almost certain debut race win for that car, at least in the current driver pairing. Back in GT300, however, we go for a camera angle change. And the Arta BMW took victory for Takagi and Walkinshaw we just heard from. Hatsune Miku, Taniguchi and Kataoka in second position. A full lap down by the end of it. I don't think that's actually accurate. The Toyota Prius, the Kokisago Kohei Hirate was in third. The Leon AMG fourth. Hoppy 86 was fifth. The Manipa Lamborghini, very impressive, moving up through the fields to sixth. D-Station Porsche seventh. The Gainer Tanax GT-R got to be gutted with 8th after losing a chunk of time behind the spun Lotus, the Up Garage 86 in 9th, and the K-Tunes RCF GT3 in a 10th position. There's the rundown of the second half of the top 20. Some of the free driver cars, no real advantage to having a third driver in those cars, I don't think. They never seem to perform a lot better. The Lotus in the end finishing 20th, 11 laps down. We didn't see that retire, but it must have done. Whereas the AMG GT3 of RQs, but the Gainer Tanax number 11 dropped out.
Previous championship leader.
Well, here is the championship positions. Ryo Hirakawa and Nick Cassidy top the standings at 47 points ahead of Yuhei Sekiguchi, because he's driving on his own. Naoki Yamamoto and Jensen Button in joint second, I'd actually say. It says third on the screen, but it's joint second. And then in GT300, obviously I didn't want to talk about the rest of the field there, is the BMWs who won the race here. Kokisaga and Kohei Hirate are second, and Kurosawa and Gamu in the 65 car are third. And again, let's jump on and look at a very gloomy podium. There is one up there, apparently, when they find it. If they can see it. Totally lost sight of the Mount Fuji, which is behind the grandstand. Normally get a lovely view from this angle. The time is 6:32. The Romance car left Gotemba about 10 minutes ago. So let's have a recap of... Oh, well, that was one of the most exciting moments of the race. Yeah, that's my feeling too. How they didn't have an enormous crash. And then look, the next... This is the AU Tom's overtake compilation, I guess. Got the move done there. And here's a crucial moment, getting the move done on the keeper Tom's, his teammate car, around the outside.
That was a beautiful move. Yeah, great move.
That's the move that got, you know, I don't know who was in the car at the time. Was it Cassidy? I think it was Cassidy, wasn't it? He won't want to watch that back on video. Round the outside again with the Motor Tech GT-R, which was struggling on its tyres, as you can tell. between those two, but the race it stayed just about clean. It's the Nissan power advantage. Nearly told, but even on poor tyres, there's that weird wobble that the car was doing. I don't know if he was struggling to get the car stopped or something, but nonetheless, they get the move done. Overtaking. Race to the front. Well, there's a nice, fairly impromptu compilation of overtakes by one car.
Beautiful shot of the volcano in the background there.
Absolutely. It's on the right, if you can't make it out. There's the podium. They found it.
Musical accompaniment. Oh, look, there's some of your Kvustos watches as well.
There you go. That's what a Kvustos watch looks like. They are the timekeeper. Except in this series, I'm not sure they actually are. Maybe they are. There's the FIA flag, the Autobacks flag, and another flag. Let's see how many flags the drivers have got. BGT 300 first, I think. Who really knows? Floodlit podium, quite unusual. I haven't seen one since
Suzuka last year. Looks good.
There's the girls waiting to do whatever it is they're here to do, and lots of people in suits waiting to do whatever they're here to do.
No,
I can see an orange arm, which means orange jackets back there.
And there's no worrying cartoon animals up there, which is always good for my demeanour.
There is a Jurassic Park here at Fuji Speedway. Real dinosaurs. They are actually real. They got a bit of amber and found a bit of DNA in it, and they cloned them.
They should make a film of that.
No, no one would believe it. Anyway, all the a park full of dinosaurs. So there's nothing. What can go wrong? They call it the Fuji Jurassic Way.
Of course they do. GT300s, here we go.
Walking short. Fingers. They're the fingers. Double finger action there. Oh, flagging the bell. Only one flag for two drivers, though. Oh, that's the most unusual trophy we've ever seen.
He's been given his teammate. How awful.
She has to just put him on the shelf with all the others. Trophies, not teammates. Oh, feet. There's Taniguchi with all of the logos.
Every single one.
Yeah.
Good shouty girl action from the...
I've just spotted a bit of his overalls that haven't got a logo on.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, just down by his chin. There's a little space.
Oh, I'm going to get that embroidered for the next Suzuka race.
What, just say Barffy down one leg?
Dude, across his shin.
They're very lovely APR Prius team. Everybody likes them. They're very friendly, you know. So they've got shouty boys here.
Rightly so.
Oh, sunglasses. Double sunglass action. No one else has gone for sunglasses. They've got double flags as well. Pointing. I always wonder when people are on the podium who they point. Lewis Hamilton always does it. Who's he pointing at? Because they're quite a long way away. Is it like a massive game of Where's Wally?
He's there, look.
Yeah. That's what it is. Oh, proper trophy. Proper trophy. I remember these trophies, the little etching of Mount Fuji on. These are beautiful trophies. See, they're trophies you can drink from. No, I do remember this. This is one of the nicest trophies of the year. This is the race you want to win, because that etching of Mount Fuji is absolutely beautiful. None of this plastic track layout nonsense.
No.
You see the trophies at Monaco Grand Prix? Just this rubbishy track, mate. You think a race that old would have a decent trophy?
Yeah.
There goes my invite to the Palace next year. Not waiting to get one. No, that is, I think, the best trophy of the year so far. Apart from last time we were here, it's exactly the same. You think it'd be a bit bigger for 500 miles, though?
What's coming up next? Will it be straight to sparkling sake, or will it be...
No, here he is. Mr. Orange Jacket. Here you go. Here it is with the orange jacket, plastic or glass triangles. Do you know, if you've got that whole trophy cabinet full of those, I mean, what could you use it for? They're not particularly good bookends, you see, are they?
No, not really.
Unless you've got like one of those really big coffee table books, and even then it might leave a mark because it's quite sharp at the top. You couldn't get that home in your hand luggage either. Oh, he's looking at the numbers.
I was just having a look because I was just thinking, you know, we've seen Sean Walkinshaw up on the top step of the podium quite a few times now. There's a pattern beginning to develop here.
He's leading the championship. Yeah, that's the pattern, I think. This guy's getting a long introduction. I'm not quite sure who he is.
Come on, gives a caption. This is Dave. He's the circuit manager. His name's not really
He's
Dave.
not the circuit manager. I know the circuit manager. So this is, he's presenting, he's going to present something.
Looks quite a serious award.
Yes. He's very serious about it. It's the wood. It's the bit of wood. I now actually know the story behind the piece of wood.
There we go.
This piece of wood, it relates to a special sort of water you can purchase that's meant to be very pure and lovely.
Is it called Whoop?
No,
Because
there's some sort of scheme around the water as well.
Oh, okay, cool.
Like charities.
Yeah, like a water aid.
Something like that.
Water
But it's
for
more
all.
about I don't think it's something like that. It's just clean water that's amazing, and Japanese is the best water in the world. Which is hard to disagree with because the water you get at Fuji Speedway is absolutely lovely. Not the water you get in some of the more volcanic regions up in the mountains where we've stayed before. It's rather smelly there. That's a true story about the water.
It's fascinating, Sam.
So,
is there any sparkling beverages going to be
there's our
produced?
Japanese. That is actually our Japanese producer. I don't know what he's now out on the podium. No, pick up the podium.
Trophy's back up.
Look, they want to get a better look at in England. They want to look at that.
Look happy.
America and look at that. Come on, cheer up, Sean. That's your favourite trophy. No? Yeah. Second position is happier. Well, the girls haven't done anything yet. Just sort of stand there. Or are they going to bring on some... They look really bored.
Ever since Thailand, where the podium ceremony, they didn't have any champagne. They just didn't bother.
No, it's because the nation was in mourning.
Yeah. No. Just the GT300 guys sprayed the GT500 sparkling sake.
Yeah, they nicked their champagne, didn't they?
Here are the young ladies.
Yeah, she is. Champagne, she says. So this is champagne.
They're not pre-opened.
No. Oh dear.
Cassidy's going to be furious.
See, now Sean Walkinshaw is showing us the correct technique. Yeah, there you go. Look, he's so casual, he's not even paying attention. Just chatting to his teammate. Yeah, ready? Yeah, let's go. Oh no, was he overconfident? No, see, that's the correct technique. You see, that's what a race winner does. That's how you do it. I actually like it when it's not pre-opened because you get the pop.
Yeah, true.
In Formula One, it's all pre-opened, and you don't get that, and they just sort of spray it around a bit. Now, are any of them going to have a drink? Yes. Oh, well, he's going to try to, but his teammates turned into a fountain. So he still hasn't actually had a drink. He keeps on going to have a drink and he hasn't done it. It's like, he must be really thirsty now.
Go on, Sean, get it down you. Doesn't matter where you go in the world, there's always an English lad drinking out of a bottle somewhere late at night.
Usually me. There you are. So they'll be stinking on their... Well, they won't be on the romance car. So they'll be stinking on the really little train, the JR railway, to change for the Shinkansen, and then from the Shinkansen to Tokyo, and then they've got to get the metro back to where they're based.
No, it's an endurance race. They'll definitely have a shower. If it was a 200-kilometre race, yeah, I agree. Kit in the bag, send it. But this is an endurance race. They're definitely going to have a shower.
No.
I don't like his boots. Sean, sort your boots out, son.
What's wrong with his boots?
They're blue.
Is there a reason
they're like
they're blue?
sky blue.
Maybe you like sky blue.
Oh no, he's going to tell me now it's his like mum's lucky colour or something. He's going to make me feel awful.
My boots are always either silver or red.
At least they matched. Didn't just clash horribly.
You could do an Alex Wirtz. Oh, they're throwing away their flags. Obviously, they've had enough of those.
It really is dark.
There was a cuddly bear in amongst that lot.
Shut up, you've been drinking.
I have not.
No, I didn't see it. If I don't see it with my own eyes, I don't believe it.
Shall I put it on the instant replay?
Go on then.
Here we go. You can't see this at home.
Is it Pudsey having a weekend away?
Well, it might be actually. It is a very easy circuit for people to get to. We'll see it in a second. There.
Oh, no.
There is a bear wearing a cap in the crowd. Don't go away yet, the podium's not finished. There it is, there's more podium. We've got GT500. We get to watch Nick Cassidy trying to spray champagne.
Won't be a scratch card.
Oh yeah, we haven't had a scratch card, have we? And here comes the AU Tom's team. Flag each, there you go. Very professional. Kaz Nakajima knows how to do winning. Shouty girls know how to shout.
Ooh, bit of drumming.
Oh, yeah, drums. Oh, Shouty John's here as well. Just heard him.
Yeah. That's a big height difference between those two guys as well, isn't it? Kaz Nakajima significantly taller than his teammate.
Looking Cassidy, championship leader now.
I wonder if he's just pre-opened his bottle of sparkling what's it out the back.
If I was Mardenborough, I'd go up and just put a bit of clear tape around it so he just couldn't.
Pop a cable.
Look at his face, he knows what's coming.
Pop a cable tie around it.
You know, every time he now goes on a podium, he knows that we're talking about this. The main topic of conversation is, can he open a bottle of champagne?
At least he didn't win, so he doesn't do one of those disgusting shoeies and get bacteria in his eyes.
That's disgusting. Oh. Why would you want to drink out of somebody's worn old race boot? Apparently it's like an Australian thing. It's like an Australian party thing. It's not for me. Also, can you imagine what your shoe must smell like afterwards? I mean, you've got to put it back on to walk home. It's
very unpleasant.
Yeah. And only one squishy shoe.
Ugh.
Squishy, boozy shoes. You stink on the train home. Treen says the shoey is a cultural thing and should not be appropriated from its native Aussie racing driver traditions. I think that's absolutely right. Cultural appropriation is a problem, and there shouldn't be cultural appropriation of the shoey.
There we go. Check me out. I'll consider myself locked back in my box. Thanks for coming. Click like, click subscribe, and close the door behind you.
That said, Cassidy's from New Zealand, which is basically Australia. But I don't think he will, because he's got enough problems getting a bottle open, you know, complicating. But look at the double flag strategy for the two Keihin Honda drivers. It's pretty impressive. Jensen Button's probably gone back to thinking about what a podium is. He wondered for a while. Oh, there's the Autobacks trophy. Mr. Orange Jacket on very good form here with an orange car. He must be happy with the GT300 result.
Extremely. Yeah, and happy with the performance of the Arta GT500 car as well, you know. Circulating outside the top 10 last hour, came right up. Good haul of points.
Here's something I don't get. Gran Turismo is a sponsor of SuperGT, but I thought the current Super GT cars aren't in the latest Gran Turismo. Am I wrong on that one? Yeah, okay. I was waiting for that. We got a reaction to New Zealand. So let's see about a New Zealander's champagne.
Did you see Nick Cassidy just turned to his teammate and said, "What's he saying?" And he went, "No idea."
A very long introduction. Nick Cassidy's like, "Where's the drink? Come on."
Oh, look at that for a scratch card.
That's a big one. 500,000 yen. You could send the entire team back to the factory in Tokyo. Well, in Gotemba for that. For 500,000.
Have you got enough to give them a sparkling sugar-free beverage before you go, each? Have you got enough change?
If you use the thing is you'd have to get change from it because you have to use the coin up. It's about £3,456 sterling.
Yeah, that's enough.
About €3,000.
$5,000. That's enough to buy them all a Diet Coke and pop them on a train.
Yeah,
happy days.
It's actually not that much. That's about $4,493 approximately.
Ish.
Yeah. At the current rate. Oh, here's the important man presenting his bit of wood. It is 137,060.14 Uruguayan pesos. Just in case you are tuning in to NISMO TV from Uruguay, where they actually do sell quite a lot of Nissans. So let's get to the champagne. That's what we've all been waiting. Oh no, let's not. Let's wait for the photo first.
17 photos to be taken first.
It is. Cassidy's looking
They're doing
increasingly
this
nervous.
Unnecessarily in a time-consuming fashion, just to stress out Nick Cassidy even further.
Alex says that's enough to buy them a second-hand Micra, probably. Probably not a good one, actually.
No, it'd be high mileage with like a scruffy interior.
Yeah, you'd need to spend a bit more than that, actually.
You could use it as a deposit for your new Micra and then finance it, because I believe they're extremely good value down at your local Nissan dealer on a global basis. Do a balloon payment at the end and you pay next to nothing for a month.
Are we going to get T-shirts saying "Remember New Zealand"? Of course, this is what happens when you discover that the leading New Zealand drivers watch NISMO TV SuperGT and they're on the podium and will watch this back.
I'm going to get you a coffee mug with just the outline of New Zealand on. Even better, the outline of Australia.
There you are. We'll be back here in September, if the people of New Zealand haven't killed me by then, for the 2018 Autobac Super GT Round 6 from Sportsland Sugo, which is always a really exciting race. But now it's time for the bottles of pop, is it? Yes, it is.
Just move your scratch card. You don't want to get unnecessary warm, sparkling beverage on that. It'll all go mushy, turn to like papier-mâché. You'd struggle cashing it if it was all like squidgy.
You wouldn't be able to get it through that little thing in the bank, could you? You wouldn't get it over the desk. They wouldn't be able to put it in the machine.
No, they've taken.
What? They haven't got. They've lost their booth again. They've all left. The officials have gone and they've left the drivers to it. Ah, no, here they are. Cassidy then realising now that the bottles aren't open. Look at the face. He's just gone. Look, he's just gone. Oh no, not again. Right, he's dived straight in. He's shaking it up. He's going to go early. He's going to go early. Oh! Kazuki's...
Oh, please.
He's going to smash it. Oh, Cassidy's still on... Oh, Cassidy's gone too late.
That wasn't too bad. I've seen him do way worse.
Yeah, but that was really advanced spraying technique from Nakajima there.
Yeah, that's risky. High-risk strategy. The old bottle bang.
Yeah, but he's raced the bar, hasn't he? Excellent technique there from...
Right, cultural or not cultural, keep your shoes on.
Yeah, I'd say
all
so.
That fungal toe jam just needs to remain inside the race boot.
Yeah, I'd hate to be on the podium with Daniel Ricciardo. Oh. Or indeed, well, some other Australians that win things.
Alan Jones.
Going back a bit.
Relatively conventional as Super GT podiums go.
Yeah, nothing. That was a fairly standard podium. There's no
golf clubs, no canoes. A couple of drivers got wood. Nick Cassidy went off at the right time. All good. Happy days.
Yeah. So next stop will be Sportsland Sugo, or maybe Suzuka. But for NISMO TV, the next stop is, of course, Brands Hatch, which may have started already. Not yet. In 2 hours. So just stay tuned to NISMO TV, and you can catch up on some of the race or watch some of the previous races or some of the many, many videos on there. Or stay tuned until September the 16th, when we will bring you the Super GT race from Sportsland Sugo, which is one of the classics. In fact, it's probably the most exciting race of the year, usually.
100%. Can't wait for it.
The great pit stop debacle is highly memorable. Now, don't forget, coming up live on NISMO TV, got British GT, the Blancpain Endurance finale from Barcelona in quite a few weeks, the live GT Sport gaming from the NISMO GT Sport Cup final at Barcelona, and the Blancpain Asia Series. Don't forget to like and subscribe. So that's the next race, is Sports Lantugo. And here we are on the highlights. There was a wet sport. Cars went out of focus. They were so fast. Heikki Kovalainen. Lexus came up with a new aero package. Didn't work for that one though. Huge crash. The girl wore high heels. Girl wore a cap. Man talked on the radio. Ronnie Quintarelli got some new sunglasses. And a race started. A boy waved a flag. Formation flying. More boys waved flags. Some more formation flying. A man shouted. A man scratched. A girl got bored. A car spun. So did another. Car overtook one. And somebody did that. Freeze frame. Car 36 though. AU Tom's car took great overtaking opportunities while chasing down that, but the car 12 saw a Welshman in tears. And thumbs up from a Toyota driver. Miku tried, but Walkinshaw had it. The fingers were raised. That was the 500 miles of Fuji Speedway. Thanks for joining us. We've been Sam Collins
and Rob Barff. We'll see you on the next one.
This has been NISMO TV. Like and subscribe.